Good morning, and thank you for coming for Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee Special Meeting Fiscal Year 2019-2020. Can we have the roll call, please?
Committee members: Armenian,
Present.
Kazarian,
Present.
Ramirez,
Present.
Vice Chair Avedisian,
Present.
Chair Garibian.
Here.
The agenda for the February 22nd, 2019 special meeting of the CDBG Advisory Committee was posted on or before Thursday, February 21st, 2019 at 8 a.m. on the bulletin board outside City Hall. Item 2 is minutes. A, approval of the minutes of the October 22nd, 2018 CDBG Advisory Committee special meeting.
Anyone?
I make a motion to approve. Second.
Committee members: Armenian,
Yes.
Kazarian,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Avedisian,
Yes.
Chair Garibian.
Yes. Osman?
Thank you. Item 3, business agenda. At A, reports information only. At 1 is receive report regarding fiscal year 2018-19 community capital improvement project status.
Good morning, Chair Garibian, committee members. CDBG staff wanted to provide you with a brief status report for the current community capital improvement projects that are funded for fiscal year 18-19. Staff is planning on preparing a PowerPoint presentation with before and after photos at the August meeting of the CDBG Advisory Committee meeting showing the completed CIP projects. And this morning, the report will be presented by Armine Hunanian, admin analyst, to give you an update on what's happening currently. Armine.
Good morning, Chair Garibian and committee members. We have prepared and attached a summary and status of the capital improvement projects for fiscal year 2018-19. For current fiscal year, we have 7 approved capital improvement projects, which of the 7 projects, currently we have Armenian Cultural Foundation and Home Enhancement Gym Divider that are in bidding process. Both of these projects will be, we're supposed to be in construction by March or early April. However, we had to rebid the projects because for Home Enhancement we had no bidders on this project, and for Armenian Cultural Foundation we have to rebid because the lowest responsible bidder was way too high. So with that said, out of the 7, 2 of them are again being in the bidding process. YWCA of Glendale and Home Management HVAC projects are in agreement process, and one of them we're doing for YWCA, we're completing the deed of trust, and for the HVAC for Home Management, we are in agreement process. So it should be done fairly within the next couple of weeks, and then we will be moving forward with process of doing their specs and going into a bidding process. Adventist Glendale Health Windows project is an environmental process. We are working both with planning department and our agency to complete the environmental requirements with SHPO. The majority of capital improvement projects are on track, even though it seems a little bit late in the process. However, this fiscal year, we had to use a system called HEROES for environmental process. We have gone through a lengthy process to complete those, and we've been successful. The only reason for Adventist that is not completed is because it's a historical building, and there's a lot of SHPO requirements and agencies working with our planning department. I believe that concludes in a summary of a nutshell of what the projects are, where we are today with them. We do anticipate to complete almost all the projects on time by June 30th. Hopefully, if we get the contractors bidding on the projects and we get sufficient bidding on them, there would be one project that we may request an extension later on, which would be Glendale Adventist Windows project. Thank you.
Any questions?
I have a few. For the Home Enhancement divider, it says Monday, February 25th is pre-bid walk. Is that on track?
Yes, when we did this report, it was right on that time frame. After the report, when we did the walkthrough, we had no show at the mandatory pre-bid walk. So what we have done as staff is we've gone out and worked with the agency to rebid the project. We've advertised it again. Our mandatory bid walk, second bid walk, is actually this Monday. So we will go through, we have done an extensive outreach through the architect. We have identified about 4 contractors who are in this type of a business that they showed some interest. We are hoping that we will have at least 2 to 3 bidders come through our bid walk on Monday.
Okay. And then my second question has to do with the Armenian Cultural Foundation. So can you explain that a little bit further? You said the lowest bid was too high?
On February 11th, we opened the bids. We had 2 bids. One of them was emailed, and it was insufficient paperwork through what we require for us. They needed to bring in the bid, and it was insufficient. It was 1 page with just a dollar amount and for them to do the project. So that basically got disqualified. The second lowest responsible bidder had all the documents we have reviewed, and the owner had to meet with the contractor to work with them to see if they could bring the price down or negotiate with them. The bid came in at $280,500, the original bid. Through negotiations with the contractor, they were able to bring it down to $230,000 and a change. However, they met with their board, and the board basically decided that they'd just rather rebid the project to see if they would get viable, more viable contractors that would do the whole project. Through their negotiations, they had to really change the scope of work, and they had to really downsize it. Looking at the long term of the project for the community and getting the most energy sufficiency out of the solar panel projects, it was sufficient enough for staff to recommend to go out to rebid as well. Initially, the board, their ACF's board decided that it's sufficient for them to go out to bid, hoping that they will be getting a lower bidder for this project, as well as getting the entire project done for the long term of the project.
So when you say it came from 280 to 230, that was as a result of narrowing the scope of the project?
Yes.
Okay. And so in that case, since the allocated amount is 219, so there's still a delta there, what happens if they don't get a bidder that's satisfactory in this sort of case? Like, how long does the project have to find someone to do the job?
Generally speaking, historically, when we go through the second bidding process, we get a bidder, and if it is a little bit higher, or we see that there's a gap, we try to negotiate with them again. However, the agency usually tries to close that gap. That's generally how it's done. If we go out there the second time around, which we are publishing the notice on Monday, on the 25th, we will do extensive outreach again that we do with every bidding. But we will start contacting certain contractors that we know they're in this kind of a business, and we will work with them to see if they will be interested in bidding on this project. Historically, as I mentioned, throughout the years that I've been with the city, we have been successful obtaining the contractors. The current issue in the industry is that there's a lot of private jobs out there, and the amounts of these projects are too little. Therefore, because it's Davis-Bacon projects and federally funded projects, there's a lot of paperwork and technical aspects of it. So we are having difficulty obtaining responsible bidders for our projects.
So if something does not come through, I'm just trying to,
Sure.
obviously doing a worst case scenario here, what happens to those funds that we have allocated?
It will be, I mean, if the agency, for example, if we get a bid and it's high and it's over the budget, and the agency is not able to close the gap, then at that point we will request the agency to send us a letter and request to have the funds back, and so we will come back to the committee and request to reallocate the funds.
And is there a time frame in which this all has to happen? In other words, is there a cutoff, I guess is what I'm going to?
We will know by April of this, by spring, we should have a good handle of where all of these projects are. If we see that we're not getting any bids, definitely something to look into, because we have to start drawing down the funding for this fiscal year. Our fiscal year ends June 30th of 2019. Although we could get some extensions, but it is advisable to ensure that some of these projects goes through and complete construction by June 30th.
Okay, keep us posted. Thank you. No more questions from me.
Another question?
No.
We're good. Let's move on. What's next?
Next on the agenda is 3A2, receive report regarding second quarter fiscal year 2018-19 social service performance reports and expenditure rates.
Chair Garibian, committee members, this mid-year public social services report is looking at the progress made by our social services agencies from July 1st, 2018 till December 31st, 2018. This is the midway point of performance and expenditures. Armine who works directly with the agencies to gather this information, will brief you on an overview of program achievement in social services today.
Chair Garibian and committee members, in front of you, you also have the mid-year report, as Maggie mentioned, for the summary and status of the CDBG social services projects for fiscal year 2018-19. These are basically the midpoint, as she mentioned. We're looking at the agency expenditures and proposed numbers to be served. And the majority of the social services programs are on track, and they are expected to expand their funds by June 30th of 2019. For fiscal year 2018-19, committee approved 8 projects for social services projects. Of these 8 projects, all agencies have implemented their programs and are halfway through their respective programs. Expenditure rates are based on invoices submitted and paid through February 5th of 2019. Due to implementation of a new citywide financial systems effective January of 2019, invoices submitted in November and December of 2018 were delayed in processing. Some expenditure rates are low, such as CASPs, because they start their program late in October of each year. Therefore, their expenditure rate is lower than at the midpoint, but they always catch up towards the end of the program year. At this point, all programs were contacted, agencies were contacted to ensure that their submission of their invoices and expenditure rates and plans for this fiscal year are sufficient, meaning are they committed and would they be 100% in compliance, as well as their expenditure rates would be 100% by June 30th. We have received and communicated via email that yes, they are on track. They are submitting their invoices. However, due to the new system, the invoices are being processed later. They have some delays, so we don't see the expenditure rate as high. Other than that, through the report in front of you, I wouldn't want to go one by one, but if you have questions, we will be glad to answer it. They're doing pretty well. They're on track. I don't see any issues with their performance or expenditure rate at this point. Thank you.
Just general question, just like the CIPs. What happens if the midway or during the year we realize, or the agencies realize that they cannot fulfill what their obligations were? What happens then? They've spent, of course, some of the money.
Committee Member Avedissian, we've had that happen in previous years. What happens is the agencies have till April and May to see if they're basically going to spend all their money, they're going to serve all their numbers. If they don't, at that point, we are informed. We also have our annual monitoring mid-May, so we as staff see that as well. We see their quarterly reports, we see their invoices on a monthly basis. So if in case they are in danger of not spending their funds, we will contact them, we will work with them to amend their budget, and in worst case scenario, we will ask the funds to be recaptured. At that point, we will come back to the committee and we will basically give that back to the community. The social services funding should be all spent within the fiscal year by end of June 30th, so we watch that very closely as far as monthly basis. That's why invoices on a monthly basis, and we work very closely with them to make sure their balance sheets are accurate. So by mid-May, we already know if everyone's going to spend or not, so we will be able to give you a 100% report as far as if that's a concern, we'll be able to provide that.
All right,
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, move on, next.
Next is 3A3, receive report regarding financial statements for community organizations.
Chair Garibian, members of the committee, we've placed in your packets today a financial ratio summary of the agencies who submitted a proposal for CDBG for fiscal year 1920. And this also includes individual agency ratio calculations. Staff has prepared a PowerPoint presentation regarding the financial statement report. So bear with us, and we're going to get that PowerPoint started for you, and we can review the packets. So as you know, the ratio calculation tool was discussed in detail at our last two CDBG meetings when the audit committee sought direction from the CDBG committee on the usefulness of the ratio calculation tool as additional resource to evaluate proposals. So just to recap, the CDBG committee gave the following direction: to have the agencies complete their own ratio calculations rather than the Innovation, Performance, and Audit Department completing them. The ratios were completed and signed by each agency's accounting firm or team. And then the original 6 ratio calculations were reduced to 3 ratios, and those include the debt ratio, defensive interval, and reliance on source of income. CDBG staff also worked to review and verify calculations. And by verify, we mean we asked the agencies directly how they came up with the numbers that the staff could not confirm within the financial statements. And then the process. So the process, this is the first year where agencies are submitting their own ratios. This is the first year that CDBG staff is reviewing and verifying these ratios. CDBG staff included the worksheets and the instructions in the RFP, placed all this updated information on the city's website during the RFP release, and then we worked closely with the Innovation, Performance, and Audit staff to create this new tool for the agencies and a separate tool for us to collect and input that data. We also continue to work with IPA department as we transition the duties from them to us. We presented this new requirement at our technical support meeting in November of 2018. We showed this new requirement to the attendees that came to that meeting, and we provided them with that sample ratio tool. So let's just start with the first ratio, which is the debt ratio. Agencies' financial information regarding their total liabilities over unrestricted net assets. It seeks to see the proportion of debt of the agency the proportion of debt the agency has relative to its assets. Ratios that are less than 1 are good indicators of less debt than assets. Then we have our defensive interval. When looking at defensive interval, you'll see that the number of months an organization can operate if funding had stopped or no additional funds were received. Higher ratios reflect an expected longer period of operation if funding were to stop. This looks at the agency's liquid assets over their monthly expenses. And here we're looking at a ratio of 3 months or more as a good indicator. And then lastly, we have reliance on source of income. Here we're looking at agencies' largest revenue source and their total revenue to identify the potential risk if the largest revenue source were eliminated or reduced. And a percentage less than 90% is a good indicator of health.
Less than 90?
Less than 90% is a good indicator. So we looked at the pros and cons of this very first go-around as CDBG staff analyzed this data. And here's some takeaways, what we noticed. Obviously, the returning agencies had less trouble with this new requirement since they had 2 years of previous financials done for them by our IPA team. Hence, it made it more simplified process for even for us to verify numbers because of the prior history, while the newer agencies had to start from scratch. But what we did was we provided them with a sample ratio template, unnamed agency, so they could use that as a guide. Then, while the new agencies, and then the Innovation, Performance, and Audit Department was able to assist us with the technical support during the process. They created the Excel sheet, the instructions, they were all able to offer us guidance when questions came up, and a lot of questions did come up, and we had a lot of back and forths and meetings. Challenges for this new requirement. Obviously, the new agencies definitely need a lot more support. It was too new for them. The deadlines. Deadlines were very difficult because of the proposal analysis. A lot of the agencies were not able to return those ratios to us after we did our first go-around of verification. We had to send back. Staff was also tasked with getting proposal packets to the committee members in a timely fashion, so you may review all the packets, but then you needed the ratios. And unfortunately, what we gave you weren't the final verified numbers, and we found that to be a con. The time spent on this project by CDBG staff included 3 full working days with 2 staff, so about 48 hours of time was put into this process and dedicated to the ratio requirement process. This includes the proposals, the verifications, callbacks to the agencies, IPA support, final review, and preparation. Now, overall, we cannot truly confirm accuracy since we did not audit the submitted financials. We only verify the numbers that the agencies provide to us. So that was something we kept in there. I think the main takeaway from this exercise this first year, and something to be considered for next year, staff believes that the ratio results are to be finalized and verified and then handed out to the committee. Even if the packets have already been handed out to the committee members, we feel that if we give you the ratios at the very end when we really get the final numbers and we know that this is as concrete as it gets, then we will send those out to you. It'll be a little later than your proposal packets, but at least you'll have the right numbers. As in, like today, you have the actual accurate numbers. Let's get to the next. Submitted ratio calculations, and this is something I kept from the IPA slide because this is something that they really pressed hard on. These are not an expressed opinion on financial health. Ratios should not be evaluated on a standalone basis, and these ratios provide an additional evaluation tool for the committee to make funding recommendations. We had 10 returning agencies and 7 new applicants that we completed these ratios for. And that concludes the PowerPoint presentation. If you have any questions, I'll try and answer them.
Any questions?
More of a comment. So is there any, or I should say as a question to staff, so we set in the last couple of sessions, the objective of attracting new applicants so that we can diversify and offer these sorts of services and help to new organizations potentially. But there's a chicken and egg thing there where new agencies are not used to the application process. It's a cumbersome process to learn. I know I've directed a couple of inquiries towards staff to sit down and have you walk them through what's expected and required to be a successful applicant. It seems like we need some sort of, we need to distinguish between those who have been doing this for a while and those who are new to it to help them a little bit more in this sort of process. I'm not saying we apply different standards. We have to apply uniform standards, but so I don't know if there's a better way. What I'm getting at is in our process where we can more front load more orientation somehow to new organizations, or even officially put out there and say, the official process is coming. If you expect or are interested in being an applicant, I know we do an orientation session. I guess I'm saying let's do it earlier or do it more frequently throughout the year, a couple of times, maybe, and maybe I'm talking more one-on-one type of counseling or coaching, so that new organizations can kind of get a bearing on what it takes to be a successful applicant. Because I think throwing them into the process when the machine is running is very challenging, right, for them to meet the financial reporting and those sorts of things. Because maybe a board, usually these are nonprofits, these are volunteer board members, they're volunteering their time, and usually they might need some time to get their books in order. There's tax deadlines, things like that. In other words, if we can get them earlier into a process where they know, look, to be a successful applicant, here's the kind of financial reporting you have to show. Here's one, if you were to be a successful, applicant, here's the kind of reporting it's going to entail. Because I imagine if we end up allocating money to new applicants, that's going to be a learning curve for them as well. They might be surprised at what it takes to actually go through the process once it's not just getting the allocation, but fulfilling all the requirements for it. So I'd welcome, not today, but, welcome staff's kind of brainstorming around this to see how we can better educate potential new applicants in this process and kind of work it in earlier in the process so that it sounds like that part of it was burdensome and potentially slowing down staff's ability to meet the various deadlines and give us adequate time to review proposals, which, I'm sure my fellow commissioners would agree. It takes time, right? And I mean, I know I spent days on the amount of proposals that came in because we had more this year. So to do adequate review, you have to put some time into it too. So again, we need adequate time, which is always challenging. So I'd welcome your thoughts in the future about how we can improve the onboarding of new applicants in this process, the orientation process, part of it, because I know we do one session, we invite them. I don't know how many actually come to that session, but then, I know of the people that had approached me, I just kept directing them to staff to say, go talk to staff, get oriented, but that was already in the middle of, application season.
Well, I might want to add that, in fact, some of our applicants that have been doing this for years are still not getting it right. So I think we do have to do a little bit more. I don't know what it is. Maybe our instructions aren't that clear, but there is still the same continuing concerns.
I think you were talking as a whole, not just the ratio part.
Yeah, ratio reflects some of it.
Right.
But yeah, as a whole.
Yeah, obviously, yes, because during the process, as we read the corrections and not enough and had to come back, and that's time. And we tried to save time, if I'm not mistaken. Was it 110 hours?
I believe it was 120 hours.
120, I remember something in those numbers. So now we're down to 48, something like that. But I don't know if that includes all the back and forths, the 48. I don't think so.
I think that's a pretty accurate number because we were trying to be as conservative as possible. It took us one full day to look at everything. Then we had the back and forth, of course, with the agencies. We had some ratios that were submitted that we couldn't even read because of the printing quality.
Yeah. Right.
That was the back and forth. And of course, when we contact the agencies, they have to contact their accountant. So it's a waiting process. It's a waiting game. And then we receive the corrected numbers, we verify them again, and then we have to consolidate them. And of course, so it was daunting. And these are wonderful suggestions that the committee has. I think last year definitely was it was a breaking through point for all of us because it was a council directive to include more agencies and really seek out new agencies to try and to compete for funding. And our open house was our first go around. And everything was kind of like the ball was rolling and we were just kind of getting on board and trying to keep up with all of that. So we did see all of the, we have like this time frame now that we know that we can plug in workshops and helping people, because even at our November workshop that we do every year, it's always just a certain number of people that come in that, you know, the return agencies, and we did have a lot of new agencies that attended, but it's just so much information in one shot that you can only gather and kind of digest so much of it. So we will definitely take into consideration doing more than one technical assistance workshop, maybe do some one-on-ones. And we did a lot of one-on-ones as staff, lots and lots of one-on-ones. And that helps more so because you actually can get to the meat of it with the agencies, especially the newer agencies. So we'll
Those
definitely.
one-on-ones are not in the 48 hours, or it is in the 48?
We did count those in.
Okay.
So 48 hours is a good time frame for two staff. And actually, our deputy director is, well, because she had to verify some of the numbers, and we actually had a few meetings with her to help us try and figure out some of the assets and liabilities and whatnot that we were concerned with, and trying to figure out where do these numbers go and where did they find these numbers from. We also went back and forth with the IPA department to ask them what their thoughts were on certain ratios that stood out to even us. And we're thinking, you know, how do we explain this if we had to explain this? We factored all that time in. So 48 hours is a good chunk of time for two individuals to, you know, to do this first go around, really with no financial background. At least I speak for myself, but we learned a lot from this experience, I think.
The purpose is to save time and money, obviously. If we have more workshops, obviously we're putting more time and funds, and does that, we have to see, does it balance, or should we go back to the old numbers? We have to make sure those numbers balance out in the end of the day.
Chair Garibian, I'll be honest with you, I think it might be good to fix it before we even get to, because if we fund them and they already know what to do, it makes life easier when the contracts come around. And I know Armine will agree with me on this. We'll have all our ducks in a row when everything is accurate and we know that they're ready and they stand strong on following through for the year's funding.
We can make it like mandatory to attend the workshop, or?
We usually say the word mandatory, but we can't really force people to attend if they have other engagements.
Thank you. Anything else?
Well, the back and forth probably takes as much, if not more time than a separate workshop.
That is true, but the back and forth comes when they've submitted their information and we're just trying to make sure everything is right, and we are trying to help them to succeed.
Of course, yeah.
Chair Caribbean committee members, just to also add, I think this year staff was a little bit more lenient in going after the agencies even after the fact, especially for the new ones, to make sure that we did have the proper documentation in place, knowing that. And Maggie was really good about that and even insisted on it with me when I said, well, is it really fair to other agencies? And that was one thing she said, is they are new and we do need to, you know, I'd like to be able to handhold, because they really were at a time crunch. And both Armina and Maggie worked really hard to be able to get the proper documentations, even if they hadn't submitted it the first time. Whereas for other agencies in the past, we may have said they didn't meet the deadline, they didn't meet the requirements. So, you know, it would be presented to you that, you know, they've submitted a proposal, but it's not complete. Staff did work really hard to ensure that, especially for the new agencies, that even, you know, last minute, that those financials were submitted in order to include them in the packet to make them be able to be comparable to the other older agencies who have been receiving funding. Also, you know, I think the one-on-ones might be better after the fact, also because sometimes the people attending these technical assistant meetings are not the people preparing the packets, and so some of that is not necessarily communicated down to the staff. And so, you know, you might have a president or the CFO or whomever that might be there, but you have a staff person trying to compile that information. And so that information may not trickle down. And so We'll do as much of the general technical assistant meetings as we can. And I know this year we introduced one more, which was the open house, than in previous years. Previous years, there's just been one technical assistance meeting. And this year, staff did put in effort to try to introduce them to CDBG and then bring them in for the technical assistance meeting. So we'll do our best to try to outreach as much as possible. But I think the one-on-ones after the fact might be a better source for those agencies in order to be able to pull together what they need. And of course, given that this was the first year, hopefully baby steps. They learn about CDBG, whether some of them applied or didn't apply. Next year, you might get more people that may have come to the meeting but not submitted a packet, because now they kind of have better idea of what's required of them. So we'll do our best on our end as well. But sometimes the larger meetings are not as successful or helpful as the one-on-ones.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, thank you for the extra effort that you've made to help the new agencies, because I think it's reflected in the pool of applicants, and obviously it makes our job harder, but that's okay, because, that was our objective. I do think that, we need to think about that onboarding process. What I mean by onboarding is that how we attract new applicants and try and be new applicant friendly in our process, as opposed to, here's a bunch of bureaucracy and we discourage it through, a lot of paperwork and bureaucracy and not helping them understand the rules to the game. So it does take this extra effort of time and, consideration. So I wanted to thank you for the effort that you've made, because it's reflected in the robust pool that we have of applicants. I haven't seen this much of a robust pool since I've started on CDBG for many years. So I think we hit our objective that we set last year. Now it's a matter of refining our processes so that we're efficient about it, and somehow be more systematic in how we attract and orient and incorporate new applicants into our process.
I think we should also let them know how limited the funds are. We spend all this time putting this stuff together, and then what? There's only...
Yeah, exactly.
There's no money?
Yeah.
Okay, anything else? Okay, next.
Next is 3A4, review proposal evaluation process and interview and deliberation protocol.
Chair Garibi and members of the committee, we have included a proposal review schedule in your packets for both capital improvement and social services, both to be conducted today and interviews to be completed by end of day. There are 5 CIP interviews and 15 social services interviews scheduled. We'll begin with our CIP interviews first, with each agency being allotted 5 minutes to present their proposal and then time for the committee to ask questions. Staff included a proposal evaluation form as a tool for committee members to evaluate each project. The committee will deliberate and make recommendations for CIP, and then we'll break for lunch, return at 12:45 p.m. for the afternoon social services interviews. There are 15 scheduled interviews for social services, and we've added a short break at 3 p.m. for the committee to refresh, and then we'll return for the final 6 interviews, deliberate, and complete the social services recommendations. It's definitely an ambitious schedule, but we believe we will definitely power through it.
Okay. Any questions? No? Okay, next.
The record will show that committee member Gazarian left the meeting at 8:55.
Okay.
Will he be back?
Yes.
He will be back in a couple of hours.
Not an emergency.
Okay, next.
Next is item 3B, action items. At 1, conduct interviews and with capital improvement applicants and deliberate and approve funding recommendations.
Chair Garibi and members of the committee, we will begin the agency presentation process for capital improvement projects, beginning with the YWCA of Glendale. We ask that you please complete and sign the proposal evaluation form after each agency interview, as they will be collected by staff at the end of the day. Staff has additional copies of the proposal evaluation form if you need them. We would like to invite to the podium at this time the YWCA of Glendale.
morning.
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 Good to see everyone. So my name is Tara Peterson, Executive Director of the YWCA Glendale, and we're excited to be presenting a proposal to you today for some much-needed upgrades to our Lexington facility. Most of you all know that the YWCA Glendale has been in the community for over 90 years. We are a leading provider for domestic violence services, and this year we actually just adopted our first ever 5-year strategic plan. And one of the goals in our strategic plan that our board has committed to is facilities improvements, because they realize over the decades that we have neglected our facilities, and it's really important that we want to preserve the legacy of the YWCA Glendale and make sure that we are able to provide a safe place for all of the community members that access our building, but also our participants and our staff. And so I'm going to invite Richard Dell, our architect, to talk about the program, because he knows all the ins and outs about the program, about the proposal.
Thank you, Tara. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Committee members.
Morning.
Thank you, first of all, for this opportunity to present. We truly appreciate it, and we truly appreciate your continued support and all you've done for the YWCA. And most importantly, thank you for joining us for the opening of our ramp and fire sprinklers. I think you saw the evidence of your generosity manifested in what we just finished and completed. So thank you very much. It was one of the steps in our strategic plan, and we committed to do that, and we've done it in time and on budget. So we wanted to thank you very much for that commitment. As you see in your proposal, we've taken a great deal of time and effort to outline what that scope of work is intended to do. But primarily, all that work is really classified under fire life safety. If you look at them, it's regarding ADA access with regard to the bathrooms, ADA access ramp to connect the 2 different levels of the building, which have never been connected historically, and we're going to do that so we can actually get people from the legacy room, which you were in that morning, out to the rest of the facility. With that, the Y needs to be compliant with regard to federal guidelines and having ADA upgrades. They are a recipient of federal grants such as this, so they have to be compliant with regard to ADA. Part of what this next step that we're doing is actually providing ADA bathrooms, men and women's on the same floor. Again, that's part of one of the requirements that we feel is part of the fire life safety health issues. So that's part of it. Currently, their second floor has no heat whatsoever. A couple of years ago, when the asbestos was remediated, they took out the asbestos in the attic, and with that took out the heating and air conditioning ducts, and they were never replaced. So the second floor, all the staff on the second floor basically freeze. So part of what we're requesting is enough money to bring back the heating system, put the ducts back in, and bring new forced air units into it. We also have some seismic upgrades that are structural engineers. We've had all of our engineers go through the building and look for priority issues that needed to be addressed now. And in doing so, one of them was, and highly recommended, that we connect the roof diaphragm in the legacy room to the walls. That connection, as you imagine, that building was built 1939, so it's not compliant in today's seismic criteria. These are really not wish list items. These are necessities that we have to employ to the building to maintain the safety and the structural stability of the structure itself. So we're really focusing on ADA upgrades and structural issues. And on top of that, we're trying to put some more insulation into the building. The building only has 200 amps currently, which means it's a 15,000 square foot building with 200 amps. So the electrical demand, as you can imagine, is far more than what the system can provide. The switchgear and electrical gear in the basement, which we put sprinkler systems in now in case there's a fire, are 79 years old. They're the original historical equipment. They're way past their life cycle. They have aluminum busways in them, which means they're fire prone. They're not copper busways. These things raise the level of concern as our electrical engineer looked at it and said these things need to be replaced immediately. So part of our scope, again, is to replace something that was the original equipment of the building, which is really a fire hazard. With that, we intend to find another 200 amps on the power pole just outside the building and boost the capacity, electrical capacity, up to 400 amps. And that's still below what a building this size would require, but at least it will give us the additional power to run the new forced air units for the second floor heating system. Unfortunately, it's not one or the other. They all kind of go hand in hand and are interlocked, so we really can't do one without the other. We will pair and work our scope of work to a point where whatever funds we're blessed with this outcome, we will work our scope backwards to do the best we can and address those priorities. However, it's kind of, in our perspective, those priorities are somewhat, I'm not sure where to cut, but we'll leave that to you as you look at the scope and see if there's anything that you see that might be, again, I don't think they're wish lists, they're really required mandatory things that we have to address, which have not been addressed historically. With that, I think I'll stop because I'm sure we're past our 5 minutes, and we're here to answer any questions regarding our proposal and the scope of work. Thank you.
Who's good first?
Bunch of questions, but defer.
I guess I'll start. Good morning and welcome. And thank you for having us at your property at the grand opening, reopening. As I understand the scope of the work and how much it's needed. However, one question, what if, first of all, you're saying that with this scope of work, you'll be serving additional amount of few, I don't know, what was it, 50 more guests or clients, whatnot. How would this, like putting in air conditioning in, or the upgrading the electric, how is going to serve that additional 50 people?
Correct.
One.
So one of the, on the second floor is where we provide all of our supportive services for all of our domestic violence participants and their children. And we have limited the amount of people that we serve each year only because of our limited capacity to use other rooms that just are not, we're not able to use them. And so if we're able to have more rooms, more therapy rooms, more support group rooms, we're on the second floor that we're actually heated and actually have air, we believe we'll be able to provide more services because we'll be able to utilize that extra space. And so we really pull back because we don't want to necessarily be in a support group room providing healing in a place in a room that just feels really unbearable. And so if we are able to do that, we'll be able to add that additional support group room and be able to increase our services. And so we decrease them during the winter and during the summer. This winter is actually is extremely cold. I really actually didn't even know we didn't have heat until this year, because last year it wasn't that unbearable, but this year has been really unbearable, and so we've had to really cut back the usage of our space. And so the other thing is we also provide either no cost or low cost use of our facilities to other community groups. And being able to have that comfortability will increase the usage of those groups, those rooms as well.
Okay, thank you. As you mentioned also that the scope of work, it's all necessary. It's a must in a way. And we also know that the funds are very limited. How do you see fulfilling all those emergencies and musts that you need to do within this same scope and whatever funds, the difference that it may be, you're going to work it out? Tough question, I know.
That is the million-dollar question. We will have to go back and regroup, and we've already prioritized these, and that's why they're part of the scope now. There are a couple of small items like increasing the handrail heights, things of that nature, even though that's a safety issue. We would look at the insulation under the underside of the building and in the attic. But again, to put a new electrical system in just to burn more fossil fuels, why would you not insulate? So to answer those questions, we're going to have to take a very hard look to see and try and eliminate some of the fire life health issues, if we can, to match the funds. So we'll do the best we can with what we're given, but I think there are some priorities with regard to the ADA access from a federal grant. They have to be compliant to code, and they are not compliant at the current moment. So we're just going to have to prioritize them again based on the available funds.
Do you have other funds that you can add on to make sure get it done?
right now, no. But we do have a track record and a history of being able to leverage other funding. And the way we're able to do that is by showing foundations that we've already got a commitment. We have this much commitment from the city of Glendale. We need this, and can you help us out? And we did that with the shelter program. We were with the shelter project, we were able to secure additional funding. We didn't get full funding for that, and we were able to secure additional funding, but it was because of this funding that foundation was committed to supporting us. And so it does allow us to leverage other funding, and so that is something we would definitely just try and prioritize as well.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else?
I have questions, but do you want to go?
Well, we have the best expert, I think, at your service.
Yes, we're very lucky.
Yes, you're very,
Feel
very
very grateful.
fortunate. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dale.
So you mentioned a strategic plan. This is a theme don't feel singled out, but a lot of organizations are going to hear this today from me, which is on the capital side particularly. It would be really helpful for CDBG to understand a longer-term view of, kind of where a facility is, any given facility, but in this case we're talking about yours, where it wants to be, so that we can have a longer-term view in terms of how we're providing funding. Because I'll be honest with you, last time around it was so last year was the other facility. Year before that, it was about the fire safety stuff. Mm-hmm. And so my feeling was, okay, we've given substantial amount to solve some problems, but when I saw the application this year, I'm like, doesn't seem like there's an end in sight to the amount of work that this facility needs. So it's a lot more helpful to us when we're determining how to stretch limited dollars to understand how we're making an impact and kind of getting from point A to point B, as opposed to we're getting from not knowing that we've given to get from point A to point B, but we got to get to like X. Because and I say this for any organization, I think we have to get better at, between all the partner organizations, at having a longer term view of where a facility needs to get to, so that as we're making our decisions on this, we can make appropriate allocation decisions. We try and concentrate dollars in order to kind of make an impact. And your proposal is the largest proposal of all the proposals we've gotten, dollar-wise. So I think it comes back to Commissioner Avedisian's point, which is we have to look at this to say, what's your long-term plan? I'd like to get an answer on that.
Okay.
Where is the end? Is there an end? Where is the end? How many years out is the end? And then out of everything that you've, obviously there's a lot of deferred maintenance here. What's the plan so that you're not in this situation, not just solving the crisis, if you will, but actually getting to a place where there's more sustainability in how you operate a facility, knowing the life cycle of things, knowing when things need to be replaced, so that it's less of a break-fix model and it's more of a planned aspect, so that at any given point, just like you would do a facility study to say, here's the life cycle on all the major components in a facility and when they need to be changed. What I'm hearing from your applications is that there's a lot of deferred maintenance, decades worth, and now we're trying to catch up to bring the whole facility up to a certain point. What is that point? When do you foresee getting to that point? And it's obvious it's going to take a lot more than CDBG funds to get there, because otherwise this is going to be a really long haul if you're expecting CDBG to be the main funding source for all this.
Yes, so our strategic plan outlines multiple goals, and one of the goals is definitely around our fixed assets and our capital improvements and improving the facility. And so part of that goal is also looking at what we want our facility to be. And so for the past 10 years, the board was not in agreement of what we want the facility to serve as. And so we made the first decision of closing our pool because it wasn't in line with our mission and it was really draining our resources. And so with that closure of the pool, we are now moving towards a track of looking to do affordable housing, which we really feel is going to really leverage, we'll be able to leverage that project to help with the needs that have been deferred for so long within our facility. And so our strategy is to really focus on immediate needs when we come to CDBG, because we know it's difficult to find funding and resources for those type of services. And then when it comes to the additional upgrades we need to do in the ongoing repairs, that we'll be in a really good position to leverage the affordable housing project to really continue our legacy. And so that's the plan that the board has finally approved. It took over a year of meetings and bringing different resources and showing different models about how we can do affordable housing. We have an affordable housing advisory committee that we just put together with some amazing people that are going to help us move this project forward. We plan to, next steps is to meet with housing to figure out what we need to do in order to make sure our priorities are aligned with the City of Glendale's housing priorities. And so that's our long-term goal, and we really think that that's going to help us. Simultaneously, when we begin our affordable housing, we'll be doing a capital campaign project at the same time to really help build that. Another piece that's in our strategic plan and we plan to accomplish by this year is a reserve policy, an operating reserve policy and capital reserve policy. And so that's another thing that we're working on, and we hope to have a policy in place and then begin to actually build that reserve.
So thank you for that. That's exactly what I'm talking about, because I think, for a board to treat its responsibility in a longer term way as opposed to a temporary way is to build up something and build that into your budgeting process for any organization. So what is, if I were a billionaire ready to cut a check for you, how much would it take to solve all your problems with regard to the facility? What's the total amount needed to bring the facility up to where you need it to be? That's the perspective. You may not have the answer today. I'm asking, if you do, great, but if you don't, no worries, because I'm obviously asking you more than what your proposal requires. But the point of my question is, it gives this team an opportunity to say, all right, this facility is going to take $1.5 million, $2 million to really bring it up to par, and this is the next installment in that phased project. To have that sort of view gives us the ability to plan better, and I think it would give you the ability to plan better too. Is there an answer to that today, or is it more piece by piece?
As you heard from Tara, you heard the long-term strategic plan. As we look at capital improvement projects, there are things on the horizon that we'd like to come back to this committee with and petition for additional funds. In the scope of the structure itself, we need to put an elevator in. We need to address the 1-hour corridors that are non-existent, things that are code compliant. We wouldn't be here asking for money to paint or improve the aesthetics of the building. We understand those are not priorities. We're looking for fixing the bones of the building, basically. That's what we're really petitioning for. Outside of that, there's probably some seismic upgrades, but the engineers have assured us that we're better off than what we thought we were, so we thought we'd had more money, we'd have to allocate more money for seismic upgrades. It's not as bad as we thought. So we think, from our perspective, from an immediate structural and electrical, mechanical system bones, we're pretty close. Outside of the 1-hour corridors, the elevator, and some seismic work, and I don't mean to be presumptuous on Tara's side, but I think from our perspective, to get that building functioning right, I think we're pretty close. We're pretty close.
So the last question is, if we obviously cannot give the full amount that you have petitioned for without cutting everyone else out, how would you break down your project, and financially speaking, out of the $472,000? How would you break that up if you said, I need this much to do this piece?
In our proposal, you'll see the outline from the general contractors. They've identified the electrical, mechanical, heating and air conditioning systems. They've outlined some of the framing. So we're going to be able to tear some of those apart based on what we're.
How would you prioritize it, though?
Again, that's a difficult question. From a fire life safety issue, we need the heat. Can't have a building, the code requires heat, got to have it. Luckily, the city, we need to get the heat in as quickly as possible. The electrical outlet, the electrical stand-up switchgear, that's a priority. There's another priority. The ADA accessibility, the ramps and the toilets, those three things in my mind, we're going to really want to focus on. And I would be remiss if we didn't advise our clients in YWCA that keep those in the forefront. And if we can leverage those and do some other things, that's great. But I think those 3 or 4 items, seismic upgrade into the legacy room, the insulation, are they a necessity at this moment? We're going to have to weigh that again. We'll just have to weigh it. But I think those critical bones issues, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, I think those are things we really have to focus on.
Is the electrical a hazard?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's 79 years old. Never been replaced. And there's a photograph of it in the package. Yep. That's almost a no-brainer for us. Our recommendation to the Y is that if whatever comes out of this, that's a necessity.
So you would pick the electrical over the 3 that you rattled off: heat, electrical, ADA.
Again,
I'm forcing you to feel what we're going to feel, right? So we can share in this experience.
The pain, yeah.
I mean, you feel it every day. I grant you operate on a very tight budget. I get it.
With all due respect, I think, again, the ADA issues are a federal compliant requirement. That's just a regulatory issue we have to deal with. They've been fortunate that hasn't been an issue yet, because I think everyone understands the complexities that go with nonprofits and bringing buildings of this nature and vintage up to speed. It's just not something one can do unless someone writes a check for $1.5 million. Those things don't happen overnight. So historically, we've found that federal guidelines and the people who enforce them have a tendency to look long stream and say, okay, you have a strategic plan, you're making movements like the fire department did. We pledged to them 8 years ago to bring the building up to speed, and they were extremely helpful in helping us find ways to mitigate that until we actually got the sprinkler system in. So if some of these things can be pushed downstream, we would look to do so. But these 3 items, got to have heat, the ADA has to be taken care of, and the electrical has to be done. So those would be the 3 items. I'm not sure I can bifurcate those and say one's a higher priority than the other ones. I'm not sure I could do that at this point in time.
Thank you.
The heating requires the electrical.
They all are, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And regrettable, but they're the bones of the building.
Sure.
And they're things that we have.
And it's kind of a safety health issue.
Very much so, very much so. So again, we wouldn't be here asking for money to paint a building. We understand that's not where your priorities lie. And they're not wish list items, these are necessities. And as Tara said, once these bones get improved and a building is leveraged, we can now leverage the fact that the building's more stable, it's more sufficient, it's more efficient in terms of servicing its clients. That helps her in leveraging other funds from other sources to do the rest of the work.
And it's not solar panels.
Not this time, no. And unfortunately, we'd love to replace the windows. However, as you know, the building is not on the historical registry, but it is it's eligible. And the city wishes as...
Just a matter of a nomination.
We love to touch those windows. They're not very efficient. The old steel casement windows are warped. They do all sorts of things. You can imagine the inefficiencies that those windows present, making their buildings even harder to control environmentally. That's a tough decision. And so the city's grappling with that. How are they going to let us deal with the windows and the fenestration of the building? We're not even there yet. So
It depends when those windows went in.
they're original.
Are they?
1939.
Majority of them are all original, and you can see it. There's ways that we can do it with the technology today. We can laminate the glass and we can put low-E coatings on them and not touch the frames. Makes them more efficient. Is it a priority?
Yeah.
At this moment, In my humble opinion, no.
Well, then the heating, what good does it do?
At least you now have
think
heating,
it would be
you'll just
better
pay
than
more
what it
money
is,
for it.
hopefully.
Your bills just go up.
Yeah.
I have to say, I have an amazing committed staff, and we are on the second floor, wrapped up in our scarves and our hats. They're so committed to this issue, and heating is definitely a priority, just for staffing and for our participants.
Anyone else?
Thank you so much
Thank
for your
you.
time.
Wait,
Appreciate
wait,
it.
wait,
Oh,
more.
one more.
I haven't even started now. So I'm going to make it quick.
He comes last.
Feeling that pain again.
You said for affordable housing. To whom?
YWCA Glendale, so one of the great things about our history is we provided housing at one time in our building to women. And we would like to make sure that if we do housing, that it is in line with our mission. And so affordable housing to families would be in line with our mission. And so that would be our goal, low-income families.
Low-income families. I want to see how much of the domestic violence will be affected by having that versus housing, as far as having enough space.
So say that, ask that
Well,
question again.
you're also helping with the domestic violence.
Yes, and there's definitely an intersection between victims of domestic violence and anhomelessness. And so we kind of see it all integrated as one, in that if we are serving low-income families, we feel that housing is a number one issue, reason why women stay in abusive relationships, and that if we're able to provide affordable housing, that we're possibly helping them so they don't have to come to our emergency shelter, that they're able to be in permanent supportive housing. The other thing that's great about the affordable housing is people who may not even know about our services or even realize that they may be experiencing trauma will now be able to have direct access to our services if they're in the affordable housing. So we really feel that it's going to address the issues around violence against women and domestic violence as well.
Because your other location,
Our
they're
emergency shelter.
short in space
Yes.
for those emergency
Yes, so.
cases.
Yes, and so so our emergency shelter, which is a confidential shelter, we will be after the project is completed, we'll be at 16 beds. But there really is a push to try and make sure people are not in emergency shelter. And so we have our housing program. We've been able to house 178 women last year into permanent housing. And that's because of our ESG funding that actually has a staff person working directly with that client, going to meet with landlords, finding units for them, helping them pay their deposits. So adding that piece has really helped us to make sure that our shelter is really for those who are in most immediate need and crisis. That it's not a homeless shelter, it's not a shelter for someone who experienced domestic violence 10 years ago and now is homeless. It's really for people who are fleeing domestic violence in the middle of the night.
So on your affordable housing, I'm sure you guys have plans already or details of any particular time limits? Is it short-term, long-term?
It would be long-term, it'd be affordable, permanent housing.
Permanent
Permanent
housing.
supportive housing.
All right, so we pretty much,
The continuation of housing.
all right, very good. So those were the easy questions. So now,
Those are the questions I like.
well, I noticed through the report a few times mentioned about the pool, which I knew you guys already covered it up, but it seems like it still has some information about it for maintenance or ongoing. I saw a few places, I'll point it out to you later. $200,000 from city business card. Is this a loan you just got, or?
Yes, we, because of these construction projects, and we realize cash flow for nonprofits is sometimes an issue, waiting to get reimbursements from the city of Glendale, that sometimes there are some cash flow issues, and so we made a decision to go after an additional line of credit with the Citizen Business Bank for $200,000. So we have a total of $300,000 line of credit, which is the actual great thing is I didn't have to leverage it at all for this project, the past project, and so we're really excited that we were able to manage our cash flow despite having some receivables out there.
All right. Very good. And as far as your funding sources, besides the 80,000 out, you have almost 265,000. Is that for this year, if I'm not mistaken, 2018, 19?
Say that again, for our total?
The funding resources, the list of funders you have?
Oh, that's just a list of, I'm not sure. it's a list of so,
List of funding resources, and you have donors and.
oh, yeah,
and foundation.
related to possible funding resources for us to tap in for this project.
For
So-
this project?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, and that's almost 265,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
That's in addition to the Citibank line of credit, okay. So I mean, I just want to make sure we've got funds going here. And, yeah, the part about the pool that I mentioned, it says capital improvements to rehab the emergency shelter, including pool and gym renovation.
So that is.
It's on page.
Yeah, so that's the historical kind of what we've done over the
Alright.
years, but yes, so we'll make sure
Yeah,
we
because I knew the
update that.
pool was filled, but I read that, I'm like, well, you got a new pool?
No, no, sorry.
And so going into the numbers, as I don't want to repeat what Commissioner Armenia already mentioned, the details, but I have my color coordinated before we start. So, yes, as you mentioned, they're all important, obviously. Some of them are connected, so which one comes first, the chicken or the egg in some cases. But yes, obviously, we're shorting funds. And besides mandatory by city, there's some stuff that you have to do to serve your purpose, like ADA is something that you really need to have. That's what we funded last year, and it was great on the grand opening. Thank you very much. The ramp, it's needed. Irrelevant it's the code or not, you need it to do your job. So I understand those things. And of course, heating, you took out not just the docks, I assume the entire system, right? Not just the docks. And even if it was there, it was probably 1939. I don't know if it was original or it was
No,
remodeled.
that had been upgraded.
It was.
but
Do you know
upgraded.
when roughly? The
No,
upgrade?
there are older units, well past their life
Well past
cycle.
it. Okay.
Well past their life cycle.
So yes, the electrical, yes, you need the amperage to get that, the new ones running. So I understand that, but it is tough. You guys have to understand that we are short in funds. So whatever we make the decision, luckily I see based on your ratios, you're great in these numbers. I mean, as far as your debt ratio is good, as far as your all the numbers seems good to me here, and I'm happy to see it. All the agencies that they have such numbers, happy for them. But nevertheless, in the past, that Armenia said you're the third highest using the CDBG funds in
Not the
history.
first?
No, the third. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
They are the third. So, which is, it's good. I mean, you know, that's what we're here to give out, and you have been using it, but obviously, older building is never ending, and by the time you fix some, it gets old again, and got to keep going, like the AC units or the heating furnace. It's been upgraded, but got old again, you got to do it again. And we have other agencies, they have roof issues that because every 20 years gets old. So nevertheless, so I understand. Thank you so much for everything you guys do. The numbers are there. We're going to have to make these decisions. But, oh, by the way, the pictures for the ceiling tiles, this is before the grand opening, I assume, right? Because at the
No,
grand
it's-
opening, there was ceiling tiles, but in your pictures, there's no tiles. So,
Yeah, that was during the course of construction.
Okay.
When we put the sprinkler system in, picture was taken before we actually, they were able to keep about 60% of the tiles that they took out. So they were able to re-glue back the old tiles back in where we could. But that picture was taken during the course of construction. And as you stood in that room, you could see those were the original tiles. They're falling off, I mean, they're like anything else, they're past their life cycle.
the ADA compliant, the ramp,
Yes.
I saw the pictures. That's mainly at the railing and all that stuff is loose. But the stairs going to that,
Historically, those stairs have been there, and it's not, we have to make those floor planes accessible. And so we found a way to do it. Luckily, it's a
There
raised
is-
foundation, so we have
Okay.
space underneath it
okay.
that we can frame and actually put the ramp
it a
in,
more
move the
slope.
doors, and get a legal ramp connecting the rest of the facility.
Okay.
So the good news is that there is a way to solve that. We
Excellent.
just have to go through the process.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank
You're welcome.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Appreciate
so much
it.
for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, Garibian, members of the committee, next up we have the Catholic Charities of Los Angeles.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
This is a bit of a change for me. So, Mr. Chair, staff, it's always a pleasure to come back here and in a different hat. My name is Moises Carrillo with Catholic Church of Los Angeles. I'm the Director of Intra-Agency Programs. And I'm going to actually pass it on to Matt and Saeed to discuss our proposal. And of course, I'm open to questions. But just as a perspective, my position involves overseeing a number of programs, and some of our programs are in the Glendale Center. And when I came on board, the primary program we were all familiar with is Loaves and Fishes, but what wasn't known to me that we have a very extensive programs for refugees and immigration at that office and employment services. So 3 different programs in there besides Loaves and Fishes, which take up about 2/3 of that building. So we do have more than just that one little corner building, which I know we've always gone and visited, and our intention is to expand. One of the programs is immigration services, as the need for immigration is heightened. Certainly, we've got a number of requests for additional services in the area, and we're going to work with the agencies in Glendale servicing immigration population to begin that expansion as well at the Glendale Center. I would also say that since the time that we've been there, since 1995, I believe we may have put in about 5 proposals in for capital improvements, amounting to about $740,000. So I think from the list, you see there, we're one of the lowest agency that requests funds. We get $2.2 million, but those are for the social service programs that we've been running since the operation of the CDBG program since '75. This is our 100th year anniversary, Catholic Charities. We will have certainly extensive celebrations on that, but again, the perspective is that we have not been requesting funds for CIP in a number of years. We did apply back in 2000, a couple of years ago, where funds were returned back to the city because we had an urgent need to fix an issue with our sewer line. We did that project on our own. We returned the funds back to the city. Certainly that something that we didn't anticipate, but we just had to do something on an emergency basis. And we've done other capital improvements since then with a $80,000 upgrade to some of our restrooms. So it's been over $120,000 over this past year since I started to implement some strategic planning on capital improvements. But this proposal kind of outlines some of the deferred maintenance and some of the requirements for ADA, requirements for security, which are really now prevalent given our population that we're serving, building more heightened interest in security with higher at-risk clients. So we do have I think, a proposal that certainly meets our needs. There are certain other needs that we did not include, but we'll hopefully look for funding for that. And then I will pass it on to Matt and Saeed and let them add into the proposal.
Good morning. Thank you all for your time. I know you have a very long day ahead of you, so I'll be brief, and I know you've read our proposal. So I'll give a very short overview, and then we can field your questions and hopefully clarify anything you need to know to make what I know is a difficult decision for all of you. So thank you for your consideration. My name is Matt Ackles. I work in development for our San Fernando region, which the way that we draw our boundaries encompasses this Glendale area. You know Moises, and many of you know Saeed, who's the director of the Glendale Center, which is the target of these funds we're requesting today. So Saeed can answer anything you have questions about our programming side, Moises maybe about the wider Catholic Charities angle, and me maybe about the budget here. So hopefully we can get your questions answered. Today we're requesting $353,456 from your committee. I know your funds are limited this year, and you've got many people coming to make a case for why their funding is the most important. So I'm going to do my best to, A, convince you to give us every cent of that, but also maybe help you figure out where our priorities lie so that as you're trying to be fair and help the whole community, you can know what's most important to us. Our center, Catholic Charities, has served the Glendale area since the 1940s. It's been a very reliable partner here. Our center, as Moises said, has been open since 1995 there on San Fernando Road. I think most of you maybe have been able to check it out once or twice. We've done no major construction improvements since 2006. So we've done a few things out of our own pocket, as Moises mentions, a sewage issue, some bathroom ADA compliance issues last year. But in general, the building's in much need of improvement. The services we offer at that center, again, I know you know, we have a homeless case management service, a food pantry, and a lot of support services for our low-income clients, from helping procure jobs, preparing for education services, rental assistance, utility assistance. We also have and are expanding a large refugee resettlement program, which includes refugees from many different areas of the world and really helps them get into this country, procure the documentation and legal supports they need, and get settled. That, in a way, is also sort of a prevention of homelessness or families without housing. The projects we've brought before you today really fall into three categories. ADA compliance, there's a ramp that we need out front of our building. Safety, we're in large need of some new renovation to our outdoor lighting, our gates, and our outdoor space. And dealing with low-income clients and communities, safety is important to our volunteers and staff. The third category is some of this deferred maintenance, which has taken a bit of a back seat as we've had other pressing renovations like the sewer and bathrooms. I'm sure we're going to get the questions, so I'll defer sort of talking about ranking those projects for now. But in general, our priority 1 is ADA, 2 is safety, 3 is the deferred maintenance pieces to what we've laid out. I think we may as well open it up to questions now, and I'm happy to talk more extensively about anything you'd like to hear.
Okay. Who wants to go first?
I'll ask the same question I asked before.
Sure.
I didn't get quite an answer. But force rank those 3 categories for me.
The
ADA ramp, safety, deferred
That's right.
maintenance.
ADA, safety, exterior safety to the building. There's exterior lighting.
Force rank them to me.
Sorry?
Force rank them for
Those
me.
3 categories?
Otherwise, I'll do it.
Oh, yeah, those 3 categories.
Yeah.
ADA would be 1.
That would be your number 1?
Yes.
Okay.
Exterior safety would be 2.
Okay.
And the deferred maintenance, which is sort of the floors, replacing the floors, painting, would be 3.
Okay. And talk a little bit about, given the reality that we have limited funds, are you just going to defer? If you don't get the full amount, are you just going to defer? Let's say hypothetically, you only get ADA ramp amount.
Sure.
Are you going to defer the rest, or are you going to find some other way to?
No, we'll have to find some other way. I mean, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't say this list represents a very pared down list, and these are our extreme needs. Now, of course, I can rank those extreme needs further. Right. These are all 2019 priorities, everything in here, and our intent is to get them all in 2019. I think you'll simply make my job a little harder because I'll have to go out and find the money for those other things. But no, we don't intend to continue to defer any of this maintenance. Certainly the safety and ADA have to get done.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I think my question's been answered. I want to repeat them.
I'm good with it since I'm so familiar with the project. It was nice that to go back there and from how many years ago and see that the amount of need on the inside, and obviously it's being just used. It's every single room was packed and being used.
Oh, yeah.
And the services you provide now is a lot more than it was when I was on that advisory board many years ago. But I think it's something that we just have to continue when you're dealing with 100% low income.
Right.
That tells us what our job is. And I think that's one of the considerations I always you have to look at. So thank you so much for taking care of those needs.
Thank you, and thank you for visiting. That really means a lot that you guys show your faces in the community to the members of the community, and so we always appreciate that.
Let me ask you, sorry, you have to, go ahead, if you, before you forget.
Mr. Chair, no, excuse me for that, but I'm anticipating questions or something in deliberations.
I don't know
When we say
how you
defer-
have such a insight.
I don't know how I can think about that, 20 years or
It's amazing.
more than that. So reading your mind, you may think, well, what are the deferred maintenance? And ranking those, we certainly I think the interior painting, exterior painting is certainly one of our priorities as far as the deferred maintenance. And then, there's some kitchen work, flooring that we can defer a little bit longer. Lighting, that might be something to defer. But I think the visual aspect of Catholic Charities and our community center for our clients and our customers certainly is the painting of the inside and the outside and the lights. Mindfully could be deferred. I mean, they're working. We just like to be more energy efficient and work with the city on that as well. But those are some of the items in the flooring. And some they're little things, but definitely the third category is important. But just like the YWCA mentioned, we're funded by the county, we're funding other agencies, and the ADA access is becoming to certainly to everyone in the nonprofit world, and we're having to make adjustments, and part of that is that process for us.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, that's okay. Just, I see it says a large portion of our clients seeking help reside in 91204 and 205. Is that the case? I thought you offer more than just those two zip codes.
No. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Saeed Hamidi. As they mentioned, I'm taking care of the center and usually at the center. Our scope of service is way broader than just every zip code of Glendale. We do serve all the zip codes through the city programs and as well as the county programs. We serve through our pantry. We serve all the neighboring cities, Eagle Rock, Water Village, Silver Lake, all those cities. And then through our immigrations and employment services, we serve all over the LA County. Especially our immigration and refugee program is broader program through the County of Los Angeles. It serves from Palmdale to La Crescenta to just Glendale as well. So our brighter. I don't know where it's mentioned on the 91204s, but as we are located at the border of Glendale.
Yeah, I believe that was in, Mr. Chair, that was in the proposal. I think when we talk about our service area, our priority service area is the South Glendale area, 91204, 205. And so the vast majority of clients are from the Glendale area and from that south area, just naturally being in that area. One thing about Catholic Charities, we don't turn people away not most of the time, but we just don't want to turn people away. And if someone's coming from across the street, which is a block away with the City of LA limit, we're not going to turn people away. But essentially, we target the south area, and our services are primarily, even with immigration and refugee programs, they're placed in Glendale. There's a number of programs that we operate in that facility that places what we call TSCs, temporary service employees, in Glendale with Glendale agencies. So the primary service area is Glendale, but we do have, clients coming in from just across the street.
And as far as, I'm looking through your construction bid, yes, it's broken down to masonry, metal, concrete, and so on and so forth. But these are done as a whole, just broken down into pieces versus per project. Like, it says concrete, but concrete for just the ramp or concrete for anything that is needed in the entire scope of work? So this bid that I'm looking at from design planning, from
Yep.
RMCA.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is for the ramp, the
Just for it.
concrete
Okay.
for the ramp. So these aren't always specific, but there's some line items that you'll see that pertain to the flooring, and you'll see some that are pertaining to the lighting. So we try to get as much overall projects within those proposal to be specific in case there's questions about we need to eliminate this or that and prioritize.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here with you again.
Just one question. Did you submit the minutes of the February 20th meeting? What was it? No, the November 14th meeting?
We, as soon as we get them approved from our executive offices, we will submit them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that acceptable?
That is acceptable.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We'll see you later today.
Committee members, next up we have the YMCA.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Nina Petrosian. I'm the Senior Director of Member Engagement and Youth Development. And this is Jose Sanchez. He's the Facilities Director. We are here on behalf of George Saikali, who's our President and CEO of the YMCA. So when people usually hear the YMCA of Glendale, they think of our membership building and our programs building. But this grant request is actually for our hotel, which was built in 1926, a very long time ago. And it's on the corner of Wilson Avenue and Louise Street. And it is a single-room occupancy housing for 84 low-income residents. We currently house about 60% long-term and about 40% short-term residents at our facility. And we provide shelter in the increasing housing shortage crisis in our community. And we're in a dire need to fix our roof in the hotel. And it's only a partial part of the roof. It's about 6,389 square feet. And we have currently gotten 2 bids that have been estimated to cost around $64,000 to do maintenance and repair on the roof. And we are in need of 100% of the CDBG grant funds, because without it, we would not be able to repair the roof. And it has become a safety issue. We have leaks everywhere on that floor. The residents lounge in that area. We have fitness machines for them where they can work out, and they also have, we have a lunch area for them. And there's always leaks. As you know, in the last 2 weeks, we've had a lot of rain, and we've experienced even more leaks than we've seen in the past years. So this is really important for us to receive this grant to be able to help in this matter. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Anyone? Mr. Armenian?
Staff had indicated in their review that there were some weaknesses in this particular proposal. Could you summarize your point of view on
that? Committee Member Armenian and committee members, the RFP had some weaknesses as far as the application itself was not completed. Responses were provided separately along with the full application. The implementation of the program did not depend on receiving 100% of the CDBG grant funds. And
did or did not?
Does depend. I'm sorry.
Does,
Yes,
yeah.
does depend on 100% of the CDBG funds. We didn't see any leveraging of the funds in your proposal or application. And the historical renovation of the building of the YMCA was not clear as to the square footage of the building and the areas of the renovation in itself. The RFP required ratio calculations, and it was supposed to be signed by your agency. The ratio calculation was not complete in itself, the entirety. And the reliance of the source of income and total largest type of income is not added or was not provided in the calculation it was requested by the application. The project budget form request from CDBG included 100% of the CDBG funding. Pre-construction requests are not an eligible cost for the CDBG funds, and those were included in your budget. We required, the application itself requires 2 quotes and pictures of the proposal, and the quotes were not provided, and within the application, that was should have been part of the application. And the project timeline and schedule was based on 2018-19. These funds that are in question are for 2019-2020. And there was no completion date. I think the date was proposed for January of 2019. So with that said, I do believe that there was responses provided by the agency. So I will leave that for the committee to work with, to answer some of these weaknesses. But generally, those were the weaknesses based on what the staff were able to analyze and read of the proposals that was submitted originally.
Do you feel that the weaknesses were the responses to the weaknesses were adequate?
Committee member Armenian.
The reason I'm asking on this one, because there were a lot.
Yes.
So that's why I think we could use some guidance from
We
staff.
could point out one in particular. With the estimate, one of the estimates for the roofing company, we considered it inadequate because it was missing a page. So it didn't even have a complete estimate even after we asked for an analysis of that. That would be a good example, as well as one of the ratios, which is the debt ratio, which was kind of a standout for us. If you look at the debt ratio for the YMCA, it's quite high compared to other agencies. And that was something we discussed with the IPA department as well.
So do any of these, I'm assuming the reason we're here today, none of these disqualify the application. They're just things to be reviewed.
Yes.
Did you guys want to respond to any of this?
Yes, we did have a reply based on the debt-to-net ratio, and it was from our CPA. And the reason the debt-to-net assets ratio is too high is because of the deferred revenues of $3.3 million. As I'm not sure if you all heard, a few years ago, I believe it was in 2014, we had a business transaction between a developer where we had apartment buildings in our back lot. It was about 1.25 acres, and that generated about $240,000 of revenue for us every year. And we no longer have the apartments, and instead the developer built a new apartment building. So that's where you see, that's where the $3.3 million kind of throws off the ratio. That's what it's from.
The housing is yours?
No. Not currently. I believe they had an agreement after 70 years, the lease would be turned over to us.
Okay.
57 years. 57.
57, okay, sorry.
Kind of similar question that I'm going to ask all of these capital projects, which is, again, this is a one-off. It's obviously a smaller amount than the previous 2 applicants presented, but why has the roof situation been allowed to deteriorate to this point? What is your planning on these sorts of capital maintenance programs from a longer-term perspective?
We received a grant, I believe it was 20 years ago, I'm not sure if it was to replace or repair the roof. But since then, it's just consistently deteriorated. I'm not sure what the future plan would be if we were to not receive the funds. We would definitely have to look into that. We currently, with our membership, we've been able to surplus enough, and we've been successful. But unfortunately, since we have 2 buildings and our main building was built in 1970, we had to reinvest that money into, replacing our boiler and renovating certain areas in our building, both the hotel and our main building. So we just have not been able to, get to our roof with our current funds that we
Do you
have.
have a capital maintenance program that you know what life cycle is on different elements of your buildings?
I'm sure I wouldn't be able, I can look into that for you, but I wouldn't have the answer for that.
Final question is, this particular application, this is a repair, it is not a replacement of the roof, correct?
I believe it's both. I think when they did look into the roof, I think Jose can maybe elaborate on this.
Yeah, we got some bids to be replaced the entire roof on the hotel side, not just to repair, because it's get to the point that there's no way we can repair it.
So the 64,000 is to replace it completely? Okay. Thank you. No further questions from me?
Any other questions?
Oh, yeah. From the application, I really didn't understand if it was replacement or repair or how much of it. And I know the numbers, I had noted somewhere, and I can't find it, but the numbers were not matching with the proposal, with the documents or the paperwork that the application that you've completed. It's not matching up. That's confusing to me. How I'm going to be trusting a certain dollar amount given out to an organization, which I don't know where that actually how is the job is going to be. I know the agency, the staff will be looking into it. There'll be more in details going after it to make sure everything is done by regulations and how it's necessary to be done. However, I still not way too comfortable with the proposal because of what I can see. Although I know you haven't asked for monies for a long time from us, but then again, the contract or the proposal that you have from your contractor is not even complete. I don't even know what is the final number of your contractors, how much they proposed. What's the final number? I don't see it because it's just one page, and I asked that question from the staff, and unfortunately staff didn't have the page. I thought it was just misplacement of the page, but it's not. So I don't know what's going to happen, but thank you. Thank you for the application.
I wanted to point out, I just asked the question whether this is a repair or a replacement. You said it was a replacement, but the project proposal says Glendale partial roof repair. Is it partial roof repair or is it replacement?
There's so many conflicting.
I believe it's to replace damaged material, but also replace the roof. I think I'm not familiar with our roof, but with the two estimates, I mean, they were very similar with the same scope of work as well, and they both had said the same thing, that there needs to be a replacement of the roof, but I'm sure there's going to be places where they need to repair as well.
I'm sorry, but that doesn't make sense. I'm not a roof specialist, but I have replaced my own roof.
Yeah.
And I know the difference between a repair and a replacement. So you're either repairing or replacing it. You can't do both. I mean, it wouldn't make sense to like say I'm going to replace half of it and then I'm going to patch the other half of it. If it's gotten to the point where it needs replacement, which every roof gets there, then you have to go in with, I'm going to replace it, because otherwise you're signing up for trouble if you only do half the roof and not the other part of the roof. Because once you get into replacing, you're pulling out a lot more material, and you're basically going from scratch. You're pulling out everything that's on there, you're laying down everything that's new, and that's the way you do a roof to make sure it doesn't leak. Otherwise, you're asking for more leaks in the future. You wouldn't do half of it and then come back. So unfortunately, I'm confused a little bit between the project descriptions and the answers because it's not matching up with what you're saying. If a roof has reached the point of leaking that you have in your proposal, it would suggest to me that it's at the point in its life where it needs full replacement. And I would have preferred to see a proposal to say, hey, our roof has reached the end of its life cycle, we've got too many leaks, and it's time to do a full replacement, and here's how much it's going to cost. Maybe that's what the 64 is, but that's not what the descriptions in the application are saying. So I'm sorry, but there's a little bit of a disconnect. If you can clarify, I'm all ears.
Probably you needed to have someone who probably has a point on this, talks to the contractors, has walked on the roof. I don't think you're the one. All right, so I figure, so that's probably you needed to have that person available. Any other questions? Go ahead.
I would just like to say that I have full confidence in the Y, and its staff and whoever's involved with it. I understand you also do a very needed service for the community, and I think $64,000 could replace a roof easily. So I don't have a concern with that part of the proposal. Besides, it hadn't rained in forever. How did we know that anything would leak? And it certainly wasn't leaking in November when we were preparing, when these proposals were being prepared. And then we, maybe at that time, it hadn't rained in forever. It has certainly been the hottest ever. And we didn't realize until maybe just recently, this month, for instance, that we do need to replace the roof, and I think $64,000 would do it. So I have no concern with that. And as far as the organization, it's a top organization, just like the YWCA, and it's been here forever doing the good work. So
I agree. I'm a big fan of YMCA. Don't get my questions as being critical. You guys do amazing work. But let me offer this, if the rest of the commissioners would be amenable to this. I mean, we still have a few applications to get through. If I would like an answer to the question of, is it a full replacement or is it a repair? Because there's both of the kind of language is in here. If you can get an answer to that, I'd love to get an answer before we're making decisions on the capital.
Can we follow up with that answer to that?
Please. We have a couple more applications to get through, so it would have to be, in the next couple hours, if you can get that answer. Within an hour, yes.
I would replace it myself.
I would too, based on the description. That's why I'm zeroing in on this, because
It'd be very easy to answer.
I would like to know, if we allocate, let's say, hypothetically, the $64,000, is that getting you a new roof that has a 20-year, lifespan to it and a guarantee by the roofing company and all those kinds of things that
I understand your concern.
typical.
We'll get you the answer
Okay.
within the next
You
hour.
think they'll get $64,000?
Huh? No, I'm just saying hypothetically, if I'm giving 64, I would want to know whether it's partial or, because I know how expensive building roofs can be. It's much more expensive than a home roof, so, but it would be good to have that sort of answer.
Chairman Garibian and committee members, I just want to do a follow-up on when you're providing the information. Would you please provide the square footage and clarifying to staff and the committee members as far as whether this is a replacement or renovation of the entire roof? The reason being is, through HUD guidelines, we have to follow the true application as to what the request is, and the guidelines of moving forward and getting funded depends on the sole source of what your application is. So if you would, if you're bringing back the information within an hour, please provide it in writing and the details of what your actual request is and what square footage of your roof will be replaced or renovated. Thank you.
One other question I know in the weaknesses was mentioned, part of the scope of the work or the dollars that is asked, the 64,000, was part of it was that administrative costs and stuff that is not allowed?
Yes, and please take it, yeah.
That's to be clarified also, please.
Committee member Avidisian and members, please, when you're providing that in writing, also include that budget, excluding all the pre-implementation. CDBG funds are only applicable for construction of the project.
I mean, it does say here in this proposal, in the application, that it's a 2-year watertight guarantee from installer, 20-year material labor system warranty from manufacturer.
So I'm sure you don't have the answer to this, if this is the same roof or not. Is it?
Yeah, it's the same roof, yeah.
It is the same
Yes.
roof? Okay.
So it's
because
different parts of the same roof?
Yeah, I just couldn't see
So
the
we have
angles
two
of it.
levels, but that's the lower level, and that's the
Okay,
one on your
good.
right.
So that's part of the 6,000 change square feet. Okay. That's my first question. I want to make sure I'm looking at the same roof because it's a different angle. 2014, you got $152,000 for ADA. Okay, that's good. And you are the fourth one using CDBG funds in the history, the fourth top one, which is a good thing. Obviously, why MCA is one of the most respected organizations. I love it, and you guys are doing a great job. And as he mentioned, I was reading through the proposal. It says 2-year watertight guarantee. 2 years is too small for any roof job. I mean, I'm on another board of nonprofit, and we just did a roof, and 20 years is the minimum they give, even though it says 20-year material and labor system, but watertight has to go with that. 2 years is too small. So if I were, I would get other bids or something like that, because that's not a good bid. In 2015-16, you guys spent $3 million, right? And nobody knew then that the roof needed to be repaired and spend some of that $3 million on the roof?
Unfortunately, with the renovations, during that time, we lost our parking for about 18 to 24 months. We had no parking. So we had an operation loss during that time, and we had to put about $1 million into operations just to be able to, sustain our organization. So it wasn't really the 3.3 million put into the facility. It was only about 2 million. And we had used it on the renovation of the building. And at that time, we did not put the money into the roof because at the time we didn't have as much problems as we've been experiencing.
And Noah mentioned it was built in 1991. It was 20 years already passed. That
Yeah.
it's time to renew. So I guess no one looked into it. Okay, very good. Other than that, yes, the clarifications would be great because it does say renovation, doesn't say the word replacement. But based on the 6,000 versus 64,000, which includes, to me, it seems like it's not a replacement based on the cost and the size. From my experience, you should be, because it should be a lot more than this if it's a replacement. So based on my experience, it should be less.
The flat roof.
Yeah, but they have to replace, that's why I showed the picture, all that going around, all those ACs and all that stuff, that's a lot of labor for tightening. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair Garibian, members of the committee, next we have up our Homenetmen Ararat chapter, who has two proposals, and we'll start with the bleachers proposal first, and then we'll discuss the HVAC proposal, both for main campus Ararat chapter.
Good morning, Commissioner
Morning.
Good morning, Chair, staff, members of the committee. I've been here several times and I've explained our organization, but I believe it's best to repeat because we are so proud of what we're doing there. We celebrated our 40th anniversary this year in December, and we have been in this community for 40 years and we've served more than 20,000 youth in this community. And we're very proud of what they're doing, what they have achieved, and we believe we are part of what helped them to get to this point. Regarding the bleachers, our center is 65,000 square feet. 35,000 square feet of it is building, the rest of it is our parking lot. Within that building, we have two gymnasiums, which we utilize for basketball, volleyball, soccer, tennis, indoor tennis, table tennis, and stuff like that. Recently, we started a new program which we're very proud of, and the parents are very happy about that, is we started a program for 3 to 6-year-old kids once a month. Every month, a special activity, basketball, volleyball, and they're very happy. So all these people coming in, we need to facilitate for them what they are going to use and how they're going to use it. Regarding the bleachers, when in 1996 we purchased our building, that area was nothing. There was columns in the middle of the court, and so we had to create a basketball gymnasium. YMCA at that time was kind enough and donated us their bleachers because they were going to purchase a new one. It's a wooden bleacher, you pull it out, pull it in, scratch the floor and all that stuff. And we dealt with it. Now our programs are getting bigger and bigger. It's not Homenetmen Ara chapter anymore, it's a community-based organization. One of the major things that we do in that gymnasium, and we're very proud of it, is called Glendale Friendship Games, which we include our police department, fire department, ours, and different committee. By doing all that stuff, they will come and from close will see what we're doing and how we are affecting the community. Now, the bleachers in that area are really bad. Broken, I sent the pictures, I hope you've seen them. Broken in parts, scratching the floor. We spent a lot of money recently for the floor, the hardwood floor, and then we are dragging these bleachers and it's scratching everything. And because it's not automatic and all that stuff, that behind those bleachers is very dirty right now, and it's not healthy for our children. So we are proposing to install custom motorized retractive bleachers there, so that will be by electricity and will provide a better place for the parents, for the spectators, for the children to use those bleachers to see what's happening there. If you have any questions.
Why don't,
Go ahead.
no, I was going to say, should we hear both, or?
No, I think we should do
at a time?
one, yeah, let's do one at a time, it's better. Who has any questions?
Oh. Hi. What are you going to do if you don't get any funding for this?
Nothing we can do. We don't have the funds to do that. Nothing we can do.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No. Answer. They don't have no leverage. What they're gonna do without?
Is it gonna sit more?
Excuse me, in regards to leverage, there's a plant check charge and all that stuff, the management, that are all being paid by Hohenetman.
Right, yeah, that is understood.
Yeah.
But if in case, as you know, there's other, there's few other requests, and the dollars are always tight.
Unfortunately, I wish I could say that we can do anything about that, but in this case, we will not be able to do anything.
So, same question as the others. What's your long-term facility capital maintenance plan?
We
So
have
that-
planned that. Bleacher was not in that, it was not at that time that we started that planning, it was not that priority.
So you do have a plan like that?
Yes, we do. But bleacher is not included in it.
Is this gonna seat more people, the new one proposed, or same amount of?
Same amount.
Which is how many people roughly?
Oh, about 200.
200. I've seen once or twice or a few times when people sit there, when they see their kids playing, the energy, the happiness that they get, the joy. So it's definitely needed. I have seen it in the other gym, I think it's right behind it, doesn't have bleachers, it's smaller, and it's very tight, especially when kids play. Sometimes they run into the chairs when the families or parents are sitting. So definitely it's a great, and I think not only you're serving the police and all that, Also the schools as well, right? I mean, a lot of places take advantage of their facilities for their,
Right now, we have a school that is utilizing our gymnasium for volleyball purposes 3-4 times a day for a period of 3 months.
Which school is it?
I can't tell you. I can find out and text it to you, but I don't know now. Our facility manager is handling that.
Is that revenue producing or
Not
volunteer?
necessarily, no, not necessarily. We are not going out and proposing to people that come and use it, because we are usage problem. That gymnasium is being used until 12:30 midnight. So, but sometimes when the hours are right, we can help, we do that.
But the school that's using it, do they pay for that usage, or are they?
That's what Ms. Ramirez asked. Not that I know, I hate to say that, but I will have to check and I'll let you know. There are 2 questions.
so yeah, as far as I say, I've seen it, I even heard you guys are so busy, meaning so many kids use that there's really no time left. Sometimes they have to wait for months or weeks for a spot open for them to come and play and practice.
Yes.
So that shows the number of kids that use the facility, but yet on the proposal, maybe the cost of the bleachers, if it was motorized versus not, is it a big difference?
It is different. It
How
will be
much?
different. Maybe $3,000-4,000. Again, I'm guessing because we didn't go that avenue. I just imagine that if it was not motorized, it will be cheaper. But if we go that direction, Chairman Garibian, that it will defeat the purpose, because we want to do something that is convenient for the children. We don't want to injure the children over there. We don't want them to make it a dirty area for them to work there. So that is why originally we decided to go to motorized.
Is your existing bleachers will be donated or be completely
I
dismantled?
doubt if it's donatable.
That's how bad it is. Okay, thank
We'll
you
be
so
more
much.
than happy if anybody wants to pick them up. I will more than happy, but I doubt anybody will take that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Second one. If you recall, last year I was in front of this board, and the proposal that we had was HVAC units to be changed on both buildings, which we were denied because of all the funds that we were going to distribute. Later on, because there was some money left, we were able to receive from CDBG enough money to install 4 HVAC units in our North Campus, which we're in the process of contracting and all that stuff. At that time, we said that it is very important to change the units on main campus, and I was hoping that we can come back to this board this year and ask for that. Funny that one thing that you started talking today, which we didn't even mention here, because when I wrote this, it was not, it wasn't important, the rain. And our roof, our North Campus roof, 3 years ago, we renovated it fully, and we have no problem there. The main campus, and I'm not asking for money for that. Not that.
I'm waiting for the punchline.
Our main campus, we repaired portion of the roof, if I'm not wrong, about 10 years ago.
Yes.
10 years ago. Now, I hope that by this proposal that we have here for 9 HVAC units at main campus, we will be able to control the amount of water that comes in, because most of it, I believe, is from around our HVAC units. And that is my hope. But that was not my hope originally when I started writing this, because we are having problem with our HVAC units, changing Freon, doing this, doing that. We're spending more money than repairing. So we have applied to, out of 16 units that we have on the roof, to replaced 9 of them.
Question.
Any questions?
In your proposal, I was reading in a couple of places, there was some conflicting information. In one place, you mentioned that the proposal, 9 units to be replaced, and in another place it says, attached please find a code for installation of 7 air conditioning units.
Yeah, and
So how is that?
I corrected it later on. It's 9 units.
9 units, so it was typo. Okay.
Mr. Ramirez, any questions?
Well, I just kind of following up with Mr. Armenian's his tack a while ago about the weaknesses, the number of weaknesses in your proposal, and is staff satisfied with how they were all addressed?
Committee member, Ms. Ramirez, and committee members, we have received the responses for the weaknesses, and we found it's being adequate. Thank you.
One question or concern I would say in regards to the weaknesses and stuff, you're one of our older applicants.
I promise I will retire soon.
Time-wise, no, application time-wise, that you've been requesting funds from us, from the CDBG. I wouldn't be surprised so much with the brand-new agencies that are coming in or first-time agencies that are coming in and asking for funds and having a lot of weaknesses or issues with their application. I'm surprised that you're having the same similar weaknesses and issues. I would hope that whatever the case is, either is the not explaining the application or the process correctly in your application, or whatever it is that causes those weaknesses. I would hope that I'm not just saying for your organization, but we have other organizations that they have the exactly same situation. I would like to see those these organizations like you eliminate these weaknesses. So when you give us an application, I like to see those applicants are clean. You're not a brand new applicant. You know the process. You know how everything goes. So I would expect to see a cleaner applications from organizations like you. Thank you.
I have a couple. So we gave money last time around, right, for some of these units?
4.
And this is for an additional 9.
Different buildings.
I know, but additional 9. Does this take care of all the HVAC across your campus?
As of this point, when we went up there and with the roofer and they came down with which one is replaceable, which one is not, yes, because you have this here.
Yeah.
Well, there's a few more.
No, I know.
1, 2, 3, 4. There is 6 or 7 of them, that 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them. Out of 17, 8 of them, we are not touching it.
So they're in good condition?
Good condition, yes. I don't foresee coming back for.
Are these on different life cycles? Like, were they installed at different points in time?
Absolutely. When we purchased this building about 22 years ago, some of them were there already.
So you don't foresee more of them next year?
No, I don't.
If you had to force rank and prioritize between the bleachers and the HVAC, which one is more critical?
Why are you asking this question?
Because I'm
Ask
helping you
everybody.
participate in the difficult decisions that we will have to make.
That's easy.
Tell me what's easy. Help me out here. I would take maybe 2 units out of our proposal, but keep the bleachers and the 7 over the one.
That's a smart answer.
Yeah.
Very smart. I was expecting
What
that
do you mean
answer.
we've
Yeah, I'm not
trained him?
surprised.
Okay, thank you for that guidance.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that answer.
On the, I have Homentman Ararat, and then I have Homentman, it's just the Western, is that what it is? Why do I have two Homentman?
There's two different.
Executive and Homentman Ararat?
Oh, because it's the region.
Is that the Western?
Is that the ratio?
Yes.
Chair Garibian, members of the committee, because we have an additional chapter who is applying for funding this year, which is the Homenetmen chapter, due to the fact that they're new, we wanted to also include, this was upon advice of our Innovation, Performance, and Audit Committee, to include the Homenetmen Executive Committee's financial statements. So we get a really good picture of what's happening, because
This is the regional.
the regional, yes.
I figured regional, but I just didn't know
So you
why
have-
it's there, so. okay.
Exactly, so you have three ratios, two for the chapters and one for the regional.
Got it.
I wasn't aware of that, that's all.
Okay, so, few questions. One is, your labor, it's 50% of the cost? Do I see it right?
For the unit, for the,
Yeah.
how can I approve or not approve that, because I don't know. It's something that I received from the.
I mean, we have $80,000 for 9 units and $40,000 for
Don't
labor.
forget that there are some 10-ton units there.
No, I'm saying labor to the units, 80,000 in units of 40,000 in labor.
Mr. Chairman, that's what I received from the
Sure,
contract.
just,
I mean,
that's
I'm-
something you
I'm
should
not-
look into.
I'm not an expert or anything.
No, you should definitely look into that. That's one question I had. And then, so as far as cost versus last year's, you're pretty much the same, about 8,000 apiece in average, so your cost is almost there. And lastly, I know you've been doing this for a very long time, which is great. Maybe you should have other people come with you at these meetings and
Is that one way of saying to retire?
no, I say they need to probably break them in to get used to this stuff. Just a suggestion. And
He's feeling bad now.
he said he wants to retire. So, and last question I have is
I didn't hear him say that.
these units. Do you know which areas of which one is the gym, which one is the office, which?
Yes, I don't have the plan with me, but yes, I do.
You do know,
Of course.
roughly from these numbers, these 9, how many are part of the gymnasium?
Blue Gym, I think it has 4 of them in that gymnasium.
4 out of the 9?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the big ones or the small? I'm going to assume the 7 tons or?
Because I have with numbers, I have to go back to the plan to see this number, match it with the plan.
Okay. So roughly, I'm going to say, you say 4 out of 9 are the gymnasium. The others, offices and stuff like that?
Oh, that's only Blue Gym.
That's the only blue gym.
There's
And
also a Green Gym.
how many in green gym from the
That's
9?
probably about the same, or, yeah, about the same. I don't know now that we're cutting, instead of 17 units, we're doing only 9 units, exactly which ones. I have to go back to the contractor and see which one have they done, agreed upon. So,
Okay.
but yes, there is about 4 units in the Green Gym, 4 units in the Blue Gym.
So probably 1 for the offices from the 9.
Offices, 1,
Well, you have 9 total, 4 and 4, 8, so you got
yeah,
1.
you're talking about how many I am applying for?
No, total you applied
Total
for.
that we have over the 70 units total in the main campus.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
I was looking for the minutes. Were they in here?
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
Thank you.
The minutes, page.
Which one?
Yes, yes, committee member, Ms. Ramirez, the minutes are attached to the proposal packet.
They're attached to what?
Oh, that's
Proposal
this.
packet?
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the proposal packet, right?
We'll make sure they're numbered,
Which one?
the page numbers for future ones.
Okay.
That's the last one, right?
That's the last one, yeah.
She
Can we
found them.
take
She's
like
gonna find them.
2 minutes
Bio
break?
break.
Yes, definitely.
can't, we can't be 2,000 members.
Okay, we back?
Okay, we're back.
To wean.
Continue now.
That other's chair.
Chair Garibian, members of the committee, I know you are getting prepared to begin deliberating on the CIP projects, but before you begin that, we would like to inform you that last week the President signed the omnibus bill for federal fiscal year 2019, granting CDBG program with the same entitlement funding as this year, which is $3.3 billion. HUD has informed us that we'll be receiving our funding allocation for City of Glendale by April 15th. And last year we had a much larger than anticipated funding allocation that was released in May. So this year we're a little closer to our target number. So that being said, and not to have to come back again for an additional meeting, we asked the committee provide us some direction on how you would like to distribute those additional funds if they become available. So to include that as part of this final recommendation for the City Council. I'll open the floor to discussion.
Anyone wants to go first?
I guess I have a question, just so I understand correctly. The amount that you have up, that is the amount that you anticipate we will have?
That is correct.
And then you're saying there could be the possibility that additional funds play out once we get closer to the dates, correct?
Correct. So there is a possibility of an additional $20,000, possibly $30,000 in funding for CIP, or a reduction, we don't know. But we assume that we're close to the target from last year. If we do get 20, possibly 30,000, how would you like that money distributed? You could distribute it evenly, however, whatever top projects you feel are most needed. It's really up to the committee to decide.
So the decision can be made today or versus later?
Versus we wait until April 15th, similar to what we had last year, but last year it was such a large amount of money that we did need to come back to make those recommendations. This year, the gap is closed, so if you have suggestions on how you would like those dollars distributed, we could do that today and include that in the final report to City Council in May.
Since we're thinking the numbers should be not too far off like last year, very close to it. I don't think we should delay the process or meet again and all that. I think if you guys agree, we should just equally divide it by percentage of...
I'm sorry, Chair Garibian, your mic is off.
So whatever percentage per agency that we allocate, we should keep the same percentage and divide it within that same percentage within the agencies, because it's going to be small number, very small, and going over again. That's just my recommendation. Like, for example, if we're funding 50%, we should give, based on those numbers, allocate, or just go straight out, divide it to 7 agencies, 5 agencies, whatever.
Chair Garibian, just to provide a different perspective, you don't necessarily have to make that decision right now at this minute. We just want you to keep that in mind as you guys deliberate through the funding for each of the agencies. At the end, depending on what the committee decides, you can then at that time decide, if we had additional funding, we'd like to give it all to this agency. Or you could say that what you suggested, which is break it down based on percentage. A lot of times the decisions that you make up here are not based on percentages, it's flat values. And so just to avoid breaking it down that way, like if we're providing 50% of the funding of what was requested versus 20% of the funding in comparison to what was requested. So if you want to maybe hold off on that decision till the committee makes a decision as to who you're funding and how much, and you might find it easier to just, if there's additional funding, let's just put it on top of this agency, because we'd like to fund more if we do have additional funding, but at this time we don't. So if that helps the committee in not making that decision right now and making that decision after you decide how to break down the funding, that might help. So just a suggestion.
Very good suggestion.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wasn't saying for sure to make a decision on it. I was just giving that I would recommend to do that versus months down the road in April, meet
The-
again and go discuss it again.
Absolutely. And the other thing you can do is if, for whatever reason, and if we're lucky enough to get another 50,000 or 100,000, your direction can be for staff to come back. So that's the other thing you could
Above a
say
certain
is,
amount.
right. So if you say, if we get an additional 20,000, let's break it out this way. But if we get another 50,000, we as a committee feel more comfortable coming back to make that decision. We're happy to come back as well. So you have that option as well.
All right. Did we answer your question? Good. Okay, let's move on. What's next?
So
Delib-
next is,
This is a continuation of item 3B1. This is the deliberate and approve funding recommendations portion. So you would be having your discussions at this time.
Who wants to go first?
Can I ask a question first before we move on? As right at this moment, we're waiting for YMCA, I guess, coming back and give us some answers. Should we wait, or what do we? YMCA is not here. She's YW.
YW.
YMCA,
I'm
they
sorry.
went out to get the information
I
or answers
misheard.
for our questions. Should we reconsider it, or just let it go? Since we're going forward, we need to start making decisions, and that would be a base factor.
I think we
What
give
to
them
do.
an hour, but has it been an hour? I think, isn't that what Sal says?
Well, we have someone here. We could take it out of
There
order.
isn't. We don't have anybody here.
11 o'clock is an hour.
11 o'clock is what was recommended for YMCA to come back
so
with.
we have
So
time.
about
So-
We have
7
a few more
minutes.
minutes.
I'll ask
don't
some
have
questions.
Okay,
And then
go
a little bit more time will pass as a
Okay.
result. And we'll see if they come back by then. So I guess my question to my fellow committee members is, because there's obviously double the amount of proposal than there is money, so that's a pretty big delta. Is there anything, any single one of these programs that you would eliminate completely?
Oh, you're asking us?
I'm asking it,
Oh.
yeah. Because I think there's two ways about it. You could take the money and kind of sprinkle it across all proposals. You could eliminate one or more proposals in order to concentrate funds in a few places. You're still not going to get to 100% with anyone in either case. It's just a matter of whether or not we want to focus on, less areas.
I think that answer will change depending what the YMCA going to say. So, because we do have 4 agencies, right? 5 projects, but 4 agencies. And if for whatever reason YMCA doesn't comply, then that brings down the agencies. And so I don't think we should eliminate anyone now, not knowing where we're going with that. But if anybody wants to start numbering them first, and then if we see it doesn't work, then we can. Obviously, the top 2, which are the biggest ones, the YWCA and the Catholic Charities, those are the largest 2 numbers from the 580,000 total we have. Anyone has any suggestions for those 2 particular ones? Starting, if there's a project that you want to fund, or all of it, or?
Well, I guess I would come from a perspective, first of all, they're all worthwhile organizations to support. There's no question about that. But I do put some value and weight in my personal deliberation on the fact that with Catholic Charities, we have not given capital funds in a while. In fact, I can't even remember, other than the proposal that was submitted then retracted for the sewer line. I do not recall any other time during my terms of them coming to us with capital. They've always come to us on the social service program side. So I do give some value to that, in that, whereas with YWCA, we've been giving money over a period of time. Home and Men, we've been giving money on a period of time. So I gave some differentiation and value, not to the point of 100% funding, but I would put some weight on that in my kind of personal analysis, just to be even about kind of how we provide these funds over time to different agencies. If YMCA doesn't come back with some answers, as much as I think, they're a very worthwhile organization, the project itself, I think, has some weaknesses that I'm worried about. And I would consider not doing that one, to answer my own first question of if I were to eliminate anything, that would be one candidate for elimination unless they can come back with some clarification on what they're doing with the roof. Home Minutemen, there's two different projects. There's two different approaches, even though Mr. Gorgorian answered my question in his way. Part of the premise of the question was also if you had to eliminate one, which one would be the higher priority? And so there's option one is you could eliminate one of the two proposals and say, I'm only going to provide funding for one of those. The other approach is the way Mr. Gorgorian answered, which is, reduce it, try and give some money to both projects, but reduce them accordingly. So I'm kind of, there's two really big projects here that even those two combined well exceed the available funds. So if I were to start somewhere, I would probably recommend we start with Catholic Charities, personally speaking, from my point of view. See how much of that $353,000 that we want to fund, and then work our way back to the others.
Let me ask you a question. I know it's a difficult one last minute. Can you add 5 columns next to each one of them? So if each one of us has a different number, could we see next to each other? We don't need to see the program names as much. You can minimize that because we're familiar with them. And just add 5 columns next to each one. And as we have our numbers, we can see where, instead of keep changing it and not remembering what we did. Sorry if I
just gotta make the staff work harder, huh?
Look how easy that was, huh?
Wasn't that easy?
They're used to you.
Chair Garibian, while Iris is doing that, we wanted to give you a slight update on the YWCA Lexington project. The amount that they've requested, that is an error up there. It's about $4,600 less, and Iris will include that as soon as she's done.
Like 360 something?
So it'll be $468,075.
Sorry, 468?
75.
Versus 466 it was, right?
It was 472.
Oh, 472, sorry.
So now it's 468.75. They had included their grant writers' fees, and they removed them, so it's been updated now.
472,675, okay.
About 5,000.
Do you want to throw in some numbers since you started it?
No, not yet.
All
I'm
right.
not ready yet.
Who's next?
Who's next?
Mr. Armin is done.
Oh, well.
You want me to go?
Sure.
Okay, well, I would go with the first 3, and my concern about number 5, and I think number 4 is nice, but one that I also would eliminate. I would eliminate 4 and 5.
And you're eliminating 4 and 5 for what reason?
Well, 5, I still have a problem. Remember we got that, and I've never gotten the minutes on that. So I don't need to say any more about that, I don't think. And then on the bleachers, I think that's a good thing, but I think that it's not in the priority that the other 3 are. The need, and though it's valuable, it's very appropriate. I would spend the money on it too, but since we have limited funds, and the need is in the service for the other 3, I think, is demonstrated, and I think in this case, it's just it's a lesser need.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'm a little bit confused. Mrs. Ramirez just said, Commissioner Ramirez, what is it that was not clear? I'm trying to figure out, understand the reasonings, or you said the minutes weren't clear? Which minutes you're talking about? Our minutes you're talking about, or
yeah, our
the
minutes. In the
organization's
past,
minutes?
I have said that I would not support funding the main any capital improvements from the main campus because it's in Los Angeles. And there was, I remember, dissension about that. But that is still, I know, you said, well, you know, it's been approved by HUD. And it's been approved by HUD, and it's been, I have never seen the letter. We just asked Moises, where is it? He's going to try and track it down. But it doesn't matter. At this point, I think we have funded them adequately, if not sufficiently. And they're, you know, pretty much it's all capital improvements and not any programs that we've been funding. So, but my main issue is it is an excellent, outstanding program.
Committee member,
But it's in Los Angeles, and so I prefer that we keep our CIP projects in Glendale.
Chair Garibian, Committee Member Ramirez, just so we are clear, and if staff can provide some clarification, in the past you had asked for a letter from HUD that project outside of Glendale, but that's capital improvement projects outside of Glendale, but that serve the population in Glendale are eligible for HUD funds. Is that what you had requested? Just so we could follow up and make sure
I'm looking at what we're talking about. What I consider when we get these capital improvement projects, they're at least initially, and I don't know if it's changed, that we want to make sure that blight is cleared, and we want all these buildings to be rehabbed, and we can use these funds to do that, and we have done it in the past. And also in the past, we did not have any community centers in South Glendale. We had one gigantic Pacific Park, no community center. And so in South Glendale, we ended up with essentially no place for youth. And so we, as I recall, started funding community centers, and I think, well, Jomenet Ben was one that came up, and then it was raised at one of the board meetings that I was at, that it was in Los Angeles. And so it was left to the city council to decide how are they going to proceed with that. I guess in the meantime, I left the committee, and evidently it was approved. I was later informed that HUD had approved it. And so to me, these are projects that in census tracts that provide services to low, moderate income youth, whatever, but they're to eliminate blight and the slum conditions. And I remember at one time we thought that at the main campus there was slum conditions, and so we funded the bathrooms, I think. And anyway, we've done that, and I think that we have provided funding in Los Angeles for programs, and now the capital improvements for the building. I think that it's not something we should be funding when we have all these other needs.
If I may, Mr. Chair, from what my memory serves, if I serves me right, when I was the chair, and I understand and I believe that you had brought this question and asking HUD and seeing some kind of a communication or understanding that home maintenance, where they are, their location and stuff, it was approved, it was right, it was correct by the regulations, by whatever means there is, the HUD's limitations. And it was answered. It was answered during the following meeting from the staff, by the staff. Also was communicated via email, I believe. The letter was sent out as part of it. I think, but at the end, Mr. Carrillo was in its place then before his retirement, which that was happened. So in my mind, I think that question is already answered and resolved. It shouldn't be a question of their qualifying being a Glendale organization or not, or serving the Glendale community as it needs to be, as it should. So I don't see an issue because I know the answer. The question was answered. I don't know if the staff has any additional answers to that, but in my memory, when I was the chair, that was noted, it was answered, and I think it was resolved. Just my 2 points.
Can I respond?
Sure.
In your mind. So in my mind, it's not satisfactory. That's that simple, okay?
Can we have the staff, instead of we telepathically think what's in our mind, have a realistic legal, so we know, so we don't have to waste their time to apply next year, or we don't have to have this discussion next year?
Chair
I hope it's not a
Garibian.
waste of time, as I
No,
am
not
a
yours.
member.
No, not yours. No, not yours. The agency's
Talking
time.
about the agencies.
No,
the
not
bylaw.
yours. No, the agency's time, or we don't have to have this discussion one way or another. Let's clarify it.
Chair Garibian, members of the committee, I know that this discussion was held about a year ago. I wasn't here, but I will be checking with our HUD field office to get you that letter and to show you proof of what was discussed, and I'll do that follow-up.
Can we have it
And Mr.
specific?
Gregorian said he may have a copy of it.
If I have, I will show it to you.
Can we have it specific to them, not a general answer?
We will try and do it as specific as possible as
So
soon as
then
we.
we don't have to, if they come back next year, maybe they don't need money next year, but if they do.
Let me add that if HUD made this decision, that's a HUD decision. These are taxpayer funds. I'm a taxpayer. I object.
Oh, yeah, sure, absolutely, yeah.
That will
No, I just want to
continue
make sure I'm in legal rights.
Whether you get the letter or not at this point,
Absolutely.
I have already stated, there's a letter out there, and the city council has approved it, and it's been done, and we funded it to a tune of how much?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it is my opinion that it shouldn't be funded any further, and that's the way I look at it as a taxpayer. And as a person sitting here with some kind of a fiduciary responsibility for federal funds. And I think we all have that, including the city council.
Absolutely, everyone does. And that's why we're here.
So, Ms. Ramirez, can you give us some numbers up there?
No, I'll
Okay.
wait for.
All right. Is Nora Lazarian, your comments?
Are we doing, oh, you set up the, okay. I have some.
Following you.
I have some numbers whenever you get to that point. You know, the other thing I would point out to staff, first of all, I wanted to thank you for this funding history. It's provides great insight. As an improvement for the next round, be good to separate it between the social service, because this is a combination, right? Between social service and capital, that'll help as well. But thank you very much. This is, it's great perspective.
Can I tell you the true reason why we didn't do that?
Why?
We couldn't figure out how to do the graph.
2 pages.
Okay, you got another year to figure it out. Yeah, you could do it 2 pages. There you
2
go.
pages. One green, one different color.
Chairman will do it for you.
I'll be happy to be here
He's a volunteer.
anytime. Okay, Ms.
You want me to throw it out?
Please, go ahead.
Just to get it started?
Yes, please.
So barring not hearing back from YMCA, I'm zeroing them out for now. 150 for YWCA. These are, I'm rounding, obviously, here. 150 for YWCA, 300 for Catholic, home and bleachers at 60, and then 70 for HVAC on home and amendment.
This is your column here.
What's that?
I was just pointing out that column F is committee member Armenian's numbers that he
Okay.
just proposed.
Excellent. You can make that pink. Anyone else?
Well, my thoughts were a little bit different because understanding and knowing that most of the YWCA's needs are literally emergency, somewhat maybe health and safety needs, and of course we can't fund all of it. And I was thinking at least that they can prioritize portion of it. And when I was looking at the estimates and stuff, I think somewhere around probably changing the number to about 200, what I had, about 190, about 200,000 for the Y, at least almost to the half of the tune. The second would be the Catholic Charities, tune of about 195, about 200 or something like that, roughly.
I'm sorry,
Sorry,
would you like me to put 195 or?
195. Let's do, if I had, let me get my numbers correct.
She hit it. She hit it. She'll unhide it.
Oh, can
Would you like me to show it?
Yeah, please.
Sure.
That was the whole purpose.
Okay, okay.
There we
you
go. Thanks.
Oh, you're going to be off the page.
Well, we can minimize the B. We can get it smaller.
This one?
Yeah, we don't have to see all the, there we go. Thank you.
Then I guess I would go to, at this point, unfortunately, YMCA hasn't came back and maybe I don't have an answer. So I really don't want to put any more weight on it and wait more as we have to move forward. I would eliminate it completely at this point, not to consider them, unfortunately. I really was hoping, thinking that I would fund them completely, but at this point, I can't do that. I don't have a clear answer. So I would go the balance of it, which is about
185 is the balance now.
you have the number there, you have 395. So, okay, I would fund the bleachers completely, which is the 66,000. In whatever balance left, we'll put it for the HVACs, and I hope this would be the last of the HVACs for some time. And that would be my proposal.
This is your column here, column H.
Sorry?
Your column H.
Column H, yes, thank you.
Okay.
H as a high.
You can write the names on the columns, can't you?
Yeah, it's right there.
So there, yeah.
No, I mean further down.
Right there.
Oh, there we go.
Right there.
There you go.
She's
Ms.
before you,
Ramirez?
she knows what she's doing.
Sorry?
Okay. I would go with the Y, well, let's see, with Catholic Charities, you said 300. I'll support that.
I
And-
said that Mr. Avedisian said 195.
Oh, did he? Okay, I'll go
Yes.
with 300. Oh, he changed his mind, right, because of the other hand
Prioritization,
coming.
yeah.
Okay, all right, and then I would, I think I will give the Y, and even if I don't, I will support the 6,400 for the Y. And then
The
The YMCA.
the YMCA, yeah, 64,000. And then the balance to the YWCA, which is about 200 and what?
16.
260 plus leftover out of 570?
So
Or
based on the,
580? 580?
so yeah, so it would be 216,000 for the YW, and then 300,000 for Catholic Charities and 64,000 for YMCA.
Yeah.
Mr. Ghazzari?
YWCA, I would give 200. Catholic Charities, 220. YMCA, nothing, 0. Other chapter 60.
For which one, bleachers or HVAC? Bleachers?
And HVAC, 100.
Okay, so that would be 100,000.
Can leave it that.
Okay, is it me? So YMCA, we had given them until 11, right? No text, no call, no nothing?
None received at this time, Chair Garibian.
Okay. Well, I don't know if legally we can just eliminate them because they're not here or they didn't answer a question, or do we have to eliminate them because of shorting funds?
I don't think there is no legalities. It's up to us to eliminate anyone.
Due to funds
at any given-
allocation.
Yes.
Whatever your reason, you can
Well,
eliminate
no,
them.
we want to make sure it's the right reason, so
there's
funds
no-
allocation purposes,
It's
The
if we're
right
not
reason for
allocating.
you, right.
Yeah,
Right.
it's whatever reason you deem
We
appropriate.
can't say because they weren't here, because they were here and
Well,
they
the
have
re-
done the paperwork properly.
Right,
send them on
but
an
we were
errand.
also saying that there's a weakness in the paperwork. So that's, the real reason is the weakness in the
Because
paperwork,
the-
not because
In
they're
your
not here.
mind, there's a weakness.
Yeah,
Considering that, the HUD will not even okay
Not knowing if
funds
it's a repair or replacement.
if they are not clear and their application is not complete.
If it
And the HUD will
satisfies
not-
us?
It might satisfy us verbally, but if the paperwork is not correctly, from what I understood from the staff,
Yay.
then they will
Yeah.
not, HUD will not even accept that, regardless what we say, what we accept as a group. But if the paperwork is not accurate or complete as what its application should have been, the HUD may not okay it completely, if I'm
Well,
correct. if
just to
my
be clear
understanding is-
why I have the position I have, just to be on the record and clearly on it, is it does appear to me that they have a need, that the roof needs replacement. But I wanted to know, is the 64,000 going to get a full replacement or not? Because to me, to spend 64,000 on a roof in that condition for just a repair is not a wise expenditure of funds. That roof, I would have preferred, for example, let's say if it's going to cost $150,000 for a new roof, for them to come and say, we need a new roof, $150,000. So I don't know why they approached it the way they did, or maybe I'm wrong and they got a great deal and 64,000 does replace the roof. But there was a disconnect between what they were saying verbally. The application says partial replacement, but verbally when they presented, they said complete. So I at least wanted that clarity in my head. So
Yeah, I saw one of the quotes that says,
you have information,
Yes.
staff? Now that we
That's okay,
spent
go ahead.
all this time talking about it?
Chair Garibian, members of the committee, I just received an email from the executive director of the YMCA. I can read it into the record,
Please.
if you'd like to hear. Hi, Maggie. Attached, please find the detailed scope of work for our Y proposal. We are proposing to replace the flat part roof of the hotel building, which is 6,000 square feet. The rest of the roof is bricks and doing well. We tried to repair the roof through a grant from what used to be a redevelopment agency approximately 20 years ago. That is why it was recommended to us by the 3 roofers we interviewed to replace the 6,000 square foot roof. Also, there was a question about the $3.5 million we received a few years ago. It is important for me to highlight that we used most of the money to repair the membership facility along with what what needed to be fixed at the hotel building at the time. We gave up $240,000 per year of rental from the apartments we used to have on the property. I'm assuming it's then we received what was not a grant, but the deal was a mutual beneficial to all. I welcome any questions you and the committee members may have. I do apologize for not being able to attend the meeting due to a previous commitment that I could not change. He's also attached two of those estimates. The estimate that was missing, page 2, is attached as well. And that's what I have.
That's an email, but where does it take us with the paperwork being, the paperwork we have doesn't say replacement?
Well, there it is, your addendum.
Is that something they called it,
legal
or
addendum,
or
or-
staff called it?
We asked them to go and get us something, and there it is.
No, I'm talking about the original. When in the paperwork it says partial replacement, is that something they called their project partial replacement, or is that something staff?
Committee member Armenian and committee members, the original application signed by the agency, project name is YMCA of Glendale Partial Roof Repair SRO Building.
I think they meant partial roof, is you're not doing the whole roof, you're only doing part of the roof. That's what it reads
But the
to me. That's how
6,000
I read
square
it.
feet that he's referencing is a contiguous, complete part of the structure's roof, and then there's another part, because it's 2 levels, I
Yeah,
think he
2
was saying,
levels.
right?
I do
Flat
believe from the
part.
pictures, there's
Okay.
2 portions of the roof. From the latest email, my understanding will be that they're just going to repair the 6,000?
Which is on part of the structure,
Yes.
Yes,
but a complete part.
yeah.
Sounds like it, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
You had some
Yeah,
questions
so,
about?
yeah, just that part, again, now, is that a legal addendum we can put with the package, or is?
Chair Garibian and committee members, each application proposal that was reviewed had identified weaknesses, and agencies then again provided responses to those weaknesses. With this agency, when we received the responses, staff found that it was inadequate. However, based on today's interview and based on the information provided just to you that was read into the record, I believe that the response should be satisfactory, and we could move forward with the application should the committee decides to review and fund the project.
Okay, thank you. So you guys want to revise anything?
I do, but I need a minute.
You, Mr. Mers, you want to revise since
I
you
wanted
have
to
the-
stay with what I have, because the way I read it, it's a building with 2 roofs.
Yeah, yeah.
And the partial roof is the flat roof, which they adequately described.
That's why I showed the picture. Is this the same roof? Because to me, it didn't look like the same roof.
So that I think we were, when we were in our deliberation, we're thinking that we're only repairing it, partial of it,
Right.
and we should be replacing it. But in fact, that's, the proposal, I think, is just maybe semantics when you initially read it and not, but you rightly pointed out the picture.
Yeah, that didn't make sense.
One question, if I may. Now, again, going back to YMCA's proposal, you mentioned earlier, staff mentioned earlier that part of that requested dollars is administrative cost. So how do we figure that out? That what is the administrative cost that it cannot be part of the CDBG funding, and the rest is the actual cost?
Committee member Avedisian and committee members, as previously requested, when I did request for the budget, and I did mention that any pre-implementation costs will not be granted under CDBG. It is my understanding that I don't have a revised budget as of right now through the email, but again, the committee could decide to review the application based on face value and take the implementation portion of the budget out, and just fund the construction portion of it. But again, it's a discussion that it will be left up to the committee members to decide.
All right, thank you.
Do you want to revise any of your numbers based on YMCA?
Yes, possibly.
Did you want to revise?
Yes, I do, but I need a minute.
Okay, I'm going to throw, go ahead.
I was going to mention to Mr. Armenian, that's in our neighborhood.
What is?
That's a facility that's available to us.
Which one are you talking about?
Oh, no. Sorry. I already made your speech. Yeah, the YWCA. Yeah.
I want to revise my.
Go ahead.
Revise it, YWCA to 160. And Catholic Charity 200.
I'm sorry, your mic is off.
We've been trained.
Catholic Charity 200. YMCA 60. Aura Chapter 60. HVAC 100.
Thank you.
Okay, my numbers revision is the following. So YWCA, leave that at 150. Catholic Charities at 250. YMCA at 64. Bleachers at 50. And HVAC at 66, which is half the amount.
Back. Well, at this point, what I will do, I'm gonna leave the YMCA, YWCA and Catholic Charities the same amounts. I'm gonna allocate roughly about $40,000 to the YMCA roof repair, because I understand there's the cost of administrative and there's not clearance of what exactly numbers are. So roughly about 40,000 that should cover. In the balance of it, which is
40.
Committee Member Avedisian, currently you are over by the 40,000 that you just added.
Yeah. Okay, then it would be, the HVAC system would be 85,000. I'm over. And the main what you call it, the bleachers, I think 60. Did I over-calculate it?
No, that's it.
It balances.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I thought that I over-calculated. Okay. So somewhat, pretty much everyone gets a piece of the pie and everybody gets this portion of their projects to taken care of. I think should be.
All right, let's, is everyone done with the revision?
Didn't that one of the projects for Homenamet need 100% of the funding?
The bleachers.
Yeah.
The bleachers, I think you can do piece. You have to do the whole thing at once.
So why give them 60?
That's how much well, 66,550. Maybe they can revise the change. What Ms. Romero is saying is if bleachers is 66,550 and you can do portion, so can you change that to full requested amount? And we can adjust it.
You mean for everyone?
For everyone, I assume. Can we do
Is
that?
everybody
or-
okay with me doing that for
Well,
them?
no, I mean, they can come up with their own
All
money,
right, they can do
right,
that too.
to
So,
balance it
yeah,
out.
We can leave that.
In
So leave it
in
though.
theory.
Yeah, right now we're just rounding the
I'm
numbers.
sure they can do it.
Yeah.
They could do 100%.
All right, is it me? Let's, with the Y, I'm gonna put, well, what I need mainly, I put these numbers based on projects. So for now, let's put 183,000 for Y. I have 189,000 for Catholic Charities. For the YMCA, let's keep the 60,000, 64,000, or I think 64,000. Bleachers, 66,000. And that leaves me with 78,000 on the HVAC. Can you make the Ms. Ramirez's column smaller so I can?
Are you jealous?
No, because I didn't consider it for a second because it was off. So sorry. I want to make sure I see it. Anyone wants to do any changes? Start. You may have the floor.
It's pretty cut and dry, don't you think?
Well, I mean,
That's a tough one.
let's start with the first line, I guess. Why we have 160, 150, 183, 200, 216. So it starts from 150 up to 216.
I think 200 is the average number, more accurate number.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think it's not average.
It's not 200. It's less than 200.
It is.
Average. I think the average is like 183, something like that.
Well, should we actually do that?
I don't know. Why don't you do the numbers? Let's see if we can have a number.
Yeah, you could do an average.
Well, at 181, 181,000.
So close.
Okay.
All right. You want to keep one more column on the right, just in case?
Recommended, you can just
Oh,
put it
on the recommended, yeah.
And
Just
we can keep changing
I'm
it if
sorry?
need to.
put it on the recommended funding area. You don't need to.
The average.
The average.
Yeah, so to add a column?
So
No,
they're
just put
asking
it
you
in
to
the
put it
recommended.
in that,
Yeah,
yes.
put the average in the recommended for now, just so we can see it.
Same thing that's, what do we have here? Starts from 189 to 300?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so.
so that's
let's
200,
see.
average, 220.
All right.
No.
Might need a little help.
It's about 210. I haven't used
Do I do
calculator,
the-
I promise you. I'm
Oh,
spreading.
great.
Because that's all he does all day.
I'm spreading.
See what happens with those programs?
Yeah,
Just hold it.
it's easy if it works.
Yeah, you hit the right key.
167. Here's the number.
167. The smallest is 189.
It's 250 and 300.
It's just,
210.
I said 220.
Yeah, 210 to 220. I think 217.5.
226.8.
That's close enough. 226.8.
Say 227.
227.
Oh, okay, that makes,
There we go.
we're short, you're short 800. That's good.
But let's keep consider that the last two, because Ms. Ramirez is gone zero, that's why the average changes drastically. Maybe you want to do the average of the last two in 4 instead of 5?
I mean, just to see it.
Just to see it, yeah. Do the average of last two
Should we just do
lines.
that offline? Here, let's do that
I'm,
offline.
I'm sorry, say that again, please?
Don't mess with the formula. Let's,
For the last.
yeah.
For the last two, for home and MN, they were or for ARA, they were asking for you to do the average based on 4 instead of 5. In another column.
So 59, for the bleachers, it's 59.
Just for the last two.
You don't want me to show everything on the last column?
No, just the last.
Okay.
And it's 82.5 on the HVAC.
Anyone wants to change their numbers now? By any chance? Ms. Ramirez? Anyone wants to?
Did you need to ask?
Well, no, I mean, if you guys want to switch around everybody.
No, I'm good.
Okay, Army, you?
I'm good. I don't know. There's not much difference.
Mr. Armenian, Mr. Armenian?
Let's get that final number and then decide on it. That's
Well,
it.
those two are
Go
pretty
on
average.
need, on the need.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to change any numbers?
No, I mean, the average on the, like, the bleachers is kind of close to what I had, which was 50. And the average on the HVAC for home and MN is close to what I had, which is 66.
They're all close, their average has to be close.
No, but I mean, it's closer to mine than the others.
It's closer
So
to
it's
mine,
not-
Yeah,
actually.
this
It's
shows that he's been on the
almost
committee a
perfect
long
as mine.
time.
So I'm not changing those, is what I'm saying.
Mr. Ghazarian, you want to change anything?
I'm okay with going down a little bit on the Y roof,
Go
which
ahead,
is
change
where
it.
the average is.
Give us a number.
I mean, but they're only like I said, the only one that's drastically off from mine in terms of the average versus mine is really the YWCA.
You want to change that number?
So I'm still where I'm at. But if we end up going with the average, I think it works out.
Mr.
Generally
Ghazarian, do you want to change anything?
Yes. I'm gonna do,
Do the first column, you know that, right?
YWCA, do 150. Catholic Charity, I keep saying. And that one I keep saying. And all right, so instead of 60, change it to 70. And
Well,
No,
that's more
the
than what
cap
they
is
asked for.
66, so.
They asked for 66.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so put that back
So
to
you can go to
66.
what they asked for if you.
Right, 66, 66 is fine.
I'm sorry, 66 or 66,550?
That's good. The rest, you can do it in HVAC.
No. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Pardon me?
I don't know, we have to come to a decision somehow, so.
You're keeping your numbers the way it is now?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Armenian?
I'm saying.
Same numbers?
Well, like I said, I mean, the only thing that is slightly off on mine now are with the changes that just were made were on the first two.
Ms. Ramirez, you're fine too, the way it is?
I'm fine.
Okay, I guess we're set. This is the numbers.
So you're fine with yours?
Yeah.
You mean the average? You mean the average?
Chair, Arabian, because we have two columns, J and M, as far as the project bleachers and the HVAC,
Right.
can you guys just clarify which numbers we're good with?
I think we're going to keep the M because the funds actual allocated.
Okay, so we're going to remove the 48,510 and we're going to replace it with the 66,3750. And we're going to remove the 66,490 and replace it with 83,11250, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the Y dropped drastically due to average. Most of us had higher, but it happens.
So then we have a shortfall, or you're over 28,750.
28,000
Over.
over.
Over. So we need to take away from somewhere.
If I may, again, reminder to everybody, again, on the YMCA roof project, don't forget that the costs, they have under 64,000, there's administrative costs that it's included in that 64,000,
Do we
which
have it?
we're
How much
not
is it?
allowed to give them, or they're not allowed to receive. So we have to make sure, when we're adjusting our numbers, consider that. Because that's going to come back, and it's going to, then we're going to have to revise everything else accordingly.
How much is it?
Well,
Do we
the
have that?
Minuteman one's 100%.
No, that's not the question I'm saying. The 64,000, what they're asking for the roof, part of that estimate is also the administrative cost, which it's not approved, it's not allowable by HUD.
We have
Commissioners.
23,000 in material and 11,000 in labor for the YMCA. So that's $34,000 just for labor and material. And remove existing roof 7,700, so I would say 40,000. Am I correct?
Chairman,
Where's the administration? I don't understand what-
Garibian and committee members, if you look at the proposal after the main budget form, not the first page, the second page, where it has the actual detail of the budget, permit fees are not eligible. As well as the general administration, because it's not clear as far as is this part of the construction or it's part of general their administration. So you're looking at it face value based. If we go with the budget submitted, you're looking at about 3,500 that is pre-implementation. If we go by the budget submitted in itself, again, permit, they have 1,000 in there. But I do not see.
They're saying there's a discrepancy.
There's a discrepancy. That's why we've asked for the budget, and that's why this morning I asked for the budget. But just to confirm, we will, down the line, this budget will need to be verified and resubmitted, so we understand that what is the actual total cost of the pre-implementation cost of this project versus the construction. CDBG will only be able to pay construction for this project and all the capital improvement projects.
Right,
Based
but the required budget form,
Materials?
the project budget form,
Includes materials.
shows what is not eligible and what is eligible, and it totals up to 64,000. There's been some revisions on here.
It's not accurate.
What was that based on? There are revisions down, which looks like it's like $2,000 revised down.
Yes, again, we asked, staff, when we did the analysis, we did ask the agency to clarify. As of this morning, we don't have those clarifications, so it is a weakness on this proposal if you're looking at the face value of what the budget was submitted and how many, there was a lot of crossouts. And in the body of the proposal, there were itemized budgets provided, which again is inconsistent. There are some inconsistencies. That is why
Because it includes things that are not eligible.
Yes, and that's why when we ask for response on the weaknesses, we would like to see it, so we'll have a better informative input as staff to give it to the committee members.
Because if you go by the application, just so I'm thinking about this right, which also says 64,000, but includes things that are not permissible, one would conclude that I have to back those not permissible things out, right? If I go by the budget form, which is a couple of pages before that, it also totals 64,000, presumably not including things that are not permissible.
Correct.
So it depends on which one of these pages you're going to go by when you think about the 64,000, which is what I think Committee Member Avedisian is pointing out.
If I'm not
Because in your
mistaken-
numbers, you're backing it out. You're going by the application form and you're backing out non-permissible costs
Correct.
out of the 64.
Correct.
If I'm not mistaken, you're adding the material and the labor, pretty much, that's the number.
Which I think if we look at the
Yes.
recommended column where we have them at 58,000, that reduces it, $6,000 almost.
But I think they have more room based on these two pages that you're looking at, which Mr. Avedisian's number, it's pretty much covers labor and material, which is the 40,000.
Exactly.
So I wouldn't mind changing mine to 40,000, which is how much they can get versus what's permitted and what's not permitted.
Yeah, I would do the same.
So let's change mine to 40,000.
Chair Arabian, committee members, I think just to be clear as far as staff's position on the proposal, the reason that we had identified all of these items as a weakness, and we're hoping that the YMCA would provide a response, just like the other agencies. A lot of the agencies had weaknesses. The opportunity is given to the agency to provide a response which helps clarify some of the confusions and the inconsistencies that we see in the application. As a result, for the YMCA, unfortunately, they weren't able to provide that clarification in advance, and it's really difficult for staff to guide you or direct you as far as what the budgets are, the project budget, and what is eligible and what isn't eligible. Just like Committee Member Armenian said, the budget as it relates to the budget form that was submitted is different from the details that's provided on the application, the funding application. And so it's really difficult for staff to also identify that. And we were hoping that given the opportunity, they would be able to maybe return in person and try to clarify some of that. So again, the committee is welcome to fund it, and I know that there is a need, and you all voiced that as well. Just as staff and as being responsible for making sure that the application is within HUD guidelines and that we're going to be able to justify based on what we have today. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to say that this is the budget or as far as the budget form that was submitted or the details that were provided. Again, the committee is welcome to do what you wish today as far as providing direction, and we'd have to work with the agency to try to get some of that clarification, but those numbers may adjust depending on the full project budget that we receive from them. So there could potentially be more eligible costs or less eligible costs. So, if you do fund them, let's say for the $50,000, it might be more than that they would have been eligible for, or it might be less than that once they revise their project budget. It was not included in the email. My understanding is the email did not include a revised project budget, so we're unable to clarify that at this point. But I just want to disclose that from staff's perspective, that the reason why we're not able to guide you is because we really don't have clear understanding, and we did give the agency that ability to clarify, and you did as well. And unfortunately, even the email doesn't help us clarify the budget portion. It helps explain the project scope, but unfortunately, it also doesn't help us clarify the budget. So please keep that in mind, that we still do need to, should you decide to fund the agency, we do need to go back and try to clarify some of this as part of the the agreement process, and those numbers may change based on what the agency is able to submit.
But I think, when you look at the delta between what they asked for and what's up there in the recommended column, that buys a certain margin where if you were to assume that there are some things that are inconsistent, that are ineligible, would fall within that delta. I'm pretty sure we're not saying that the entire project is not permissible. I think it's clear that it is. It's just a matter of how much of it. So I think what I'm getting at is there's enough of a delta between the 48,000 and the 64,000, in my opinion, that it gives us a little bit of that margin to, when they clarify the budget, where they'll come in with the numbers reduced from the 64,000 that are ineligible. So I'm more comfortable, given these discrepancies, going with that 48 $200,000 amount, so that there is that margin that hopefully they will come, I'm confident they will come back. I mean, we all know, you know, the YMCA operation is a legitimate operation. It's unfortunate that their application has this weakness, but I do feel like there's the need. And I would hate to, given especially the experience with the weather that we've seen so far, for them to go a whole nother cycle, to have to come back to do the roof. So that's kind of where I stand.
Just to quickly, under column of Mr. Armenia and mine, the 24,000, is that the difference? Is that something that it's?
Chair Garibian, as a result of you reducing
To
the
40.
amount recommended for the YMCA, now you both have a surplus of 24,000.
Okay, just want
That
to
can
make sure.
be,
I'll pass that, in my case, I'll pass that to HVAC system. Mr. Armenia.
Yeah, I'm thinking for a second. So the 40 there.
Just to clarify for the committee, even though you're changing your numbers within your column, it's not impacting the total because I believe we went in and we adjusted some of those numbers. So the last two right now are not formulas. So if you're expecting them to update, we'll change
it's not
those to formulas,
I can make them
correct?
into
So as
formulas
you
if I-
change your numbers, the average is not changing. So we can change those to formulas if you're still trying to average it out.
Okay.
Would you like us to change it to the average now, or would you like to leave the funding as is? We can put in the formula so you
Let's
see.
put the formulas
Okay.
in, so it's.
would you like it divided by 4 or 5?
Well, the top 3, 5, and then,
The bottom 2, 4?
right. You want one too many.
With the average,
And my 24 to the HVAC.
so
as
the
well.
average,
No, they wanted this one divided by 4, these two.
The bottom 2, right?
Yes, correct. But the top 3 are divided by 5.
That is great. So we're over by 31?
31,
the average.
150,
That we're over.
correct.
Okay, anybody has ones from the right column, anybody wants to take 31 from any of those 5 columns?
I still,
You can take from one
unfortunately,
agency or 5 agencies.
unfortunately, I'm still not comfortable with the YMCA project, and I'm thinking that the project is going to come back and not get a beat and come back, and the funds will be just sitting there. They won't be able to do the project
And
with.
why? With that
Because
amount?
of a smaller amount, and what I understand that there's not many contractors out there that they want to touch this type of project with this amount in the amount of paperwork that they have to do above and beyond the job itself. So they,
Especially with this weather.
yeah, they don't want to do the job for that kind of a cost.
But just to
So
be
my-
clear, what we're saying is, we're allocating 48, they still have to come up with the difference, assuming there's a contractor that'll
If-
do it for 64.
If,
We're not saying contractor does it for 48. I mean, I don't think you'll find a contractor that'll do it at that price range.
that's exactly, yeah. That's what I'm saying, that most likely they're not going to be successful finding, that's
The
what I'm
extra
thinking.
money?
Finding an actual contractor that is willing to take on the job, whether it's 64,000 or 48,000, the
It's probably more.
amount of the job, the scope of the job, what it is, it's so little for a contractor to process, go through the paperwork of the process to do the job.
So what are
That's
you-
I'm
what are
trying
you
to say.
suggesting?
And my recommendation is that the difference, let's just, unfortunately, let's just give the difference to everybody else.
So you're saying zero out
Zero them
YMCA?
out and give the entire, that 70 some odd thousand, whatever it is, to the Catholic Charities and the YMCA.
YWCA.
Yeah.
Well, pretty
I
much
mean,
the
YWCA,
31,000.
No, it's not 31,000.
No,
If
no,
you
no.
take out the entire, I'm
No, I
thinking
know.
to take the entire YWCA, YMCA
I
out.
see, entire.
Completely take the YMCA out and add
doesn't
that
leave a whole
dollar
lot
amount
anyway.
completely to divide it
It's
to.
48 minus 31, that's the amount you have to play with.
I'm not in favor of that.
Yeah,
Really
that
what
was
you're talking about is 17,000.
17,000. Because
If you
48
take
minus
YMCA out, you have 17,000 to redistribute.
30, because 31 we're over, so 48 out, 31 difference.
Right. Give it to the other two organizations, either the YWCA or the Catholic Charities. I think we should be done with that.
Ms. Ramirez, your suggestion for the 31,000, how do you want to balance that?
I wanted to stay with the YMCA.
Well, you still have to
No,
come
no,
up with 31.
31,000, where do you want us to move the 31,000 over we have?
And the last column, the bottom, we have 31,000 over. So we have to take it off from somewhere.
Well, I mean, if you follow her thing, she was zeroing out the hominid men, so
Yeah. How can
it
I?
would come
how
from
can-
somewhere.
How can I, you want me to take the money that you gave him? I
So-
mean, you got three.
What I'm
so
saying,
it's not gonna work.
what I'm saying is Ms.
You got three
Ramirez's
votes, four
opinion
votes
is
there.
already
You're
clear.
right.
So what's the point of me doing any of that, right? You guys are, it's your game.
Okay.
I mean, not game, but,
I understand.
you know, the ball's in your court, let's say.
Mr. Armenian?
Well, I come back to, I have a similar concern on the YMCA. So
You didn't a
I
while ago.
probably, what's that?
You didn't a while ago.
No, I did. Remember, I was originally at 0.
I know.
You want some time? We can-
Yeah.
Mr. Kazarian, we're over 31,000. Any suggestions how you would want it?
I would do the one, instead of 150, make it 140.
No, don't change the numbers, but overall, what's your idea for now?
No, for YMCA, I'm sure they had talked to the contractors, or they have some idea what the cost's gonna be. That's what they presented.
You're talking about the 64,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not gonna take it out, I'm just gonna leave it the way it is. Let them come with the response, proof that they can fix it with that. If not, they have the money. If they come up with some paperwork that they can do it with that amount, let them do it. I'm not gonna take it out of it. Keep it the same.
So where did you say you want to take the 31 out from the,
I would, if I want to divide, I would take it from, change it, I have to change it if
Right.
I'm not gonna take it out of one person.
change it from the other 4 agencies?
Yes.
Equally or one particular one?
I would do 150, change it 150 to 140. And change the 200 to 180. And different from number 5, whatever the difference.
To number 5?
Yeah. Or if you add it, it's gonna go up. Where you gonna take it out? Oh, it's-
Yeah, you can't give more.
Okay, can I, Chair Garibian, committee members, can I suggest maybe we just adjust the final column instead of your
That's what
own?
I was trying to
okay.
do, that, but that's why I asked Mr. Gazer not to change it first. Overall, just wanted to know his idea, what he wants to go at. So if we know you want to keep YMCA the way it is and adjust among the other 4, that's your idea. So if we do, we can just adjust, his suggestion is, so we can adjust the last column and not to touch the YMCA. But your suggestion was To remove YMCA, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. and,
Correct. Because I really can't see, unfortunately, I really feel bad, but unfortunately, I cannot see that that project is going to go forward.
Ms. Ramirez already said the way it is to leave YMCA and
And
everything else.
Ronnie did.
That is correct. And Mr.
Not
Armenia?
Ronnie, you're Ronnie.
My mom does the same thing. Calls my brother Ronnie.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Well, yeah, I mean, we're 31,000 off until Mr. Armenia thinks about it. It's not a big number. We do have, we're almost keeping everybody happy there. I think this Cali Charities versus Y, they both had big projects. I did my numbers based on their projects, not based on dollar amount. So I went over the lighting, the flooring, the ADAs, and so on and so forth. So that's what originally I had 183 for Y, because I funded almost all the projects except the bathrooms and the tile roof, because the tile roof actually was too expensive from what I saw. But nevertheless, I did based on projects. Same thing with the Cali Charities. I did based on projects. So for now, I see Cali Charities are 226 average based on my 189 that I picked projects, and all the ADA was in there. I left out the kitchen cabinets and pantries and all that stuff, so I didn't think those were so urgently. So if I do want to revise anything just to take a 31,000 lump sum, I would take it off the Cali Charity, because based on projects that I saw, 189 was sufficient to fund most of their emergency or needed projects, including, but landscaping and cabinetry I left out. So if it were, my suggestion would be just take out 31,000 off of Cali Charities.
So make that 195, 650.
Right. That would be
Would you
my
like that
suggestion.
reflected?
No, I'm just, everybody take their notes in their minds.
Just write it at the end.
So that's where I am.
Okay.
Is it clear, Ms. Ramirez, my suggestion?
I don't like it.
No, as long as you understood what I said. Yeah.
Well, that'll teach them not to submit for 2 or 3 years,
No, actually.
because
should-
they haven't submitted for quite a while.
Actually, it
No,
gives
that's
them,
not-
because
not
the
the
only thing
point.
I did not fund, it was just kitchen cabinets and
No,
landscaping.
But look at the funding that went down. Look how much it went down.
Right. But the paint of outside paint, like for example, these are stuff I didn't put in the budget because of why I had a bigger budgets too. Those two are the biggest. I mean, those two only $800,000, just those two. So I try to keep everybody happy.
Yeah, I'm not into keeping everybody happy.
I know. I can't do that.
It's not about happy.
No, I know. No, happy meaning they're all needed. We're familiar with all the agencies.
It is about need.
Yeah, all the agencies we're familiar
There's
with.
no
they're all
agency
needed.
that doesn't need, and doesn't really justify their work, but you only give so much.
You and I need.
Oh, that's a different
So,
story.
based on what you're saying, just to put the number out there verbally for the 31, if it comes out of Catholic Charities, that would reduce them to 195, 650, right?
Right.
Leave the rest all as is, correct?
Exactly.
I think the other opinion is what Mr. Avedisian said, which is remove
Amazing.
YMCA and take that difference, which is about 17,000, and redistribute to YWCA and Catholic Charities. Right, Mr. Avedisian?
Correct. I can live either dividing it in two or just give it to one. Either or.
And you're not touching Homeneme.
With the bleachers, it's one piece. We can't touch that. The HVAC,
Well,
it's already
it's been
dropped.
touched. It's lower than what they're
It's lower,
requesting.
that's right. And the HVAC is dropped. That's cut too.
Yeah, but your point is you can't piecemeal, you can't phase a bleacher project. You're either doing it or you're not doing it.
Which they're paying
With
for
the
the
si-
roof
With the
difference.
60, they'd have to come up with the
That's
difference.
10% more.
Yeah.
And
The HVAC, they could phase it they just do less of the units that they're proposing to do?
I
Or they
think-
come up with the difference?
I think when I saw the numbers was like almost 8,800 per unit. So if from 132 we're down to 95, that's about 40,000. That's about 3 units, so almost half of their project. Well, it was 60% of their requested amount. They wanted 9, this would do 6.
They're entitled to 0, in my opinion.
That's right. I agree with you. So,
Just wanted to ask, we kind of skipped the comment section. So are you open to going back to public comment? Because we have somebody who wants to make a comment.
It's required.
Chair Garibian, just to put it on record, we do have somebody in the audience who would like to make a public comment. She asked if she's allowed to. I said that we had already passed that section, but because we didn't realize that there was anybody out there, I asked if you would be willing to take a public comment from somebody in the audience.
absolutely, yes.
Right now, because we're at the end of this section, so if Chair Garibian's open to it, she could come up and make her comments.
Absolutely,
At
sure.
this
But
point?
Isn't that out of order?
No. As part of this section, at 10:15, we had identified a public comment period, but because we didn't realize that there was somebody who wanted to make a public comment, we didn't ask Chair Arabian, but we did have that identified on the agenda. So just to be abiding by the rules, we do have to allow whoever wants to make a public comment to make a...
On the agenda item, on the item.
It is on the agenda item, correct. As part of your agenda, at 10:15, we had identified public comment, and we just skipped that because we didn't have a card and we didn't realize that there was anybody out there who wanted to make a comment.
So just to clarify, we will need a card to be filled out. It could be done after, that's fine, but.
You could fill it out after if you'd like.
Okay, come on up, yeah.
Thank you for taking my public comment. I just want to, first of all, thank you all so much for considering the YWCA Glendale for funding. I just want to be on the record just to talk a little bit about the process of applying for this funds. It takes a lot of staff time. We invested a lot of resources. We made sure our architect was here. We did all the work to submit an application on time. And then when we had weaknesses, we responded to our weaknesses on time, and they were all responded well. So it seems a little, I just really, when I've sat here through the process listening to how decisions are made, I would really hope that the committee decides to think about a more better criteria for making these decisions, because it just seems like organizations that have really spent a lot of time and effort, that have shown and proved that they have the capacity to do this project, are not being given the same weight as other organizations. And so I just feel really strongly that we really follow the rules that are set out in application, because what purpose does it make for us to spend all the time and effort if we know we can then have the decision be swayed by turning an incomplete application? And so I just think it's really important that the committee think about criteria in the future around the funding for these applications, because it does take a lot of time and resources. So thank you.
Thank you. Any more cards? Anyone else wants to make comments? No? So we're going to close the public comment section.
Maybe I would like to comment on that. That if they are incomplete, we shouldn't get them.
And I don't think anything is incomplete, correct? Otherwise, we would not have gotten them.
The applications, just to clarify on the record, Chairman Garibian and committee members, all applications, all proposals are complete in submitting. However, when the staff reviews these proposals, there are weaknesses identified. And those responses are requested by staff, and there's guidelines and time frame when the agencies are supposed to return those responses to staff. With that said, each agency provided their responses. After fact, we do review those responses. At some point, we will make sure that it's whether or not those responses are adequate or inadequate. In YMCA's scenario, the responses provided was inadequate, meaning it was incomplete. We
Why did
needed
we
more
get it?
information. I'm sorry?
Then why did we get it?
Because it's a proposal that it needs to be reviewed, and
It still qualifies.
It still qualifies. Staff is just saying that as a complete packet, the response provided is inadequate, meaning we need more information to have this. Whether or not the committee decides on the overall funding, that's a committee decision. But application has been provided, proposal is there. Again, we needed clarification on the budget, the entire application, whether the description of what the entirety of the project is.
Then it's appropriate, the way it's played out over here.
The process has been handled accurately, correct. It's just the inadequacy of or incompleteness of the information that we're requesting.
But the process here is adequate.
To my knowledge, yes.
Chair Arabian, Committee Member Ramirez, as staff, we do provide you with whether we think the proposal is strong or weak as based on the weaknesses, and we do, I believe you do have a sheet that says whether it's adequate or inadequate, meaning that the responses received answer the weaknesses that we had identified or did not. Staff is not able to make those decisions, so if the proposal is submitted and the packet is submitted and it is submitted on time, we are required to present it to the committee because you are the decision-making body. You do look at staff's recommendation based on our opinion whether the documentation submitted is adequate or inadequate, but at the end of the day, ultimately, it's your decision here as a body. Your decision is taken to council, so ultimately they are the decision makers, but of course based on your recommendation. So it's up to the committee to look at what staff has prepared in relation to what has submitted to us and make that decision. And that's why we try to get you the packets as early as possible to give you that opportunity to look at staff's responses to the proposals, our opinion based on whether the responses were adequate or inadequate. But at the end of the day, staff does not get to determine who's funded and how much, the committee does. And so that at that point, it's up to you to make that decision and provide your recommendations based on what you see in front of you.
I think that might be a response to our speaker.
And Chair Garibian, members of the committee, just for the record, I'm going to state her name. The person giving the public comment was Tara Peterson from the YWCA.
Thank you. I'd like to make my suggestion. I think I'm going to support Committee Member Avedisian's proposal, whereby I would zero out YMCA, and that will cover the shortfall. And then the remaining amount I would apply to YWCA, which I think is about another 17,000. Was that what you said, Mr.
Correct.
Avedisian?
Yes.
We're still short, though.
No.
No, we're not. If we do that, we're not.
About Mr. Gazarian, did you understand their proposal?
Yes.
And you're still sticking to your remaining the same, or you want to change anything? I mean, you can't remain the same. We have 31,000.
I'll probably change it to,
They have 3 votes, we're good.
No, why? We should all be, you may.
yeah, I'll probably change it to take it out of Catholic charity based on the project you said.
Leave the YMCA the way it is.
Yes.
Sorry,
So
I'm confused.
he's going with my suggestion of take the 31,000 from Catholic charities and leave everybody else the same, versus you two wanted to remove YMCA.
Oh, okay.
So he's siding with me, and you are siding on independently, or you can pick one of the two.
What did you finally decide?
My suggestion was to take out 31,000 difference from Catholic charities and leave the rest the way it is.
If I may just move it along, I think there's 3 people on this body currently that are saying YMCA should be funded, correct? So that's the majority. So that takes that option that Mr. Avedisian and I
Oh,
were
no, we're
talking
not
off the table.
voting, we're not voting on we should take them out or leave them in.
No, but there's three people that are leaving them in.
Well, no, right now we're working on the numbers.
I know, but what I'm saying is there's three people that are leaving them in, so that takes that option off
I
the
don't
table.
agree with that sentence. We're not leaving them in or taking them out. Are we funding them 60, 40, or 0? They are in. Whether I'm funding it for it or not, it's a different story.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, you're saying they're out. They're not legally out.
I'm
They're
not saying
in.
they're legally out, but I'm saying there's three votes here that are saying.
It's not a
they
vote.
want to.
We're changing numbers.
Okay, but what I'm saying is there are three people on this body that are saying that the YMCA should be funded, correct or not correct?
No, we're going on suggestions of numbers.
I understand what you're saying.
I know what you're saying, but that's not the way we should put it.
No,
Right now, we're discussing to change in numbers to come up with the 31,000 shortfall. Two members recommended to remove the YMCA to come to that 31,000 shortfall. I suggested to cut from the Catholic Charities to come up to the 31,000. Mr. Gazarian say the same thing. Now I'm asking Ms. Ramirez if she has any idea beside these two ideas out here, or if you want to take side with any of the two.
Well, I don't want to side with you because you're taking from where I think is one of the greatest needs and where, 100% of the funding goes to low income in those census tracts. So I really am for absolutely funding those projects and those programs that are in those census tracts and that meet our criteria, the needs assessment. And I weigh heavily on the needs assessment. So
So you don't want to change anything for the 31,000 to go anywhere? Any suggestions at all?
yeah, I would take the 31,000 and put it back to Catholic Charities.
Okay,
No,
Mr.
we said we're over 31,000. If you want to remain to your numbers the way it is without,
To my numbers, yes.
okay, so
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to make a motion so we can move forward, or else we're going to keep going back and forth and we're not going anywhere. I'd like to make a motion as we stand right now in the suggestions that has been made, and we can bring it down or not, and then move on to the next motion. To my motion, I make a motion to give the funds as of right now, the YMCA project to $197 and $450, to Catholic Charities of $195 and $650. YMCA Project 0. Home Amendment Bleachers Project, $60,637.50. And the Home Amendment HVAC Project of $95,112.50. And this is my motion.
We have extra money.
no, let her total look.
Can I bifurcate that motion?
Hold on.
Let's see the number.
Now you have extra money now.
Now you have extra
Yeah,
money.
because the zero
Chair, are
happened,
you-
that one.
I think what we had talked about is leaving Catholic Charities at 226. You lowered them.
That's.
Yeah, put the Catholic Charities to 26.
Sorry, yeah.
226,800.
I think
for
that's,
Catholic
yeah,
Charities.
that's where my mistake was.
Okay.
No?
Yep.
No, it makes sense. All right.
So you are
Okay.
revising your motion, committee
Yes,
member?
I revised my motion. The Catholic Charities stays at $226,800, YMCA $197,450, Home Amendment Bleachers $60,637.50, and Home Amendment HVAC System project of $95,112.50, totaling of $580,000.
Go ahead.
Chair Garibian, if there's a second on the motion, we could take a vote. Otherwise, the motion will die and a new motion needs to be introduced.
I would like to bifurcate it. if I
First, the
could.
chair has to call for a second.
It hadn't been seconded, so can I bifurcate?
Well, no, I didn't call for a second yet. Are you calling for the
Yes,
second?
this is the
Okay,
second
I
one.
second it.
Committee
Okay,
members?
made and
Now you
second, can I bifurcate the motion so that I can vote individually on each applicant?
Chair
proposal.
Caribbean, Committee Member Ramirez, I will be honest with you, I don't have an understanding of what that process is.
Okay,
Would
you
you
vote
mind
on each
explaining
one.
to me? You would
Vote
like the
individually
committee to
per
vote?
line?
Per line,
Per organization.
yeah.
Sure. I think, I'm sorry, if I'm understanding correctly, based on the motion and second, I would take a roll call, but for each individual item, because you want to be able to say if you agree with each individual one or not.
Yes.
Anyway, the roll call or will be per agency anyway, not as a whole.
No, the motion is one motion.
It's one motion.
So I mean, my understanding is, of the rules, is that there's a motion on the table, it was seconded, the motion is all of them together. So if people disagree with the motion,
That's
then
why
they're
we bifurcate.
then they're welcome to vote against the motion. And if it does not pass, then an alternative motion can be introduced.
No, that's not my
I don't think
understanding.
bifurcation is a possibility, because that's not the way the motion was made.
But that's why I made the amended motion.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I think if I'm the maker of the motion, if I don't accept any changes to my motion, I stand to my motion. So the motion has been made and seconded, so I'll call for the question.
So you're saying you do not accept the amendment to the motion?
Correct.
Okay.
It's happened before.
It can happen. At this point, I don't agree with the suggested motion
Chair
or
Caribbean.
suggested changes.
Chair Caribbean, members of the committee, if it pleases you, staff can check with our legal department to get clarification as to whether, or how to handle this situation, if it's possible or not.
I think we should take 3 minutes recess until we get
He
that.
just made a
legal
motion and was second.
Well, I believe,
Let's
if I
clarify the
may,
legal aspect.
let's hear the legal aspect of definitely, but I believe from my personal experience in any committees or any meetings, that if there was a motion and there was a second, the motion has to be approved. If there was a suggestion for amendment, if the maker of the motion does not accept the amendment or accepts the amendment, then an amendment will be applied, and the second has to accept the amendment also. In this case, the maker of the motion has not accepted the amendment, so motion stands as it is, and it has to be voted on. It can be voted down, then the new motion with a different means can be suggested.
That's my understanding as well.
But my idea was just to vote on every one separately.
I know, but that's a separate idea than what's been
That's what's called an amendment.
introduced.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. And the amendment was not accepted by the person who
We
introduced the
put that down,
motion.
the amendment was not accepted by the committee.
Not the committee,
The
by
maker
the
of the
person
motion.
who
By
introduced
the
the
maker of the
motion.
motion, that's even better.
Chair Garibian, members of the committee, would you like to take a short
Yeah, let's take
couple
3
minute-
minutes
2
until the
3-minute
legal
recess?
comes back. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Let's hope they're here.
There she
Okay,
is.
she's back, okay. I guess
Oh,
we're
she's
done.
running.
Don't run. We have time.
Sorry. Chair Garibian, members of the committee, I just went to legal to get clarification on that because we never had been asked to bifurcate a motion after there was a second. If a motion is made and there is a second, a vote must be taken. If the motion fails, then a new motion could be submitted to take the vote individually. But if the motion passes, then it's done.
Did you ask about the bifurcation?
I did.
And
I
what did
said,
it say?
can we bifurcate once a second is made? A motion is made and there's a second. We can't bifurcate at that point because there's a second. So they need to vote, the committee needs to vote, and if it passes, then it's done. There's a vote, majority vote. If it fails, then you can introduce a new motion asking to take the vote individually, which is basically bifurcating. So ask to take, propose a motion to take the vote individually by agency.
Well, that doesn't make sense, because if your motion passes 4-1, and then a new motion, what's the purpose of a new motion?
No, then there won't be a
Then-
new
then
motion.
there won't
Well,
be
of
a new
course,
motion,
it
correct.
would be. I could make a new motion.
If the motion that's on the table passes, then there would be no new motion because majority of your committee has voted on what was proposed in the motion.
So then there is
So-
no option for an amendment or a bifurcation.
Once there is a second, no. So a motion is made and a second is called for and a second is made, then there's no option for bifurcation, is what the legal team explained.
Motion has to be voted on
I get
and voted
that.
down
I get
in
it.
order for a new motion as what you are suggesting to be voted one by one or however way that you want to. So the motion that I have made and been seconded
second
has to be voted on, whether voted for or against, voted down or voted up. And once that's done, if it's voted down, then anyone can make a new motion bringing up the process or the way, however way they want the motion to be stated.
So what are you going to put on, in the minutes? His original motion or his revised motion?
He's only made one motion.
He made two.
No, I made one motion, well, correction. I
And
made
you-
a
and you
correction.
revised it. And you
I
revised
made a
it.
correction. I did
On
the
the
second
numbers.
motion, actually. The first motion that I made, it wasn't seconded. So I came back and did a second motion, which was I can reinstate it to make sure that everybody is clear. I start with, my motion is to fund YWCA project for
I'm sorry, I'm
$197,000.
going to stop you. Why are you repeating it?
Yeah, we've already, it's clear. The only thing that was incorrect was that the numbers didn't.
For clarification.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it, I'm just.
I don't want to
trying to
repeat.
clarify it.
So you have made a
Clarification.
motion, the numbers were different. Doesn't mean your motion will pass.
No. That's how it works. You got to make a motion and let it write, whatever it is.
Okay, so the motion was there, the number you made corrected it. After correction, a second was done.
Correct.
All right.
So we call for the question.
Should I proceed with the roll call?
Yes, please.
Can you read the motion? Without the numbers?
Pardon me?
Just read the
numbers are
motion.
The numbers are the motion, Committee Member Ramirez. The motion would be to fund the agencies as proposed with the numbers. So she would have to read the numbers into.
That's okay.
Okay.
Committee members Armenian,
Yes.
Kazarian.
No.
Ramirez,
No.
Vice Chair Avedisian,
Yes.
Chair Garibian.
Yes.
Motion carries.
What's the number?
It's 3-2.
Okay, thank you. So that stands.
What's next?
26.
Next on
Adjourn?
the agenda is a recess for lunch.
Okay. How long is the lunch?
Chair.
Now we have like 10
Garibian,
minutes.
Members of the committee,
12:45.
did you want to discuss before lunch, did you want to discuss if there is additional funding, how you would like to proceed with that additional funding, at the possibility of additional funding from HUD?
Again, my suggestion was originally to, depending the numbers, if it's too big or too small, and depending on that, we either have to meet again or we just have to take a percentage.
Can I,
You want to define it?
may I ask a question? If whatever the dollar amount is, per se, today, we just make a decision to be notified, for us to be notified. Is it possible, is it legally okay if we can vote, take a vote online or via email?
Oh,
or
it has to be a
anything, or
pub-
we
has
have
to be a
actually
public
meet?
meeting.
We have to actually
Has
meet.
to be a
Okay.
public meeting.
Must be a public.
What we could do is, we could make a motion, and this is what I'm considering, where if it's up to $25,000, reallocate to XYZ agency. It could be one agency, it could be multiple agencies, it could be across everyone. And if it's over 25,000, bring it back to a meeting. Something of that nature could provide some staff guidance.
Okay.
I doubt it's going to be another $500,000 coming in. So,
wishful thinking.
It could even be less, right?
There is a possibility it could be less. It just depends on the entitlement formula amount.
Which is more likely?
Wait.
More is more
Just
likely.
wait.
More is more likely.
Let's hear Mr. Gazarian, Mr. Ramirez, your ideas, suggestions.
I don't,
Any idea? Mr. Gazarian, anything?
I would say percentage-wise, whatever they get divided to.
You want to put a cap on it if it's over or below any certain dollar amount? Why don't we have a motion if there is one that's here?
Okay. As motion would be if the amount of additional amounts up to $25,000 to be allocated by funded to the funded organization with the same percentage or certain percent. I have to put a certain percentage, I guess.
Requested versus funded.
I guess based on the funded percentage? Based on the funded percentage?
Meaning the least percentage.
Like that, the requested versus funded. Like right now, for example,
It's funded.
YWCA got funded 42% of the requested amount.
Correct. So the percentage would be the 42% of whatever the dollar amount is.
look at that.
That doesn't add up because
No?
you can't add them all up. That's
Yeah,
more than
it
100%.
doesn't, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't work that.
Those percentages are pretty interesting.
I think to
aren't
make it
they?
easy, let's just,
says
because
9.1,
we don't
it's
know,
not
it could get
91.
complicated. We're just gonna
says
leave
nine-
it.
Can I make I'll make a motion. I make a motion that up to $25,000 of extra money would be applied to YWCA since they are the least percentage of funding based on their proposal. If it's more than 25,000, that we come back to a meeting.
Second.
Roll call, please.
I'll go for that.
Committee members Armenian,
Yes.
Gazarian,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Avedisian,
Yes.
Chair Garibian.
Yes,
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
we're adjourned?
We would be in recess.
For 10 minutes.
Yeah, on recess.
Recess.
Lunch recess.
Well, we have
For
people
lunch,
coming
for
in
how-
at 12:45, right?
How long would you like?
What is?
That is correct. Originally, we are
We have 10
very
minutes.
behind.
So we have 10 minutes. Eat fast. Don't choke.
15 minutes or half an hour?
Special meeting for social services.
Yes, that is correct. The next item is 3B2, conduct interviews with social service applicants and deliberate and approve funding recommendations.
Chair Garibian, members of the committee, we're going to begin the social services presentations this afternoon, starting with Salvation Army's The Zone program. We invite the Zone up for their interview.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
First of all, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to once again be here and share with you not only what the Zone program has been able to do in all of the years, but what we're hoping to do in the future. My name is Lieutenant Jennifer Shiflett, and my husband Justin and I are the officers that oversee the Glendale Salvation Army. And as you are aware, the Zone After School program has and will continue to serve those that are in the 1st through 8th grade age level. And these are children that come from families that are considered low income. We have an opportunity Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. to impact these children's lives in a way that most of them wouldn't otherwise have. They have an opportunity to receive the homework help. They receive experiences with art, sports, and all of the different resources that we're able to provide that most of the time their family members are not able to provide for them. This coming year, we're looking to expand our program. Many of the children that we have loved on and cared for over the years are now headed into that, if not currently already in that 7th and 8th grade realm, so that they are aging out of our program. They still have a need to be cared for and helped. And we don't currently have the resources and the programs in place. So we're wanting to expand our program to not stop at 8th grade, but continue to provide service up to 12th grade. We're looking at bringing in resources to help with gang-related and drug activity programs to help keep our children in healthy activities, keep them away from the streets, keep them away from activities and people that are not going to help them flourish into the people that they need to be. So with that, we've increased our funding ask, as you'll see in the application, with the hopes of being able to increase the program and the services that we provide.
Thank you. Any questions?
So in terms of the amount that we allocated last year, which was half that amount,
That is correct.
that would cover what part of the program versus the 50?
So with the increased ask, I think is what you're asking me, salaries would go to $13,650 of that $25,000 increase. The remainder would go to programming.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is to continue what we provide funding for last year, that's around that 25,000. And then more than that is what's going to expand the program into the older age category. Did I hear that correct?
Unfortunately, we lost a grant that we have been recipients of for the many years through the LA County Probation Department. It was $86,000, and they chose not to renew the grant this year. I don't have an answer as to why. We've reached out with no avail, and so we are looking to need funding to continue the program as well with the loss of that grant.
Okay. So it's not that you're expanding the program, it's the shortfall from the
It's
loss
both.
of the grant?
It's both.
Okay. What amount of the increase is the shortfall versus the expansion of the program?
Hi, everybody. So the additional $25,000 that we're asking, it's been separated. So $13,650 is for salary. The rest will go for program to buy the different supplies, to buy additional computer equipment, because we want the kids to have also access to computer access to continue to do homework. Again, the program will be to assist them doing homework and also have them participate in the extra activities that the younger kids will do. So combine the additional $25,000 will be for the additional 20 kids that we're wanting to serve, in addition to changing some of the younger kids that are currently in the smaller program into the teen program, if that makes any sense.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
She's my numbers brain.
Everyone needs one of those.
That's right.
He's my numbers.
I'm going to say we all need somebody smarter than us next to us.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely the
There you go.
Anyone else? Any questions? Mr. Ramirez?
Especially you need us in the zone area, right?
Yes.
Which is
Excuse me, Chair, Committee Member Ramirez, if you could turn on your mic, please. Thank you.
Armik, any questions?
Honestly, no. Besides praising Salvation Army for what they have done, what they continue to do, and I have been somewhat participant in the past years and seen and known what Salvation Army does, and I believe with their mission, with their work that they do. I don't know, honestly, unfortunately, that how much amount, what dollar amount we can or we will be appropriating for your request. But however, if you don't at this point, if you don't get your full ask, how you're going to be leveraging it, or what you're going to do with it.
Well, I like to
Without
take
feeling
the
it.
approach of being proactive instead of reactive. So we've already reached out to our divisional headquarters, and we are preparing a mail appeal for the city of Glendale through our contacts with the donors of the Salvation Army, and we're trying to raise the funds that have been lost through the probation grant that we lost. And we have increased that number to offset in the hopes. We hope to receive this amount, but in case we don't, we're trying to be proactive in that white mail appeal.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Secretary? Just quickly, when you say you lost funding just for this program? It's only for this program? Okay.
Only for this program.
All right, just to make sure. And then this is an after-school program?
Correct.
By year goes 12 months or 9 or 10 months?
That is correct. We do offer programming during the summertime as well.
But the hours aren't the same, obviously.
We adjust them. In the past 3 years, we've done from 9 to noon in the morning. This year, we're looking at going to an all-day structure, 3 days a week, in the hopes of being able to offer more to the children. That 3-4 hour time frame doesn't give us much time to do anything with them, so.
And within the same budget, though, right? All those.
Yep.
Okay. And I noticed one of equipments, Chromebooks, computers. I think you're adding 10 more. You already have 30, adding 10. Am I correct?
Yes, so we've increased the number this year of children served from 100 currently to 120 next year. And so in order to serve those additional 20 children, we need to have the programming supplies to help them. As you know, their homework is mainly done online now, especially in the upper elementary and middle school age. And so we need to have the technology resources to help them with their dedicated homework time.
You can't have anyone donate you 10 Chromebooks?
Are you offering?
Is the price correct? Have you guys shopped around, or
Yes.
this is it,
Yes, we
$262?
have. And we did just shop this past year and added additional Chromebooks at that time. And this is a vendor that the Salvation Army has worked with, and they're credible, and they deliver everything that we need. So we're confident in the vendor that we're working with.
Excellent. And last question, do you have waiting list, or do you turn kids away because you don't have room or funding or time or class?
We have fortunately not been met with that this year. Last year, we were full, and we had to create waiting lists. And because we're a drop-in center, our numbers fluctuate each day, and so we've been able to accommodate those that were on the waiting list. We're currently at 67. Is that correct? 67 applicants for this year, and so we're well on target to reach the 100 that we need. So.
Because I see a flyer here and more like, advertisement because it says free. So do you need to do this, or people do come knock your door anyway? So.
We do both. It helps us to spread the word around, but we really are blessed by word of mouth with the families that come to us. And again, we have a great partnership with the school district, and so many of the teachers know about us, and they refer families to us through that.
And last question, if you don't get enough fundings, I know you said you're going to look elsewhere, but knowing based on your financials, I'm sure you can allocate from one department to another, because financially, based on what I see, you guys are in great condition. Am I correct?
No, it doesn't work like that.
This chart is...
Salvation Army overall through the Western Territory has had funding restricted starting this last year. So we lost $180,000 off of our operating budget last year, and then our trust and endowments were frozen. We were able to receive 15% off of them, and it's been dropped down to 4.5%. And so while it looks healthy, the forecast isn't as nearly as healthy as it's looking right now.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you for the time.
Okay. Next.
Committee Chair, Garibian committee members. Next up, we have Essentia, and the executive director is Laura Duncan, here to present.
Good afternoon, council members. If I say croak or I ribbit, it's because I'm a little under the weather, so forgive me. Frog in my throat? Okay. So anyway, Essentia is a lead agency in Glendale for homeless services. We're comprehensive homeless services agency. And we have a street outreach team who actually goes out and finds homeless people where they live and where they move around within the city of Glendale and the peripheral areas, the border. That includes going down into the river, into encampments, the Colorado Bridge over there in Eagle Rock, that sort of thing, because as we all know, the smoke doesn't stay in the smoking section. And there's a lot of moving back and forth. 4 years ago, we had about $24,000 in funding, and we were serving 100 people a year by having our outreach team go out. And the goal is to make contact, provide direct services, and then entice them to come in and enroll in services, in case management, develop viable housing plans, and move into permanent housing. And it works. About 65% of the time people do enroll, or we exceed that goal. In the last year, it's been closer to 70. Now, 3 years ago, the funding was reduced, and it's still at that level. And we had been doing 120 a year. That was we were going to do more with less, or the same resources and less funding. But this year, we upped it a tad because, as we all know, the homeless count had about a 55% increase from 17 to 18. And although I don't have the numbers yet, I have heard it's expected to be up yet again, but I don't know that to be a fact, just from the cursory look on the homeless count. So we have increased the numbers slightly just because we're still doing the same thing with the same amount of resources and the same funding, but wanted to say, look, we'll up our game a little bit because of the increase in the population. And we also work closely with HOT, the homeless outreach team, through the police department here in the city of Glendale, because we don't want to put our outreach workers in danger, and some situations can be dangerous. So it's a very collaborative, cooperative relationship, and it helps us tremendously, and I believe we help the city in that way, in that regard, tremendously as well. So with that increase in the homeless population over 17 to 18, I will tell you that outreach primarily drives traffic into our access center in South Glendale, and people come in, by other ways, but they drive in a lot of the traffic. And without additional staff, and a 55% increase from 17 to 18 in the homeless population, we were able to try to keep pace, and we housed 30% more with the same number of resources in 18, 30% more than 17. But it's really tiring and exhausting. Anyway, that's how it works, and we believe there is still a substantial, perhaps growing need. And there were sweeps in LA, City of LA, in recent months that drove perhaps more people into the city of Glendale. Plus, with the stagnant or flat wages and the skyrocketing costs of housing, people are looking for a safe place to be homeless while they experience that. So Glendale is an attractive area. So.
Thank you. Any questions? Anybody? Ms. Ramirez?
Not at this moment. You're still with the continuum of care, working with all these other agencies?
Yes.
Yeah. And your veterans homeless population, has that changed?
Well, it decreased significantly over the last several years in Glendale.
Last year we had nothing.
Yes, in Glendale. And the numbers, they ebb and flow, but they're low. And when there is a veteran in town, we have several veterans on staff who are the assigned case manager to walk them through the VA process. And they are usually, unless they're totally services resistant, even if they have a dishonorable discharge, we can get that upgraded most often and assist them with that, and then they can get into housing through the VASH voucher. So we do address that swiftly.
That's great.
That's it.
I think I asked the same question with everybody. What if you don't get these funds or part of it, whatever the dollar amount? What are you going to do? How are you going to continue managing it?
Okay, well, we have a street outreach team of, well, we actually have 4 street outreach workers. 2 of them are funded 100% by the city of West Hollywood, and that's where they conduct their business. We have 2 that have typically been in this area. 1 is now 100% funded by the city of Burbank, and that's where he concentrates. We have 1 that's dedicated to Glendale, who is funded less than 1/3 of what it costs us with this grant. So it may mean, I mean, we have other sources of funding, and we don't want to not serve Glendale, but we have to follow the money because we're a nonprofit. But, you know, so it's important that we're able to fund it. We do also have funding through, some small funding through Measure H for this that comes from Glendale. So we're not going to abandon Glendale, but we would look for another source of funding on top of this. I mean, we have the development department and grant writers and different avenues for, you know, making that happen.
So the worst case scenario, from what I understand, is if we don't get this funding, there are potentially chances that you're not going to be able to serve Glendale, pretty much.
Potentially down the road, not as intensively, not on a full-time dedicated basis, depending on where the augmented funding would come from and what that expectation entailed. If it came from another area, like perhaps in the city of Los Angeles, we might have to split time between Glendale and that, for example.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Is that you? Quickly, I see your property and equipment. You guys own the building?
Yes.
Free and clear?
Okay, I came here with my not-so-smart self. Today, there's a big event at our facility, and I couldn't bring other staff members with me. I
Then I'll
came,
skip that
but yes,
question.
I can get the answer for you.
Don't worry about it.
The technical finance question, I don't have that history in my head. If you're referring to the capital campaign and all of that in years past, or?
No, just, and next question, rent. You guys pay rent to yourself? Because I see your financials.
Whatever it says there is that the audited financial?
I'm not sure
From
if it's
this year?
audited. I don't think it's audited. June of 2018, maybe it
Yeah,
is
that's pretty, well, that's it.
That'd be the last one, yeah.
That's it.
And, okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay.
Okay, next.
Next, we have CASP's Intervention Prevention Clinical Group Counseling.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I think you know us well by now. Thank you for letting us present again. As you know, the Intervention Prevention Clinical Group Counseling Program is a during the school hours pull-out program once a week. We are currently at 3 schools in Glendale, 3 elementary schools, and things are going well as planned. And I just want I'd really like to answer any questions you have. The premise of the program is to intervene and prevent future at-risk behavior with elementary school children. The idea is to stop the behavior before they reach middle school and high school, where things escalate to sometimes to a degree where it's hard to correct. And that has been our goal all these years, and we're very happy to be at 3 schools. And as you can see in our application, we're hoping for a 4th one, of course, if the funds were available.
Okay.
Sorry, you said 4th one?
Sorry?
3rd one, or 3rd? You're in 3
We
now.
are in 3 schools,
You're going for the 4th one,
hopefully.
depending on this funding.
Anyone else?
Which school?
Horace Mann. Horace Mann.
Horace Mann.
That would be the fourth. We are at Edison, Columbus, and Muir.
Anybody else?
So that's, the additional funds is exactly just for the additional school, correct?
Yes.
Because I think in the past years, you've said minimum of 12,000 per school.
Minimum, yeah. That's like really minimum, but that's with everything else leveraged. That would just basically cover the professional services, and everything else would be leveraged if it's only 12,000.
Somehow I could swear last year we had the same, you say you're going for the fourth,
No.
your last budget. I remember the expansion of the program in a different school in last year's budget. I don't know if we have that, we don't have it handy. But I know I remember that clearly, but that's
We're
fine.
always looking for more, so.
Sure, okay.
I don't know which year, but.
All right, that's fine. Now, I saw your main expense pretty much is the therapy, psychologist, and as far as you shop around and price-wise, that's pretty much the best value you can get for what they offer.
Well, she is an employee. She is part of our program.
Okay, thank you.
What sort of additional fundraising do you do to close the gap?
We do like a newsletter drive. We do an annual newsletter drive. We have different events throughout the year. We try to get private donors to help us.
And if you don't get the full funding, are you just going to stick to the three, or are you going to try and raise the money to get to the fourth?
That will be difficult. We'll try, but I don't anticipate being able to, but we will stick to the three for sure.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions from me?
Let me just add, on your, the referrals that you get through the school?
Yes.
And
Through the
it's, so it's
administrators and teachers.
pretty diverse,
Oh,
more or
yeah.
less?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Any student who attends Glendale Unified School District.
Yeah, and you, and your program is in the school?
Yes,
Yeah.
during school hours.
During school hours,
Once
so
a
it's, what do they call those programs? Well, anyway, they meet in school.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this has been one of my, shouldn't say one of my favorites, but it's, to me, it's one that meets a great need, and that's kind of diminished and has been for a long, long time, so I think it's something that we have been trying to pay attention to.
Yes, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other?
Thank you, that's it.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, who do we have next?
Our next presenters are the Glendale Youth Alliance.
Catching up with time.
I'm spitting. Some person talking.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
My name is Karina Gregorian. I'm with the Glendale Youth Alliance. We're a nonprofit organization that operates within the city of Glendale. For the past 25 years, we've been providing youth employment programs to low-income and disadvantaged youth in our community. So over the past 25 years, we've served over 10,000 youth, and annually we're operating 5 programs serving over 400 youth. And each of the youth that come into our program get paid jobs. They get one-on-one mentoring, counseling, supportive services based on their individual needs. So if they need bus tokens, if they need work attire, if they need food, housing resources, we're here to support them to make sure their individual needs are met so they can succeed in the workforce. If we want to eliminate crime rates or reduce crime rates and prevent homelessness in the future, Glendale Youth Alliance is the perfect program to invest in, because these youth are gaining the skills that they need, that they will need for the rest of their lives to succeed in the workforce, to become independent, to be self-sufficient, and to succeed in general as an individual and a human being. Today we have Austin Edom with us. He's here to share a little bit about his experience. If I may pass the mic.
Hello, my name is Austin Edom. I am 21 years old, and I am indeed an employee of the Glendale Youth Alliance, here working in Glendale, California. I found out about the Glendale Youth Alliance through an ad online. My mother was looking for a summer job for my little sister. We went to the Pacific Park, where one of the women who works there and is orchestrating through the GYA was giving off a presentation about GYA and how it works. We found out that there was a position or a program that helps people in my age group as well. I went over to the Verdugo Job Center and I was able to discuss it with the people who are in charge there, and I was able to find a nice working job with them. When I was 16 and able to start with working, it was difficult for me to find a job. I had sent out applications to various other shops and businesses throughout the city, and no one would really want to hire me. So upon looking and more, when we discovered GYA, we thought it would be a great opportunity for me to actually start up working through some experience, and working through the city is actually a very nice job to start. And it would be a great opportunity for me to work there.
Thank you so much.
I also wanted to mention that during the past year, we were able to get additional grant funds through other sources. So we operated a summer youth employment training program for students with disabilities as well. And it was a very unique and meaningful experience for the staff and all the youth that were involved. Again, all of these youth got paid jobs. They participated in work readiness, soft skills training. The comments that we got from the supervisors, even the parents, they saw such a big change in the youth. We had youth that were not vocal or limited, would speak on a limited basis, and they became more confident. They became more vocal. They were willing to try new things because they had built self-esteem. So it's not just a job, it's not just summer employment, it's not just year-round employment. This program really does teach the skills that these youth, and build the character that these youth will need to succeed in the future. I do thank you for all the support during the past years. We are counting on your support once again to pay for our field supervisors a portion of his salary. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer it.
Okay.
I know you place people in a variety of types of jobs, and when we had done a field visit,
Yes.
some of us, we were witnessing the brush clearance.
Yes.
So what percentage of the participant population is doing kind of labor-oriented type of jobs versus other kinds of professional development type of jobs?
Sure. So throughout the year, we serve about 400 youth. In the summer, we have 50 youth participants, the 14, 15, 16-year-olds, the youngest of our youth doing brush clearance. During the year, it's only our GYP participants that are working out on the field. So we have about 20 to 25 participants. As they gain more experience, more skills, we transition them into other opportunities, and then we hire to fill those slots. So altogether, I would say anywhere between 75 to 100 of the 400 youth. The remaining of the kids are placed in city departments and law offices and accounting firms. I mean, you name it, doctors' offices, for-profit, non-profit organizations throughout the community.
And just curious, because I've been reading up about this issue a lot as part of my job. In order to give more purpose and educate the kids who are doing brush clearance, do they have conversations with the fire department? Does the fire department come in and educate them about why they're doing brush clearance?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Actually, the fire department is one of our biggest supporters and partners in this. Previously, we've had fire cadets work alongside the youth and our team supervisors to mentor the youth. During the training component, we do have someone come out from the fire department to talk about fire safety and the importance of what they're doing out on the field. So it's definitely part of the program design.
Good to see. Thank you. No more questions for me.
Well, we've had the opportunity to employ some of your teams, and brush clearance and that kind of stuff. But working with the team, my husband has noticed that they've sent boys, and that those boys learned how to work, which is very, very important with our young people. That
they work hard out in the field, and they really learn the value of money.
Yeah, and it's very encouraging that they, in fact, they learn how to work, and you're gonna get a job.
Right. And the older youth, the 18 to 24, a lot of those youth do end up getting permanent employment.
Yeah.
We've had years as high as 80% of our 18 to 24-year-olds getting permanent employment by the time they leave our program.
I think it's a very, very good program, and it is, you're doing a good job.
Thank you. And thank you for supporting us.
Anything else, Mr. Kazarian?
How do they find a job? You send them to the advertising, or how do they find out you have somebody they can use in the office?
So we work very closely with the community. We're very involved in the Glendale Chamber and some of the other community-based organizations. So we go to networking events. We're always informing the public of the services that we provide. As far as our GYP program, it's private property owners and city departments that are hiring the youth to do landscaping, weed abatement, hillside brush clearance. As far as some of the offices, they either work with us through the grants, and they get an incentive as well because the grants are paying for the youth wages initially, as well as the payroll taxes. We cover liability, workers' comp. So it's a huge benefit to the business as well. And then we have an enterprise program that is similar to an employment agency. So our more skilled youth participants, we contract out and we build the business an hourly rate for the youth participant. And that goes back into the programs and paying for the youth wages.
Thank
you. I'm not sure the chart as far as financials are concerned. The debt ratio, is this accurate? Do I look at the accurate number for Glendale Youth Alliance for the debt ratio?
Chair Garibian, members of the committee, the most updated numbers are included, and for Glendale Youth Alliance, they haven't submitted their 2018 financials, but the 2016 and 2017 are correct.
You're correct.
We're actually doing a single audit this year, so it should be completed within the next few weeks. It's due end of March. We have to file it in the clearinghouse. But these are the numbers from the previous years.
Okay, because the numbers don't look good as far as your income and expenses are concerned to consider ratios, and it's 2 years in a row, so that's not good. So that's something you need to work on in that aspect. As far as reliance on source, you said only 30% the year before and 36% the year before that. So is that it? Where do you get the rest of the fundings?
Our funding is actually very diversified, I would say, because a portion of our funds are through enterprise programs that we're generating, and then the remaining grant funds are coming from various sources. So we have 9 or 10 different grants that are contributing towards our budget.
And lastly, today's budget, if I'm not mistaken, I mean, you're asking for 50% of one
yes.
field coordinator salary?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
If the committee is okay with going a little bit out of order, we're going to start with Catholic Charities first.
Okay.
Actually, Housing Rights Center is actually here. Housing Rights Center is up next. Perfect timing.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Housing rights, okay.
So unless there's some initial questions, I'll start. Chancel Al-Mansour, the Executive Director of the Housing Rights Center. Thank you very much for allowing us to come and make a presentation again today, and thank you very much for the continued services. I think if I have to kind of cut to the chase, and one of the newest things that's happening is the ordinance, the just cause ordinance and relocation and so forth. And so we're starting to get a lot of calls, a lot of walk-ins, a lot of questions, so forth. The number one question is about enforcement. And so we're really looking towards the education and outreach. Excuse me, as I ran for a second. Okay.
We're not that intimidating, are we? Come on.
I have like several cities and presentations I have to make this time of year. We have 28 CDBG grants. Wow. So, and we're working with LA City right now in LA County to expand certain ordinances also. So I'm also on the law, so the LA Homeless Services ad hoc committees on homeless services. So we're doing a lot of reports and all this and about the effects of discrimination and how that has contributed towards homelessness in Glendale and a lot of other cities throughout LA County as well. So, and there are any questions for me?
What effect, there's a lot of rent control ordinances out there that are happening, some in flight, some enacted. What sort of effect is that having on your volume that you're dealing with?
So to date, the only new rent control ordinance is LA County unincorporated and also for Section 8 protection as well to prohibit discrimination against Section 8 applicants and Section 8 tenants. LA City is closer towards expanding like an anti-tenant harassment ordinance, and also LA City and LA County are looking at adopting a right to counsel ordinance. That would follow the steps of New York, Philadelphia, San Francisco, in providing free legal assistance in civil cases and unlawful detainers for all tenants.
And then did Glendale pass something, or is it only still the interim?
It's passed.
It passed. Glendale passed its ordinance, right. Yes. Yes. So as I said earlier, the main question that tenants have is, okay, well, that's great. We have an ordinance that protects us, but is the city attorney going to take it and enforce it? Like, who's going to enforce it? So
what are you finding? Are you involved in?
We're very much involved, and we're trying to, do that as well. We're not funded to enforce the law, to all that. So I just kind of want to put that out there in terms of the concern we're hearing from Glendale residents. That's the one question is, who's going to, it's great we have this ordinance, this protection that requires owners to give us a 1-year lease agreement if they want to enter into a new contract.
So do you anticipate your clients coming to you for help
they
with
are
regard to enforcement?
Well, they're asking and so forth, but that would require, we contact the landlords, we let them know what their obligation is, but the landlords want to play hardball and violate the law. The question is, if tenants who don't have the resources to have an attorney, what's their thing? They can go and file a case in pro per in court, but the bargaining power is always kind of against tenants in court when they don't have an attorney to represent them. So, and I understand cities have limited funding and so forth. So that's why, like I said before, the city of LA and LA County is looking at a right to counsel ordinance and other funds to help provide that, because in LA City alone there were over 30,000 evictions last year. So it's contributed to the more than 50,000 plus homeless families on the streets.
So these, you mentioned that you approach a lot of different CDBGs for funding.
Mm-hmm.
So the money that you're requesting from this CDBG, which is $20,000, how much of that is anticipated to be used with Glendale residents? All or part of it? Or does it get all blended?
All of it. We actually kind of subsidize the program because of the services we provide. We provide services to close to 600 families a year. Sometimes a lot of services. We had victims of domestic violence where we actually assisted them in their hearings and helped them keep Section 8 and. So we for some families, we had one woman who unfortunately was priced out. She has 2 children. She was trying to get into the arts building, the subsidized arts building, but she didn't qualify because she's not an artist. So she's facing homelessness. So we, extended the time as much as possible, got her an additional year of housing. But at some point, if there's not rent control, there's nothing that can be done, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Besides the community, the tenants coming to you, do you also work with the landlords?
Oh, yes. So we provide a workshop every year for landlords in which we, and it's actually very well attended, in which we educate them about their responsibilities under the law. They have lots of questions. We answer as much of their questions as possible.
That brings me to actually my actual question.
Okay.
Your workshops, what you had, I was in one of them. I attended one of them last year or toward the end of the year, I believe it was. Matter of fact, from what I saw, that there were only, the information I think went out incorrectly to the landlords and the tenants, because there were some tenants that they had no clue what they were there.
Oh, tenants at the landlord's workshop?
Very honestly, and there were landlords, there were 4 landlords. Yeah, about 4 landlords and about 3 or 4 tenants that they were there that they had no clue what they were doing there, honestly. When I got there, the meeting had already started, but that was the case. When I asked the instructor, the lady that was there, she mentioned that, yeah, there were 25 people had registered, but only 4 showed up. In my opinion, I think I mentioned it to staff also early on, that I don't know, whatever marketing or however you're approaching your landlords, is it through the city or you're doing to direct to your organization's capabilities or marketing, whatever you're doing, you have to do 10 times more in order for you to actually get your message out there, to get what you're actually trying to do to help the landlords, to help their tenants, or vice versa. You have to get those landlords in order for them to understand the process, the law, or whatever the case may be. Because from what I understood that day, the people that they were there, some of them were good. Out of the 4, maybe 3 of them were good landlords, and they meant well. But I think in one conversation I heard that one of the landlords, like, they would find a way of going around it in order for them not to do certain things, to, just to take care of just to get over, go around the problem, basically. So you're doing a good job doing the programs and everything, but I guess in the marketing end of it, whatever collaboration that needs to be done in order for your message and your job to get passed on correctly and efficiently, I think that needs to be worked out. Or else, overall your process and what you do, and I believe in it, that it's a very important and very hard thing, because people are basically, some are on the verge of homelessness or moving out of town, if not necessarily homelessness, and we use that word very loosely, but it's not necessarily everyone that can't afford an apartment in Glendale, it's a homeless. It moves on to another city, but it does not necessarily, it's a homeless. In my opinion, I think that's more accurate way of looking at it than everybody's going to homelessness because the rent went too high. So again, I appreciate your work and thank you. And I think everybody else asked that. Again, if you don't get the $20,000, what are you going to do? How are you going to work it out?
Well, if I can just say, I appreciate your feedback about the presentation. We do send the email to all of our CDBG partners and so forth, and to the city. It's posted. I think the city updates the website. I don't control the city's website, but I know that it is posted on the website. And because of that also, that's why we can't control who comes, because the information is decimated about the free workshop. So we can't stop people like a bad, and we want the bad landlords to come, obviously, as well. We want the good and the bad and so forth. But I will work more with the city to ensure that.
Honestly, I want those bad in there more so than the good, because the bad is the one that needs to learn what to do to be good, to be good in reality. So if we have more of those bad people showing up, I know we don't have that many, but we do have a lot of apartments or units that is being rented, more than 20, 30,000, or 2,000 or 3,000 units actually in Glendale it's rental. Sorry.
Committee member, sorry, VDC and committee members, I just want to give a little bit feedback on Housing Rights Center. As staff also communicates with the workshops and disseminates a lot of the flyers and the information both for landlord and tenant workshops through our landlords. We have a database through our housing department where we disseminate all this information out to our landlords throughout the city of Glendale. When it comes to our tenants workshop, we disseminate to all of our tenants through our housing. We go through different departments of our city in itself and we put the flyers out. As far as the outreach, they have an outreach coordinator who goes out there and sends it out to their community members, specifically for City of Glendale as well, both outside of the city and within the city. I just want to ensure you that the outreach is there. It just depends on each year it fluctuates. Last year we had 50 in one of our workshops. I believe over 50. This year for the landlord, we only had about 4 people, which you were a participant of that. I believe you were there. So we're looking forward for the April to do another another tenant workshop. But I just want to assure you that we are trying very hard to do our best both with the agency and city staff to outreach to the community so they're aware of these workshops so they would attend and learn. And we'll do more and we'll work closely with Housing Rights Center to accomplish hopefully a better turnout than what we had in the last workshop.
Thank you.
I had a question. Is San Fernando Valley Fair Housing still in existence, or has it become part of your group?
No, it's a separate organization. From what I understand, it does still exist.
Okay. Well, because in the past I've tested for them, so.
Well, if you'd like to be a tester.
I'm a tester,
we have
yeah.
the opportunity also.
But you are servicing, did service 500 Glendale residents. So
households.
Yeah, or household, residents, it says here, but that's good. That's more than 500.
Yeah.
So it seems like whatever you're doing in terms of likely tenants is you are reaching them, and I think that's where the concerns are, is among tenants.
Yes.
I think the landlords are doing pretty well. But there's also concerns there, and that make sure that that's balanced. But this is mandatory funding, right?
Yes, it is. Committee members, yes, it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
How often you do workshop?
I'm sorry?
How often you do workshop?
We do at least one a year for landlords, one a year for tenants, and we can always do more if the city or if a CDBG partner requests. So if one of the other organizations wants us to come and send somebody, we've sent people to different organizations for students, for example, at Glendale Community College and so forth. We'll do those presentations as well. But definitely 2 scheduled ones.
Do you have any set next one? When is it?
In April 20.
We're currently working with the agency to set a date, but it will be probably second or third week of April. This April. I also want to commend HRC, Housing Rights Center. They also did do training for our staff, both for our housing and our staff on housing rights laws and regulations and how to deal with the landlords and the tenants and all the new regulations that come out. So thank you for your services.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So quickly, the workshops and the flyers that you guys send out is for the workshops or forums. What if it's none of those? Somebody who just needs you. How do they find you?
So we also provide fair housing certification trainings, which is a more extensive training. We do charge between $100 and $150 for that training. It's a 3-hour intense. You get a certificate that you've had that training. So we provide that for our landlords and managers and for their employees as well. We have 16 people coming to one today in my office, as a matter of fact.
I have a problem with the landlord. I need to call. How do I find you?
Okay, so if a tenant, either they see one of our flyers, talk to one of our, as we distribute thousands of flyers to all of our community-based organizations, every single organization that receives funding from the city. The Glendale YWCA,
It's all
we're
over.
out there.
I see you have 3 addresses here: the Los Angeles, Pasadena, and Van Nuys. These are your main offices.
Yes.
Any other pilot offices, or this is it?
Those are all of our physical offices, our
These
brick
are all
and
the physical
mortar
offices.
physical, offices.
Thank you. We're good? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next.
Chair Garibi and committee members, next up we have Catholic Charities Loaves and Fishes Program.
Thank you, Maggie. Good afternoon. Good to see you again. Everyone's got their spirits, I see. I will, again, hopefully be brief and respect you guys' time. And thank you again for sitting here all day long to help the people out there on the street and in the community who need the help. So we really appreciate that. My name is Matt Ackles. Again, I'm with Catholic Charities Los Angeles, today specifically representing our Glendale Community Center out on San Fernando Road. We have requested, again, your support through the CDBG program to help fund our Loaves and Fishes homelessness prevention program here in Glendale. The request we've made this year is for $56,758, and that money would fund our program coordinator and a second case manager to help facilitate that program. We've been partnering with you at CDBG. I just asked Moises, and he couldn't even remember the exact amount of years. He said, oh gosh, more than 20 years. So your partnership has been essential and meaningful to us, and thank you very much for that. The program has existed in Glendale for 1 year over 30 years now. In 1987 it began, and I'll give a very brief summary because I know many of you are familiar, and then happy to field your questions. The core of what our program does is case management services and provides food and clothing to clients who are near or pending homelessness in Glendale. We serve 60 households minimum based on this grant award. Last year we served almost 80, and we're usually hitting that number. That was a question we received in feedback to our grant, which was that last year we served 80 and we put in 60 again this year. Our goal is that in response to the rising rent costs, the rising sort of ticket items we see that our clients are facing, that we minimize and try to put a cap at 60, if that's okay with you guys, so that we're really helping these families prevent homelessness as opposed to maybe just putting a patch and then they continue to be homeless. So our goal is to really serve 60, but all the way well here in the next fiscal year. A very brief overview of what the program does. We intake clients and provide them with case management to help them find permanent housing. That's the ultimate goal. We make referrals if they need referrals. We connect them with housing sources if that's what they need. In the meantime, while that search is going on, which is a very high-risk moment for the clients, we're providing food and clothing for the whole family. Secondary to that, we provide what we call a link to auxiliary services, and we ensure that the clients are maintaining that link. Those services can be anything they need, from English as a second language classes, business advice or help, some immigration, things like that. So any auxiliary service we can refer them to, we make sure they're getting what they need. Beyond that, the only other thing I wanted to make sure I touched on in my overview is that for the past 5 years, we've requested a similar amount, slightly more this year, in response to just rising costs of our staff, increasing the funds it costs to pay those people. But you've been consistent and fair in what you've given us, and thank you for that. And we hope to see something similar this year. If there are any questions, myself and Saeed hopefully can answer all those for you.
I have a tough question.
Sure.
What if you don't get anything? What
That
happens?
is highly unlikely.
Please, that's your opinion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for my tardiness. And just to tell you a little thing, I just did an intake of a senior veteran that we registered for through CDBG. We registered for our food pantry. And through the blessing of CDBG and the grant itself, we are able to serve either through our program, different programs, as Matt mentioned. It's homeless assistance, it's rental assistance, any program that we have, or we refer them to any other programs within the city, COC, or outside. So that's a blessing from that. But if we don't receive, of course it will affect us, as it pays more than 70% of our staffing. It's going to affect us, but...
So I'm asking
we
a
are-
blunt
we
question.
are-
What happens if there's zero funding?
Well, the center certainly doesn't shut down, but the very blunt, practical answer is we serve far fewer people. We don't get anywhere near 80 households. That difference is people that are now on the street without services, without food and clothing, and I don't know how that affects them this month, but it means probably 60 households in March or I guess in July when that funding would kick, don't get the food pantry, don't get the services. We would not close our doors, but we would definitely, unfortunately, reduce the number of households we could serve.
Did you say July as a figure of speech?
When that's when our fiscal year begins, is July 1st, yes.
The reason I'm asking is because we have doubled the amount of requests than there are dollars. So there's something's going to have to give at the end of this process at some point. Just FYI, that's why I'm asking the tough question. It's not a reflection on the value of your program. Certainly given dollars, consistently over the years. So that's why I have to ask the tough questions, even though others may or may not. But I'm not asking it just theoretically because we are faced with more applications this year. So we sought that. We actually sought more applications because we wanted to make sure more voices are heard at this table. But that comes with a consequence at the end of that line because it's not like the dollars are increasing.
If I may add,
Please.
Moises Carrillo from Catholic Charities. Very bluntly, very directly, if we don't receive the funding that covers staff, which is essentially Said, we will not really run a case management program. We would really lose out on opportunities to serve the community. And the numbers that we're talking about are 60. You would have 60 more homeless persons in the streets. And that's not even the number that come in for information and referral that staff see. You would see another couple hundred persons in his caseload that would be on the verge of homelessness. So the impact is not only losing the staff for us, which funding is not available from our other sources, but you'd have increase in homelessness and near homelessness as well.
Any other questions?
This is not a new position, just an existing position, continuing on and adding continuing the program, basically what you're already doing.
Yes.
Anyone else?
And then so much of the other work that you do is volunteers.
That's right. That's right. Most of really the work we do, especially in the food pantry, is 100% volunteer.
And in the clothing area?
That's right, as
Yeah.
well. So really, the paid staff are case management and program coordination, but we leverage quite a bit of volunteer time.
That's reading here in your proposal, is 100% of all the persons accessing this program are either low income or extremely low income, and 97.5 are Glendale residents.
Yes, that's correct. And we I know in the application we've listed sort of the criteria we use to accept someone into the program, because as you'd imagine, we have more demand than supply. So we make sure that we're only accepting very high need families that are also specifically in sort of a crisis moment, make or break moment, where we can help them either find a home or prevent them from becoming homeless.
So zero funding would mean neglect.
That's right.
So there are no other sources of funds you would tap to fill a void if there were a void?
Our main office, Catholic Charities, do assist us with, as you can see on the numbers, that it's not every dollar is on CDBG dollar. We have a case manager and myself as a program coordinator, and we have the regional director that supervises and manages us. So it's mostly whatever our office in downtown can do to contribute, they do it. But I also have, and related to what Matt said, I have my case manager only at 20%. The rest, whatever she does, is all volunteer. And we put us all in volunteer hours, and we count those hours. So it is also, we are also doing as an in-kind from the Catholic churches for the CDBG program, just to run the program and make sure that we serve more. We relate to every agency that provides any kind of services, and we make sure that we connect all these links on the clients to that services.
I think I know where my colleagues are coming from. Again, back to this chart they put in front of me for everybody, and I see 30% reliance on source of income. It's 30% on grants. And also you can stay in business 8 months if you don't get any funding. So these numbers are the ones that is questioning how long you stay in business and how long, based on the financials that we see here. Now, again, it could be something off with the financials. We look into it, but if you're relying 30%, that means you have 70% other sources of income to keep your doors open, and at least 8 months the doors to remain open. Of course, we're a very small portion compared to grants you get, but nevertheless, it affects. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much.
Chair Garibian, members of the committee, just to clarify the reliance on source of income, the lower that percentage, the better it is, in the sense of the risk is lower, because that ratio basically shows if their largest source of income was to be removed or they weren't to get, then what is the risk as far as stopping operations. So in that specific ratio analysis, the higher the number, the worse it is. So the lower the number, the better it is.
They're at 30%, so it's great. So they're not relying on the source. That's what I meant.
And they are charity, remember?
Well, all of these are.
Reliance on source. They're saying if they don't get the funds, what happens? Next 8 months, nothing would happen.
They'll still be.
All right, next.
Next up, we have Armenian Relief Society.
Good afternoon. My name is Talar Taglian, and I'm the Director of Operations for the Armenian Relief Society's Social Services Division. This year, our agency is requesting $70,100 from the CDBG program for the 2019-2020 fiscal year. This program is aimed at servicing low to moderate income residents of the city of Glendale. Many of them are senior citizens, immigrants, refugees, and a majority are those with limited English language speaking capabilities. The funding that we're requesting is to provide English as a second language classes for 120 senior citizens and employment services for 50 individuals. These will include job searches, resume and interview preparation, referrals, placement. Total, 170 unduplicated clients would be served under the program, all of which are of great demand in our community. And these are covering the priority areas of employment, ESL, and senior services in the program priorities area. I want to also emphasize that beyond these services that we propose to provide, our case manager also provides general social services to low-income clients who seek services from our organization. And they could be anywhere from housing related to public assistance benefits, information and referrals to other community resources. And we've approximately been serving 85 to 100 clients on a monthly basis in the general social services aspect. We continue to work closely with the City of Glendale, and we value this partnership as well as other community organizations. We, in this program year itself, again, worked closely with the city on the multi-project affordable rental housing lottery that came out between October and November for the 31 units. And I'm proud to say that we continue to meet and exceed our program outcomes year after year. We have about 95% of our senior citizens completing and excelling in our ESL classes. And midway through this current program year, we've already offered close to 50% of the services already in the employment area. I thought this would be a wonderful opportunity to inform that Armenian Relief Society Social Services is celebrating its 40th anniversary this year. And so we've been serving the Glendale community and its residents since 1979. And at the core of our services is really to deliver them in a way that's culturally and linguistically sensitive to the clientele that we're serving. We look forward to continuing this relationship with the City of Glendale and the city CDBG program, hoping that we'll get full funding consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair is not here, so as a co-chair,
Sorry,
there he is.
you had a very limited reign.
Yes.
30
Just
seconds,
too
I
quick.
think. All right.
Any questions?
Questions?
I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Give us a sense of your other sources of income for your programs? Like where?
In general?
Yeah.
We have County of LA grants, Community Services Block grants, City of LA grants, City of Burbank. We're actually running a few new programs through the Self-Help for the Elderly, actually, offering telecommunication and utility assistance and outreach on electric vehicles. We have our refugee grant also that we subcontract through Catholic Charities, which is also one of our biggest programs.
What's the electric vehicle?
Electric Vehicles for Everyone. It's a grant that we have through Self-Help for the Elderly in San Francisco.
Oh, in San Francisco.
Yeah, outreach and awareness on the benefits of electric vehicles for limited English-speaking populations.
And you're part of Continuum of Care, right, on the
Yes,
homelessness issue?
we try to participate in those. We actually have our eye out on a new RFP that could be released. We're interested in applying for that. We also continue to see clients who walk in pretty regularly who have been either evicted already or they're facing eviction, they're living in their vehicles, they're couch surfing. So we're seeing these clients too. So we really want to tap into this funding opportunity once released also.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, I just want to commend you for the tremendous work that you do and
thank you.
The number of people that you see and counsel and assist. And you still kind of work hand in hand with Catholic Charities, doing
Yes.
the same good
Yes.
work.
Yeah, very much so.
I don't have any other questions for you. I think you're doing what needs to be done and probably exceeding. I did wonder, I didn't see anything, you don't own the building, right?
The ARS does own the building.
You own the building?
Yes, the regional, yes.
Oh, okay.
We're a division of our regional
Yeah, okay.
organization, but yes, it is owned by the ARS.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
As far as any other questions from you? Have you seen an increase in your immigration services or immigrants coming? Do we have more of those
It's
last year
been
or so?
steady for us, while refugee admissions, have decreased.
Right.
We continue to serve current refugees, so those who haven't received their permanent residency yet.
Mm-hmm.
So we do continue to offer services to that population. So I would say it's steady for us.
Steady.
Yes,
How about from
absolutely.
last year to this year? Have you seen an increase in the housing issues, affordability?
Very much so, very much so.
How much increase
We get
you would
constant
say?
inquiries of Glendale residents calling, asking if there's any, new open enrollment or affordable housing opportunities out there. A lot of them are senior citizens, struggling, limited financial means. But yes, that's definitely an area that we see an increase, like a demand.
Have you guys
for
looked
services.
into any new programs to introduce, join with somebody, anything else to help?
We try to keep an eye out whenever we can for collaboration opportunities. There hasn't been one yet for housing, but we would definitely be interested.
Last year I brought up that there was a program that individuals who have larger homes and singles, either the age limit has gone up, the kids grown and moved away, they can rent out rooms.
Yes.
And through the Airbnb could be used in some of those to even qualify them for financing. But that's it, because I know personally there's so many families
Yes.
that they outgrow their home. They don't want to sell it because of the market. If they sell it, where they're gonna go, the rates are too low, so they wanna stay, but the house is too big for them. So they could have rooms rented out to
Yes.
single elderly individuals who are qualified, they just wanted to save money. So that's something I would recommend you guys look into, to be able to implement that to people going. Lastly,
We actually
you-
do, not to interrupt, we have a board downstairs, which I believe you've seen during your site visits. And we try to encourage the community and continue to post regularly if there would be, affordable rooms for rent, et cetera. So we make that available to the public on a walk-in basis.
Excellent. And lastly, the actual number of persons served is
Yes.
consistent 1,000. The last year is
Yes.
610. What
Oh,
happened?
No, that was to the current time
Oh, to
that I
the
had
Jan,
submitted the
July?
application.
Okay, to the July. All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we continue to maintain a monthly log for our general social services, so we can gauge that number of the general clientele that's being served also.
Obviously, I'm going to guess you're serving the entire community, not just Armenian, even though your name is Armenian.
Yes, of
Because
course.
I see flyers in different languages.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
this is in
Still continue
Spanish.
to serve as diverse of a population as we always have. A lot of them are from Middle Eastern countries, Farsi-speaking, from Iraq, Syria, Arabic-speaking, Russian. We've actually had some Mandarin-speaking Asian populations reaching out, so it's very diverse, yes. It shouldn't be just judged by the name of the organization. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Who's next?
Chair Garibian, members of the committee, next up we have the GIFT program, which is All for Health, Health for All.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Adrina Ibrahimian. I'm the president at All for Health, Health for All Community Health Centers. Our community health centers, with 12 locations, soon to be 13, are all federally qualified health centers with federally qualified health center designation, are all accredited as patient-centered medical homes, and we provide primarily just primary care services. We have 9 of our locations here in LA, of which 6 of them are primary care general practices, 2 are pediatric centers, and 1 is our mental and behavioral health center, which provides the GIFT program, and which is housed actually in a city property, the Cedar House, Glendale Heritage Gardens. We've been fortunate with our collaborations with the city to be able to provide our mental and behavioral health services to our patients and to the community at the location. We continue to stay true to our mission to help increase access to care for the indigent, uninsured, or underserved population. And our company has been growing very steadily, and we're in a financially healthy place. Last year we had about 20,000 patients, which comes out to about 80,000 patient visits, of which only the Cedar House patient visits, meaning the mental health program, the GIFT program, we had a total of 3,200 patient visits. So with the city's great support, last year when we applied for the funding and received the 15,000 grant, we had proposed to have about 100 and something patients. And we're very happy to report that we are staying on top of that, and we're actually going to report by the end of this fiscal year about 350, 360 patient visits. And what we're requesting is a little more funding, about 25,000 funding, which will allow us to see slightly more patients and have a total of about 500 to 600 patient visits with the GIFT program, just for mental and behavioral health services.
Thank you. Any questions?
Did I hear correctly? You said you had in your application, if I remember, you said 150 people you were proposing to serve, and now you're actually going to serve about 300?
About, yeah, with the additional funding, we propose to serve 250 patients.
Okay.
With about 500 to 600 patient visits.
Okay, that's what I'm
Yes,
getting
so
confused.
250 unduplicated patients will visit our clinics up to approximately 2 times, basically. The 250 patients will have visits, 500 visits.
Okay. That's what I was trying to figure out. Wait a second. That means you actually doubled, served what you proposed. So I was trying to be great. That was an awesome thing to happen.
With the previous year's funding, we were able to hire a psychologist. And this year, we hope to be able to increase her hours, increase her involvement with the program, which will also allow us to see the more number of patients.
Okay. As always, we ask the question from everybody. What can you do, or what will you do to supplement the difference if you don't get the 25,000 or any of it?
Sure. Just so I give John a word too, our CFO.
So we're actually hiring this psychologist, half-time, 0.5 FTE. The total cost is about $85,000, and All for Health is putting in about $60,000 to support that project. So we're only asking for a portion, for 30%.
I understand.
This is such an important program for us, as Audrey explained, that if we have to, we can always go to other funders, or perhaps we can even use our own general fund to be able to sustain this program.
Yeah, honestly, I do believe into the program, and although last year we were just introduced to your program, or I got aware of your program, but from studying it, I understand that it's a pretty good program, and I know we do need it in the city. We do have the unfortunate need for that services, so it is more and merrier. Thank you.
Well, I do also support this program. I think it's one that's a very unique program, and one that generally these services aren't provided to those who really can use it, and often aren't covered by insurance. How do you get your referrals, or do you?
Absolutely. Well, we already have our own patient base, and we just keep working on increasing the patient base that come and take advantage of our primary care services at any of our locations for primary care prevention. We also get referrals from outside primary care providers, actually, that don't have any other places to refer their, especially the Medi-Cal patient population, or the uninsured patient population. So they're able to meet their primary care needs, but they don't have a place to send their patients, especially for mental health. And so they will refer their patients to us, and those patients don't necessarily have to become patients of our clinics for primary care. We're still able to see them and meet their mental and behavioral care needs without necessarily making them a patient of our primary care services. So yes, we either through referrals of all of our clinics, and all our clinics happen to serve the majority of the community here in Glendale. We have about 20,000 patients throughout the organization, and I would say about 15,000 at least are residents of Glendale.
It says here 95% are low income, and you're
so
saying
more.
they're Glendale people. So it seems like you're meeting a great need.
Mm-hmm. And we do get a lot of referrals from outside providers, from outside primary care providers that do have D.D. Hirsch or other community mental health centers as options, but I guess the services their budgets must be limited too, because we still get a lot of referrals from outside providers.
Limited professionals. Yes. You have a psychologist?
Yes, we have psychologists, and we're contracted with a psychiatrist that comes. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
What are your other sources of this sort of income?
I'm sorry?
Where else what other kinds of
Financial.
public funds do you get financial?
Sure. Well, as a federally qualified health center, we have state and federal funding. We primarily actually rely on the federal funding that we receive from HRSA, Health Resources and Services Administration, Bureau of Primary Health Care Services. That's the main agency of our funding. And we're also contracted with the County of LA under the My Health LA program, and just small foundations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Let me ask you a question. Has your funding source, the federal or state, has it drastically changed last couple of years?
No.
It's been
just
steady
been very steadily, going up. As we have been growing and increasing access and expanding, we've just been basically asking for more funding to support the expansion.
Because in 2016, you had 81% reliance. In 2017, you had 46% reliance, 100% drop. What happened? Did you find a new source, or just this?
Or just have a great CFO.
Yeah, so what happened, we expanded our patient base.
Okay.
And so now we're able to build fee-for-service, either private insurance or...
So your basic costs remain the same and
Yeah.
your income?
So then we're not reliant on the grant.
All right. And next question, do you guys have any volunteers?
Yes, we do.
What's the percentage, or what do you?
Not, probably like 3%, 4%.
How about internship?
When I say volunteers, I actually count the interns too.
Internship
Yes.
as well. Okay. So do you get from college or universities?
Yes, we contact, we're actually collaborating. We always collaborate with local agencies. And we're collaborating with a few colleges that will send us their billing students, medical assistant, phlebotomy,
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you so much.
eventually they also become the main source of our, staff recruitment.
Of course.
Eventually, most of them end up with the organization.
Just a question. Has the Affordable Care Act helped you in addressing more funds?
Absolutely, yes. Do you want to address that? Or?
Sure. So then, we were able to now get more patients that are insured through the Affordable Care Act, and it actually helps us financially to sustain us.
And them?
Unfortunately, didn't help the outside providers, so most private physicians either stop taking, or so those patients, or even if they're accepting Medi-Cal, FQAs, federally qualified health centers, are considered to be better medical homes for these populations.
I'm sorry if you answered this question already, maybe I missed it. So if you don't get any funding, what would happen to the program? Any funding from us?
We're not heavily relying on the funding. So as a federally qualified health center, we also have the benefit of getting higher rate reimbursement from the state. And so even if the funding stopped, the higher rate reimbursement still helps us. So our regular day-to-day operations and the productivity and the return that we receive is basically the main financial source for us.
Thank you.
If I may, sorry, just for that answer, I just want to understand it correctly. So regardless of if you get funding from us or not, your program is not going to stop?
It's not going to stop.
You will continue on doing it however you've been funding it, whether it's personal sources or from other
This will just help us increase the
scope.
The scope.
Let me just add to that. One of the reasons why All for Health is financially healthy is we really try to maximize whatever sources are available. So yes, we do have some funds that we can continue, but the funding would really help us to maintain the reserves for the rainy day.
Good, I understand. That's a good thing. You've got to have that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next.
Chair Garibian, members of the committee, the next half of the day will be comprised of the new agencies that have done their first-time submittals to CDBG. We're going to start off with Home Management Shant Chapter. It's the We've Got Skills program.
Good afternoon, CDBG.
Good afternoon.
Committee members, Chairperson Garibian. Start off by introducing myself. My name is Nova Kusherian. I am a member of the Home and Shant Executive Committee. I am the athletic director of the chapter. Next to me is Rosetta Rojayan. She's the chairperson of the chapter. And on behalf of the committee, we want to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity as rookies to come in here and present our project for the We Got Skills program. So a little bit about our organization, Home and Shant, chartered back in 1993. Right now, currently, we have 704 active members, of which 626 are athletes. And within our organization, we home 40 basketball teams, 10 soccer teams, 2 volleyball teams, and an array of different individual sports, from track and field to table tennis. So we're a pretty big organization. We try to facilitate our youths, our at-risk, low-income, kids into teams where they have a chance to compete at the level that they're comfortable at. So the reason this project came about was last year, as a committee, we got together and we figured out that some of these kids that we're putting into these team atmospheres, they weren't being as successful as we liked it. Not the team, but the individuals. The kids were coming back kind of upset and kind of disoriented why they weren't able to compete at a level as other kids were. And we figured out that we scaled these kids in abilities, and on a scale of 1 to 10, where we have 10 being the best and 1 being the least, we had a bunch of 7 and 8s, and we had a bunch of 2s and 3s. And 2s and 3s obviously don't match up with the 7 and 8s. So as an experiment, we pulled these kids off these teams, and we piloted a program called We Got Skills. And it was a program funded by the chapter privately. And what we did is it was located at a Rosemont Middle School. And it was 2 sessions on Saturdays from 9 to 11:30, 11:30 to 1. The first session was 8-year-olds to 10-year-olds. Second session was from 11 to 13 to 14-year-olds, kind of on the baseline. And we pulled them off from team concepts, and we put them in situations where they did a lot of PD. By PD, I mean personal development. We taught them the mechanics of how to shoot, mechanics of how to pass, where to be on the basketball court when their teammates are in certain spots. We developed their stamina as far as personal running up and down the court, movement, lateral movement, so forth. Just the fundamentals of basketball and the IQ and the terminology and the understanding of the game. After they were done with their 10-week program, I think we catered about 30 kids, the first pilot program. After they were done with their 10-week program, we put them back in their teams, and the results we got were great because those 2s and 3s were not 8s and 9s, but they were 5 and 6s. The second session, the second 10-week session, also privately funded by the chapter. We pulled another 10 teams, kids, and we put them in that situation again, and we got a good result. So as an athletic committee, we got together and we figured out, the city of Glendale offers something like this. And as an organization, we figured out the city of Glendale does not. There's only 2 avenues that these at-risk and low-income kids have to get this kind of development. A, they can hire private personal trainers, which start at $50 to $60 per hour, or they can, join travel program teams, which is $150 to $200 on a tuition-based monthly. So it's a program that I think that our low-income, not only our members, but outside of our Home members are, capable of joining. And we're looking for CDBG to grant us some funding so we can make this program better, bigger, and more available to the public that we cater. And according to our database, when we did the grant, we looked like a lot of our members come from the 91205, even though we are we are put into La Crescenta area. That's just how the dynamics work as far as the Home region goes, because I'm pretty sure most of you guys are familiar. There's Ararat who is in Glendale. we do cater to Central Glendale a lot, South Glendale a lot, and this next program is going to be based out of Pacific Community Center, which is located in that area. That's about it as far as the summary goes of what the program is. We're open to any questions.
I have some questions. So you mentioned your membership base is from the zip code that you mentioned. Can you give
Yes.
us more specifics on that?
So we have a very in-depth database system that is run by our main organization of Home Men. It's called HNet, we call it, for homemen.net. And within that, we have members that sign up to our Home Men Shop, membership program, and they belong to the chapter as members. So within that graphics, we pulled out, the area that we serve the most. And if you guys look at the grant, let me just pull it up here. You guys can see that obviously a big chart of our kids are from Glendale, almost 350 of them, and then of which 91206, which is basically close to our chapter, is obviously the peak, but then a majority of it is 91205, which is most of the area where the youth are that we cater to.
And just so I understand, regardless of where one lives, one can join whatever Home Men chapter.
Absolutely.
Correct.
You don't have to be in a specific region to join a specific chapter. You can
Doesn't matter where you live.
It doesn't matter where you live. Yeah.
Okay.
You can
So
be
based on that, where there's no restriction, according to this chart, you're showing a demographic that is, there's a large portion of your current membership, which is from the target zip codes in terms of CDBG grants, correct?
Exactly.
Okay. But separate from that, that's your members.
That's members.
You're proposing this program that you've piloted. You'd like to run it out of Pacific, make it open to everyone, regardless of whether they are members or not members, because you feel there's a need or a gap in this sort of program for youth in that target demographic, correct?
Absolutely. So we piloted this program within our members. We are looking to expand it outside of members, hence the reason why we're requesting a grant to be able to do so. And the reason why we're putting it at Pacific is because of that's the area that requires the most attention as far as low income and at risk.
And what is the reason you want to expand the program outside your members?
The reason being is these kids who go to these parks and they go play outside of their school within their friends and stuff like that, there's potential there. And there's potential that we need to tap into as far as a community to get them more involved in athletics rather than them hanging out at the park, getting into situations where they're not supposed to be getting into. If we have a program like this where they can be in a controlled environment, whether they are Home Men members or outside of it, we feel like our chapter, has to support that and put people in position to be able to have that ability to do so. By people, I mean the youth.
And what sort of emphasis is there in this program in terms of team building as opposed to individual skill building?
Well, the whole purpose of this is to pull these kids out of the teams where they're not going to be successful and we're setting them up for failure, and developing their skills and putting them back into organized teams in order for them to be able to be successful. So team building starts from personal development. So if we get a group of 7, 8 kids who are at 3s and then they move up together through this program and become 8 and 9s, we got to develop the team.
And with the skills too comes, psychology with these kids as well. Being part of this program, seeing how the coaches are working with these kids, it's not only building their stamina or their skills and development.
Please get closer to the mic. I apologize for interrupting. Thank you.
It's not only building the athletic part of it, but it's also these coaches are really there to help these children, as Nova stated, to get off the streets, be part of a program, and not only learn on their own to be good at basketball, but also form that relationship, the bond with others, and know that they can make it in, in sports. And it's more psychological as well as personal athletic skills.
So two final questions from me. One is, who are these coaches and what are their qualifications? And then two is, how do you intend to market this to track the participation from the non-member population that you seek to attract?
So the coaches that we have right now that piloted this program are Eric Yu, who is a assistant coach at the Crisana Valley High School, and his brother Kevin, who is now the head coach for the girls junior varsity basketball team. There were two brothers that we approached because they're in our district, and we asked them to pilot this program, and along with them, some of our A division older boys who were on basketball teams helped support the program as far as being there on Saturdays. So those are the two coaches right now. Going forward, obviously we're going to be needing more coaches, but they are going to come from a pool of high school coaches or equivalent and higher. So that is the pool that we're going to be getting, and it's going to be, we're going to approach Glendale High School and see if any of their coaches or assistant coaches are willing to jump on board also. So we get variety of different sports, and also that'll also help bridge the gap between the young kids who are growing up and eventually will start playing at these high schools. And the second question was,
how do you intend to attract, market the program?
So the part of the budget that we proposed, we're going to be using our public schools to be able to hand out flyers and publicize that something like this is available. And we have a great resource right next to us, next to Pacific. I believe it's RDY, no, Columbus. Edison. That would be the first school that we would target, obviously, and plus our members that are already have started in the program.
And sorry, one thing I forgot to ask is, and what if a low-income family can't afford, like what's your cost, and how are you going to deal with families that might not be able to afford whatever participation cost there may be?
A part of the budget that's been built in is I believe it's not written, but we have factored into the fact that if we get a family that is absolutely in dire straits and very low income, and the kid wants to be a part of this, they will be able to be in this program for free at no charge to them.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a few. Do you, since you're going to be using the Pacific, are you partnering with Parks and Recreation or the school district?
No, this is going to be completely independent through a home amendment chapter.
Just a regular kind of a lease?
Basically we apply for permits like we do with our normal basketball teams, same concept.
Like we would do, like in Burbank, we have these teams that are individual. They work through the Parks and Recreation, but they're, in most cases, sponsored by a business or group.
No, we don't get sponsored. We're under our agreement with Pacific is under the umbrella of Home Admin, and we rent it through them. We get permits through them, and we're going to be using some of the gym time that we have already rented out for this program.
So essentially, Home Admin is your sponsor.
Yeah, if you want to look at it that way, yeah.
Okay, and then what about the girls? They play basketball?
Absolutely, it's a co-ed program.
Is it co-ed?
Absolutely.
On the same team?
On the same. Well, it's not a team, but it's a skills program. So yeah, they're together on the same floor.
Yeah, but not on the same team.
No, they are not on same teams.
You have girls and boys team, but you do have both.
Absolutely. Yeah. Girls are one of the our biggest targets, actually.
And I noticed you just kept saying boys.
Oh, sorry.
Boys. and then another thing that you said was something about there's the potential out there, and I was wondering, I was hoping that it was talent you were looking for, and not at risk.
Well,
I know that's what you're trying to solve, but when you say potential, I think that there's so many kids. You're right, have this talent, and who's
Talent is a word that that we use when it comes to sports. but its talent doesn't come. You're born with it, yes, a certain portion of it, but potential is what we use nowadays. I mean, if you guys look across the board, just for I'm not comparing, professional to what we're doing right here, but players get drafted based on potential. And potential is what generates the talent go down the line. So talent is, yes, you have to have it, you have to be athletic, you have to be good at what you do, but potential is what brings out the talent. Someone can have talent, but if they're not given a situation to be to shine, then that talent's going to go to waste. So talent is
teamwork
something
and
that we're
leadership,
looking
in other
at.
words.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
Well, sounds like a good program.
Thank you.
And you said you didn't work with Parks and Rec?
No, we never tried it. We piloted, within our chapter. We never tried
And it doesn't duplicate any of their programs?
No, as far as I know, City of Glendale doesn't have a program like this. That's generated directly for this.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes, Chair Garabian, members of the committee. We do have youth programs. The youth sports program that we have is the One Glendale After School Youth Sports Program. We have the program in 8 of our elementary schools south of the 134. That's the only youth sports program we have. Organized sports, such as what you were talking about in Burbank or what the City of LA has, we don't have those types of programs because we let the nonprofits in the area, such as Foothill Hoops, Home on the Men, Salvation Army, run those leagues.
But they're basically do the same thing?
They basically do the same thing, yes. But this chapter, Home on the Men, Sean chapter, does use Pacific. They've been using Pacific for a number of years now and expanding both their basketball and soccer programs.
Did I see somewhere in here the Y? Do you use the Y?
We also use the YWCA too for gym time. Yes.
Anything else? Mr. Gazarian? Just quickly, you say I said so you pull some of them from the teams that they need help to put them in the We Got Skills.
Yes.
Who recommends it? The coach, the existing coach, say, hey, this person needs help, and
It's a collaboration between the coaches and the athletic committee. Me as athletic director, we have a committee under us of 7 people, men and women, that we go to different practices and kind of see how the teams mesh and how they work together. So it's a collaboration between coaches, assistant coaches, and of course the committee team members.
And how is this? How's the response of the parents of that child? That you pull from the team, you say your kid is not good enough, you're gonna put him here or her.
So obviously, initially, the parents are pretty upset about it because they want their kids to be on a team and competing. But we've explained to them that this is just temporary, and we're doing it for the kids. And after the 10-week program, when we plug them back into the teams, they're excited, very excited that it worked, and they're asking for more.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
I know we're officially on our break time, but
We're right on time.
do you guys want to keep going or you want to take a break?
We caught up pretty good. Sure.
Chair,
Yeah,
Chair Garibian, members of the committee, if I can add a few, just a suggestion. We have 2 agencies that are here, and they're going to be a little out of order, but at least if we get through those 2 agencies, we'll have a longer break because of the 2 agencies that are not going to be participating today. YWCA, the Camp Y program, has withdrawn their proposal, and the comprehensive community health care centers, they won't be able to attend, but they would like to be considered for today.
Which one was it?
It would be the 3:30 p.m.
Number 12.
3:30 I got.
The
Number
3:30,
12.
which is YWCA, has withdrawn,
Got it.
and at 3:45, they just can't attend the interview.
Got it.
So you'll have a nice break in
Let's
there
continue.
if we can just power through
good.
the 2.
Since they're here, might as well.
I would like to invite up Armenian General Benevolent Union, AGBU, Gen Next program.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Thank you for
I know you guys had a break, so thank you for staying in to hear from us. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Sara Avazians. I'm the program director for Generation Next, which is one of the AGBU's auxiliary groups. I want to apologize ahead of time. I'm a little under the weather, so I apologize if I'm a little slow. But the AGBU, as many of you know, has been around since 1906. They're the largest Armenian nonprofit that serves Armenian communities throughout the world, dozens and dozens of countries, and we have dozens of programs at our centers. Generation Next is its only at-risk, low-income youth program. We're a mentoring program modeled very closely after Big Brothers and Big Sisters of America. And Generation Next has been around for a little over 20 years at this point. Up until a couple of years ago, we served our youth through we had one vehicle to serve our at-risk youth, and that was one-to-one mentoring. So what we did was we matched adult volunteer mentors. We trained them. We did background checks. We made sure that they were ready to go, and we matched them up with youth in the middle school ages. They maintained a relationship, they built a relationship, and these kids would join us in a cohort system. So we'd recruit 20 kids, recruit 40 kids a few months later, and then we'd have a large group that would stay with us until they would graduate from high school. And even then, we have another program that works with them during their first 2 years in college. So this was a one-to-one mentoring program. We have monthly activities. We visit the community, GCC. We partner with a lot of different organizations here and outside of the city as well to provide services and experiences for our youth that they would otherwise not get. And like I was saying, a couple of years ago, we had a tremendous opportunity. The YWCA here in Glendale decided to open up their center to us, and they helped us by giving us this space, which we renovated with a lot of help from the community, both financially. They donated. The AGB obviously contributed a tremendous amount, but we received a lot of donations from the community, from current and active mentors and mentees, from their parents, and that also includes in-kind donations and things like that. And we built a center here at the YWCA, and we built a second component to our program, which we've called the Gen Next After School program. This program is open to the entire community here in Glendale. So youth of every background has the opportunity to come through to participate every day, Monday through Thursday from 3:15 to 6 p.m., where they will receive support from volunteers, from our staff that we've been able to hire through Glendale Community College's work-study program, and from current mentors. So they'll receive all sorts of support. They'll receive after-school help. We'll have activities for them. We have snacks for them. We take care of them, and they take care of us. We are with them when they have issues at school. So we provide full-on case management for these youth as well. So we have our mentoring program, the one-to-one, and then we have what we call our after-school program, but it's group mentoring is what it is. So we want to serve more youth. In our, it was just a few years ago where our program, our mentorship program, had over 110 mentors and 110 mentees. So what's important about that number is that it's not just that those youth that we're working with. We're working with the youth that, we're working with the people that they're associated and affiliated with. That means they're friends. That means they're family. So we get to really be a part of these kids' lives, and we get to be a part of their home life, their school life, and their extracurricular life. So we've served thousands and thousands of kids in our community since 1997, and we plan to do a lot more, but we need some support. We need some funding from the city. I, on a weekly basis, am called upon to take on youth by the school district, by our schools. They call us, they email us all the time because they need support. I was there during the recent incidents at one of our schools. So, we're around, we're always there to support our community. I actually want to thank Mr. Bulanikian as well, because he helped us a few years ago pilot this after-school program. It was actually, back then it was a summer school. It was during the summer, and he opened up one of his centers and allowed us to come in and work with the youth at Maple Park for an entire summer. So that's really what was the catalyst and helped us model this after-school program. So I want to thank you for that. Now that we have this center here at the YWCA, we have this tremendous opportunity to take in as many youth as we possibly can. We're right there by Toll and Hoover, and obviously Wilson is right there. Edison is in our backyard. So these are youth that we want to serve, but we need case management. We need a case manager. We need someone to be there who's official on payroll, to take responsibility, someone that we can train, someone who can become a full-time, case manager, so that we can, support more of our community. So that's what we're asking for.
Any questions?
I do, but go ahead. All right. Well, welcome for the first-timers.
Thank you.
As a first-timer. Where were you all this time? Since 1979, and CDBG has been around.
No, we've applied. We've received CDBG funding before.
Oh, you have?
You just several years ago, yeah.
You have?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right.
But we're glad to be back. So thank you for having us.
Besides the GUSD, you mentioned a little bit of the organizations or groups where you get your mentees.
Yes.
What, besides the GUSD, specifically, do you market anywhere else? Do you get anybody else specifically, besides outside of your own immediate circle of your own mentees, and you're getting referrals from them?
Sure.
Any specific other collaboration with other organizations specifically?
Thank you for that question. For our youth, it really for the mentees or the youth that we accept into our program, really it's just about meeting. We visit with our schools on a weekly basis, and so we receive those referrals on a incoming basis. And it's very regular that we receive mentees or referrals from the school district. We also get them from other organizations like the YWCA, but ARC Family Center will send us referrals, and we collaborate with them as well. So we get teachers as well will recommend students to us. As far as mentors go, as far as recruiting of the volunteers, that is one of the most difficult things, one of the most challenging things that we have to endure, because recruiting volunteers it's very time consuming, and there's a vetting process, and we want to we're matching these kids up with adults, and it's wonderful that they want to volunteer, but we want to make sure that they are of a certain caliber. So that takes up a lot of our time. We do a lot of advertising or recruiting online, Facebook, but a lot of our stuff is also word of mouth.
Okay.
So.
All right. And the fundings and the donations that you get, besides your mother organization.
Yes.
What other actual sources? I know in your application you say if we have a shortfall, we'll look for some other source of funding. But there is no specific, what are the others? Is there other grants, or is it just a basic? Do you have any game plan that if
Absolutely.
you don't get the money, where are you going to start,
Absolutely.
continue on?
Yeah, thank you. So our game plan is to apply for grants. It's to do fundraisers. That's definitely a part of it. However, again, what we're asking for is to support youth who are coming in right now. These are individuals. These are kids who are coming in right now, and they need our support, they need our services. So yes, we won't give up if we don't get CDBG, absolutely. But that'll, of course, make life a little bit more challenging. We won't be able to serve as many youth as we currently are, or as many as we'd like to, support.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you kind of equate this kind of to the Big Brothers program?
Yeah, it's very similar to that.
It's one-on-one.
Yeah. So that component of it is, yes, absolutely. It's very similar to that, except one difference is that our case management is a little bit more involved. So at Big Brothers Big Sisters, they have a lot of cases. So the case managers they check in with their mentors and the mentees over the phone. We visit with our kids at their schools, at their homes. We visit with our mentors, and then we visit with them together. When issues come up in their lives, for example, issues at school, from anything behavioral issues to education issues to issues that happen when they're walking on the street, we are there for our youth. So it's kind of like a 24/7, 365-day, we're on call. And so when things come up, we're there for our youth. So it's similar, the model is the same, but we are super involved in these kids' lives.
Then can you recruit from your graduates?
Yes.
Bring them back?
Yes, we do, and they have come back. Several of them have come back, and it gives me goosebumps to say that because, these kids who were 12 and 13 years old, it also kind of dates me, but they're now 23, 24 years old, and they're dying to get back into it because they enjoyed it and they benefited from it.
And
So
you
yes.
did a good job. The program does a good job.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bringing back the kids.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, I have a few questions. So is this open only to kids of Armenian background, or is it?
The entire community.
So what's your current makeup demographic-wise?
So let me be more specific. So the one-to-one mentoring that has traditionally been youth and mentor and volunteers of Armenian background. So that's the same, and that program will stay that way because there's a lot of cultural components to it, and in order to change that up, a lot more has to go into that. But our after-school program. We currently have Armenian youth. We have youth from from Mexico. We have youth from all backgrounds. And one of the things that I'm hoping to be able to do is, with this money, is to hire someone, a Spanish-speaking individual, so we can really, collaborate together and work together to support these youth. For young people to see an Armenian-speaking individual and a Spanish-speaking individual working together, I think that is a really, really big deal. I think that shows them that it can be done and it should be done, and we become a role model for them. So I see it changing. It's been changing, and I hope that it continues to be as diverse.
Okay, but you don't have specifics you can share in terms of a percentage breakdown today?
I can tell you that from since March of last year until to this very day, we have between 10 to 15 kids who participated in our after-school program on and these are youth that have to continue to be in this program. They have to come to the center at least twice a week. About half of them are of different nationalities.
Okay.
Which is what you want.
Yeah.
That's what this particular funding is for, right?
Yes, absolutely. And it's challenging because you have the word Armenian there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But the AGBU is really big on, if you know a little bit about them throughout the world, they work with the communities that they exist in all over the world. And so there's a very, very big push internally for us to really start working more and more with the entire community. So this is a great opportunity. This is a great way for us to be able to do that and do more of that.
That's why we date each other
excuse
and
me,
marry each
if-
other, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
If I can continue with my questions, please. So, how do you intend to, or how do you market to different communities? How do you reach them?
Yeah, at the schools. So we primarily what happens is when it's time for us to recruit, we'll go to the schools, we'll talk to the assistant principals, the counselors, and we'll set up a date. They bring in students in groups, and I do my pitch. I talk to them about it, and I also spend a lot of time with them during snack and recess. So I really get to know them. And then we also have groups on Facebook where we will share that information. But again, this is a newer program, so we're still kind of dealing with all that stuff.
Okay, so you don't have any metrics right now in terms of how you measure how you've made an impact with that program yet? It's too new?
I can tell you that the youth are coming back. I can tell you that they show up every day. But no, I don't have any specific metrics. I should be able to provide that by the end of fall school year, next year, or this year.
And so if I heard you correctly from a previous question, if you don't get CDBG funding, you will be able to continue the program as it is today?
No, not as it is today. We won't be able to continue with supporting the same amount of youth that we have. So we'll have to drastically cut back, and we won't be able to take on those special cases that are brought our way from the school district. So the school district, the office of Eileen Magrin's office, I'm blanking out on the name. Yes, health and attendance. They recommend and refer youth to us, at least once a week. So we won't be able to take on those youth. We won't be able to even to do temporary case management, meaning working with the youth, getting them in touch with social service. We wouldn't be able to do that.
Okay. Final question for me is, so you said you use the YWCA facility for your program?
Yes.
What part of the facility do you actually use? Because we've been funding them for a lot of renovation, so some of that space is out of commission because of that renovation. So I'm just...
We're in the basement. For the last 2 months, there's been a lot of renovation happening down there, but we're in the basement. But we still use the basketball gym, and we still are able to use our facility downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure from staff whether or not the proposals that we just approved today for additional renovation, how that impacts the space availability. Just a question, a thought that came to mind.
Didn't they address that and indicated that they would be able to use Brand Library?
Committee member Armenian and committee members, based on the current construction for YWC that we just finished, we have a plan before we start the construction with YWC where we move tenants based on availability and based on what the programs are. So we rotate the programs.
Through that facility?
Through the facility. So depending on the urgency of the programs and how the programs are running, we're able to maneuver that. But before the construction starts, we do have a plan. So we've worked with a variety of agencies with different programs within their houses, within their complexes, and usually it works out that we have plans to move programs, but the programs are functioning as the construction goes into different phases. We don't stop programs. I guess that's what I'm trying to clarify, that we will not stop programs, and we will do our best to move the construction within phases.
Thank you. Appreciate your answers.
Thank you.
One quick question, if I may, if I forgot. Sorry, Mr. Chair. You said you're using the facilities. Do you actually meet in the facilities? From what I read, it seems like that the one-on-ones especially, it's all outside or in personal basis, however it works. But do you actually, your clients,
yes.
Do they show up and work over there? Or
yeah, absolutely, yes. So our after-school program takes place there. So the youth will come there after school. And our mentors will visit as well, along with their mentees. So volunteers and youth from both programs definitely meet there on a regular basis. Well, I'm sorry, let me also say this. One of the other things that we want to do is we want to get more parent involvement. So that's also part of this grant. So we want parents, especially fathers, we want to work with them to get them more involved. And we're going to use our facility to hold activities and trainings and things like that for them. It's very challenging to, I've been doing this for a while, and working with youth is wonderful, but then you send them back to sometimes where the problem is stemming from most of the time. So what we want to get is the parents involved. So that's another big part of this grant. And I know $20,000 is a lot of money. Trust me, I know. It's very difficult to raise even anything close to that. So, but I will say that if we're lucky enough, we're fortunate enough to receive those funds, we will make use of every dime. It'll go towards supporting this community and our youth. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Wait.
Yes.
Most important question.
My apologies. Go ahead.
Just want to make sure 50% is allocated for one staff. I mean, the 20,000 that you want is for 50% cost of one case manager. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. You do have a case manager now?
That's me.
You are, okay.
Everything else,
Is this
huh?
for 40 kids?
Yeah, so we want to recruit 40. We'll have 40 in our after-school program, and we'll recruit another 40 in our other programs.
So this is for the additional 40, this funding?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next question on your flyer here.
Yes.
Now, is this 3 different programs? Like it says mentorship program, leadership program. So is all the 40 who picks here, like 5 here, 5 there, or it's 40, all 3 for all 40? I mean, how does this work?
Yeah, so it's youth in all of our programs, yes.
So all 40 could use any of the 3 programs?
Yes,
or
absolutely.
it's actually one program, first half hour is this?
No. They're different programs, and the Leadership Academy is built into our after-school program and our mentoring program.
All right. Yeah. Now, somewhere here you say kids ages of 12 to 18. Your flyer says kids between ages of 11 and 19.
The correct one is 11 to 19. My
11 to
apologies.
19.
It should be 11 to 19. The youth will begin, like I say, in 6th grade, and it used to be just 7th grade. And they do go on for a year or 2 after graduating from high school.
Okay.
So that's
Because
my
some of
mistake.
these, I assume if you're 11 years old versus a 19 years old, you'll fall under a different program. For 11 years old, I guess Leadership Empowerment Academy could be a little bit different than.
Correct. It's
than the other
yeah,
ones.
and we'll definitely, and we separate them too. Our 17-year-olds don't want to hang out with the 11-year-olds, so we have different, activities for the older kids, and then different activities for the younger kids.
And this is Glendale Unified School District only, or as far as school district, you say you get from, is it Glendale Unified only? Or
Yes, so it's GUSD students in Glendale, residents only. We have in the past, served youth from other areas as well.
Like Pasadena by any chance?
Pasadena, Burbank, Granada Hills, believe it or not, yeah. And the surrounding communities in LA.
Thank you.
My pleasure, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
One more. Let's go.
We're going to do one more before break, and I promise you he'll have a very long break.
It's okay. Thank you.
Our next group that is going to be coming up is the Armenian Cultural Association, better known as Hamaskayin. They are going to be introducing Intergenerational Experiences Program.
Good afternoon.
Good
Good afternoon.
Is it on?
Yes.
Good afternoon, dear commissioners and Chair Gharibian. My name is Haray Sharikian, Hamaskayin member since 1986, former regional executive member and former chairman. Also former Arts and Culture Commissioner. I used to be sitting right there from 2013-2018. On behalf of the Hamaskayin Armenian Education and Culture Society, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to present to you our organization. After the 1915 genocide and the collapse of the First Armenian Republic, the Armenian survivors were dispersed all over the world. On May 28, 1928, in Cairo, Egypt, a group of 9 intellectuals and community leaders founded the Hamaskain Armenian Educational and Cultural Society. The objective of Hamaskain was to provide a sound education to the deprived children and the new generation, and to strive toward the preservation of the ethnic identity and cultural heritage of the Armenian people. Subsequently, Hamaskain chapters were established throughout the world: Middle East, Europe, United States, Canada, South America, Australia, and Armenia. Last year, Hamaskain celebrated the 90th anniversary of its global and 50th anniversary of its Western USA establishment. Hamaskain in California, under the sponsorship of the Western USA Executive, with its 9 chapters in different cities and 8 special committees, has been a source of pride for the Armenian community. The activities of the chapters are diverse, and here are some samples: lectures, seminars, after-school workshops, commemorative events, exhibition, concerts, recitals, traditional dance ensembles, and more. The Western USA Regional Executive 8 special committees, namely, are Music Committee, Sayat Nova Choir Committee, Arti Youth Committee, Ani Dance Company, Theater Company, Heritage Committee, Art Academy, and Literature Committee. All have common objective: preserve the Armenian intellectual legacy, promote education, arts, cultural values, and upcoming artists, present Armenian culture to other cultures, and vice versa. Hamaskain is a nonprofit organization and mostly based on volunteers. It serves the community at large, believing that it is objective, and its programs are crucial elements for upbringing noble and educated individuals for healthy and happy and safe society. And now I would like to invite Anita Havatian. Go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anita Havatian. I'm a member of the Hamaskain Cultural and Educational Society. I've been a member since 2010 and have been volunteering since then. As a profession, I'm an educator and currently teach at an elementary school and have been doing so for 25 years. So I wanted to talk from the perspective of the arts and the kids and how they come together. When teachers teach the arts and connect them in authentic ways with other core subjects, all children thrive. For the past several years, I've seen more and more cuts to the arts programs in the public school sector. Teaching the arts impacts students by enhancing creative and critical thinking. Collaboration, growth mindset, perseverance, all vital to closing an opportunity gap. Hamaskain will provide children access to quality arts programs. They will be able to participate in programs such as music, dance, theater, drawing, painting, classes to connect with their culture and create well-rounded individuals that will thrive in schools and help raise achievement levels. Research shows that school children that are exposed to drama, music, and dance are often proficient at reading, writing, and math. In conclusion, by providing the opportunity to explore a creative outlet will help children to the larger world, ultimately improving community cohesion. Thank you.
Greetings, dear Commission members and Chair, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our project. My name is Seta Simonian. I'm the chair of Hamaskain Regional Executive Board and a member of Hamaskain for more than 40 years. I have also been an elementary and middle school teacher for 22 years at Glendale Unified School District. We approach to the CDBG program with great appreciation because its goal supports the mission of our organization, which was presented by my colleagues. We have designed an after-school program, the actual cost of which would have been much higher than what we have presented, simply because our organization is based on volunteerism and many of the services will be provided by our volunteer members. Our project can be summarized as follows. Offer arts and performing arts classes and services and make them an intergenerational experience. Classes will be offered all around the year, except on holidays and vacation periods, of course. Classes will be conducted by professional instructors, up to 4 sessions a week, up to 80 students in total. And I can give you more details a bit later if you like. The participants will be mostly school-aged, but will be open to older individuals to benefit from their knowledge and experiences, to pass on to the new generation, such as folkloric dances, songs, stories, painting, sewing, embroidery, games, etc. Our target participants will be from the area of our location in Glendale and whose families are in need of such services. We have also set targets to evaluate the outcomes of this project. We would like to see at least 60% of the students finish the whole program, participate in performances and exhibitions, and want to continue participating in the following year. For us, this is a clear, logical, intelligent, and extremely beneficial program for our community. We hope you consider helping it out fully. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead.
So you have not tried out this program, correct? Like you have not piloted it, or what's your experience with it, if any?
Not exactly the way it is planned. We have had many classes and many workshops in the past years in many of our chapters. This is directly will be related to the regional. And so as I said or mentioned also in our application, that the instructors will be professionals. We have had professionals before this, and we have paid them really, really very nominal fees, or they have been conducted by volunteers or not professionals, but who just like, for example, dancing or singing. So in this case, it will be professionally instructed in many different ways, meaning that, for example, if they instruct singing, they teach singing, it's not just singing, but at the same time to give a general idea about music, about its benefits in life, and also to open them to other cultures, just to become educated people and to know how to appreciate arts and music and other sectors, of course.
Okay, so this is the regional Hamaskains project?
Yes, that's our plan. Mm-hmm.
And where will you conduct all this program?
We have our space in Glendale, and the address is 407 East Colorado, which we have rented. It's about 2,000 square feet area with 2 sections, 2 levels, and that's where we are going to conduct our classes.
And as I'm sure you've heard, we've got an extraordinary number of applications this year, which means less money to go around because the money hasn't increased proportionally with the number of applications. So my question to you is, if you only get partial funding for this, what happens? Can you implement the program? Because I think this was 100% dependent on CDBG funds.
Yeah, the 100% dependency is for the instructor's fees. And that means if it is partial, then most probably our classes also will be partial. We have to eliminate 1 or 2, unless we can find other donors from the community who can, compensate, and we can continue with the plan.
And what schools, two of you mentioned that you are former school teachers?
Yes,
what
at
schools?
first I was at Marshall Elementary, and then for 12 years at Wilson Middle School.
And what about? Where? LA?
Yes.
Okay.
I just drove from the Valley.
And you're former or current
No,
teacher?
current.
Which school?
Please speak into the mic. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Canterbury Elementary in the Valley, San Fernando Valley.
Thank you.
Third grade teacher currently.
Anyone else? Questions?
Well, maybe I can start,
Go ahead.
since I'm into music and art. And I'm so glad that you have this kind of a program here, and that I think that maybe with this kind of programming that we have, and I know you do it very, very well in the Armenian community. We have a lot of arts and dance and performance going on. But if you can incorporate others into this program, I think that it's a great move, because in the schools, we're just not doing enough of it. We just aren't funded to do enough, and not enough volunteers, let's say.
Exactly, and that's the whole goal, because as I said, the area that we have, the residents are of either low income or average income families, and most probably they would not be able to have private classes or even to go to those existing music schools or dance schools where everybody charges. In this case, we will try to make it all free for the students and from the same area as we are, in which there are many schools, so we are going to reach them and advertise about our program, and it's open to everybody.
I think that's really good, because I think not enough of our students are dancing starting at a younger level, except for the ones that come from those families that they come from that background. There's so many of our young people out there that they're always dancing and singing.
Right.
You know, where do you get any vocal instructions except by private? So I think this is it's a unique program, and I like it.
Thank you.
But as like we say, there's funding out there. You don't need very much, though, however, right?
Yeah, as I said, if we need 4 teachers, we have to have this funding.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like a good program.
Thank
And
you.
I had no idea that you even existed.
Oh,
And
really?
it's quite an organization.
That's our fault.
Yeah. Well, because, you know, you work in your communities with doing your cultural
Right.
events and all the good work that you do, so.
Yeah, we want
that's
to show
okay.
because we do so much. We
Yes.
do so much, and we have to advertise what we do.
Thank
If
you.
I may, just one quick question. You came to that, actually. How are you going to market your program?
Yes.
And where, basically, and where are you going to get them? Because it doesn't really says where you're going to get your students.
Exactly. So, as I said, our area where we are located is really crowded area. There are so many apartments and residential area where there's a lot of school-aged population. So it is very easy to reach them through the schools, whether public schools or Armenian schools, Saturday schools, and of course the social media, by flyers, by advertising in regular media. So we are going to do our best to get the word out. And also, unfortunately, I'm sure when we do advertise really well, we're going to get much, much more than what we are anticipating. So our maximum will be 80 students, but we'll see how we can manage.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
What days are classes then?
Yeah, it will be, as I said, or I don't know if I mentioned, there will be 4 classes during the week. Hopefully 3 of them will be after school during the weekdays and 1 of them on Saturday. Also, it depends on the participants. If the parents prefer to have all classes during weekdays, then we can have 4 days. Or if they prefer Saturdays, we can have 2 sessions on Saturdays. So it is not strictly decided what hours or what days are going to be these classes on. Simply everything depends on the participants and, of course, the instructors. Each class will be about 2 hours.
And as I said, for example, dancing 2 hours probably will be tiresome, but they will learn other things and they will experience other things, other dances, maybe by visual aids, by teaching each other, by listening, and different kinds of things.
Okay, we're good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
you
and
for
good luck.
applying. Good luck.
Thank you.
Just to be sure, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 agencies left. Am I correct?
2.
Oh, yeah,
two
because
agencies.
one is not coming and one is, so 2 agencies, and they're not here.
They're going to start at 4:15, so you'll have a nice break.
Do they have a phone? We can call them?
I've emailed. I'm going to wait and see if they respond. I've
If
emailed
they
one of the
do,
agencies.
are you guys ready to come back sooner if they come sooner?
If I may, Chair Garibian, members of the committee, Door of Hope actually asked to be last because they are in a major conference this morning and they swapped times. So regardless, they will most likely be here the latest 4:20. So you will have a nice break in between, but they will not be able to make it before then. I'm just trying to get Family
4:20?
Promise.
So if we get the other one, we should be out of here by 5.
Yes.
We just have 2 to go, right?
So in this long weekend,
yeah,
long the
2,
break, you guys can start
yes.
thinking about your
Door of
numbers.
Hope and,
Two
Door
of-
of Hope and what's
Start thinking about the numbers.
Why'd you book your
Family
thing?
Promise? That's,
It's every
All days.
Excuse me, Chair Garibian, members of the committee, am I to understand that we are taking a recess at this time?
Yes, let's take a recess until we have one agency show up.
Okay.
Hopefully next 30 minutes. Thank you.
Filling up what I've been leaving on the table.
Chair Garibian, members of the committee, we're back on.
So we're going to continue the interview of social services. I think, who do we have next?
Next up, we have Family Promise of the Verdugos, the Housing Support for Homeless Families Program.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
good afternoon.
My name is Albert Hernandez, and I serve as the CEO of Family Promise of the Verdugos. And I'm here today to speak a little bit about our CDBG application. First and foremost, our organization is celebrating 10 years this upcoming year. And in those 10 years, we've been serving homeless families with children through the communities of Glendale, Burbank, and neighboring communities as well. For the past 2 years, Family Promise has definitely stepped up in regards to partnering with the City of Glendale and Homeless Services Department by implementing some new programs. And our request today is to support and help those programs that we've recently implemented. Just to speak rather quickly about some of those programs that we've implemented have been our state ESG rapid rehousing program, our rapid rehousing program in support of with our continuum of care here in Glendale. Since 2017, those 2 programs have been in existence. 96% of those families that we've helped with our rapid rehousing program were able to transition back and to be stable, meaning they've been able to take over their lease or to move back into independent living, which speaks very highly about our staff. Again, the point of this application is to ask for support to help fund a housing locator position. As Family Promise continues to evolve, it's serving more families in need. We recently became the lead agency in the communities of Burbank and Glendale in partnership with LA Family Housing. And what that means is that any families that are experiencing homelessness in Glendale and there's no space in Ascensia, YWCA, and Door of Hope are required to refer all families to us. And what we do is either we provide shelter in our 90-day program or we provide crisis housing for those families in need. The housing locator position, which we're seeking funding, will help expedite the families and get them into some sort of housing rather sooner than later. In most cases, some of these families that are experiencing homelessness are slipping through the cracks. They're getting lost. They're being referred to various agencies, and it's getting very confusing for them. Family Promise, again, serves as that bridge for those families that are experiencing homelessness. I'm very familiar with CDBG in regards to working with the City of Burbank and their funds. However, we've requested funding from CDBG in Glendale. Unfortunately, we've been turned down a few times. But we're a very resilient organization that I stand behind, and know that with this support, we'll be able to transition families much quicker as opposed to them falling through the cracks. The housing locator position, we're seeking 74% of their salary. My thought and my philosophy has always been not to come back to this committee each and every year for the same funding. I think what I, as the executive director at Family Promise, would hope is that with your support and city council support, that we would be able to fund this position and be able to go back to private donors and foundations and say this is a crucial position that's needed to be able to provide services to our families, and then hopefully next year not be able to come back each and every year and rely on your services and your funding. I think we want your support now so that we can show the importance of this position, so that we can go back again and find additional funding somewhere else. But it would be of great support if we had your blessing. Thank you for the time, but I'll take any questions. I'm well aware that you've all had time to read the application.
Questions? Go ahead.
First of all, thank you for your resilience in coming back. Appreciate your sticking with it. Two, you were operating out of the Y facility, were you not, a couple years ago at least?
Sure, we've got two offices. One in Burbank out of a day center facility at an undisclosed address, just for privacy reasons of our families. And then we also actually operate a block away at the Methodist Church.
Okay. And is that where this position would be based out of?
Yes, we currently have two employees that are focused strictly to Glendale operations and families, and this third position would be also working out of our Glendale facilities.
Okay, and then third question is, as you may have tracked from the previous interviews, we've got a lot more applications this year than even in the past when you've applied, with not more money. So if you only got partial funding, not the full funding, how would that impact what you're trying to achieve?
So I think as CEO of this organization, I have to tell you, we need 100% of the funding that's being requested. But as also a CEO of an organization that works really hard and has a great community supporting us, we will find funders to support us. But again, I like to reiterate that I think it's of great importance that we have some sort of support from the city. So we will make it work and find foundations to support us should there be a lack of funding because of the importance of other applications.
So you would be able to take our funding, leverage it, and get other funding to make up the shortfall, you think?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have.
One just basic question. First of all, welcome back, and glad that you guys are back. You know, we talked about it a couple of years back. So nice to see you guys continue on and coming back. My only question or concern somewhat is that how do you, because you're serving 2-3 different communities, immediate cities, Burbank, Glendale, and maybe Pasadena or surrounding LA areas, how do you differentiate and separate your operation, the Glendale services to your Glendale and the people, the customers or clients that are coming to you?
Of course, that's a great question. If you look at our program, a model of our program, actually nearly 70% of our families that are coming to our shelter are Glendale residents or former Glendale residents because now they're experiencing homelessness. We separate them particularly through application forms that we have them fill out, which they disclose their previous residence. There's a greater need in Glendale for families that are experiencing homelessness. Our partnership with the school district, in particular, Ms. Diana Hill and Dr. Eileen Magrin, refer families to us on a continuing basis. Again, over nearly 70%, if not more, are Glendale residents. And those are the ones that we've been able to manage to track. So I'm trying to think if I answered your question.
How do you basically control your staff services, work hours and whatnot, to Glendale?
I understand. So we have
they're not
staff
going-
dedicated just to our Glendale families. The majority of our families that we're serving on any given day are Glendale families. We serve nearly 40 families a day now in our program, and over 20 of those families are Glendale families, and they have Glendale staff that are just dedicated to those families. And Burbank has their own dedicated employees as well, overseeing those families.
Okay, that's what I just want to make sure.
Got it.
Thank you.
Well, I am very familiar with this program, and I have and do support it financially on my own at every chance I get. And if I win the lottery, which I don't even play, but maybe I should start playing the lottery.
Your daughter's on the advisory board, right?
No.
That's what it shows on the letterhead.
It does?
Yeah.
Yes, Marcia Ramos is one of our advisory board members.
Well, I know she's one of the founders,
Yes.
and that's how I got involved. So I know a whole lot about the program and the work that it does and the need that it meets. So I've always been hopeful that you would get funding, and I know that you were encouraged to come back. And so I'm glad to see you here.
Thank you.
And I know you have tremendous support, and the volunteer hours to this organization are just immense, too.
Thank you for that.
Nothing? Sorry.
No, I just wanted to point out, since I brought up the topic, not to leave it alone, that there are also on the advisory board, there is one of our current council members, Paula Devine, and several of our other elected leaders, such as Assembly Member Laura Friedman and Senator Anthony Porcentino. Jess Talamontes is from Burbank City Council. Zizette Mullins is the Burbank City Clerk. Anyway, it's a pretty robust advisory board.
Henry Leon from La Crescenta.
We want to make sure, since names came up, almost all the agencies we interviewed so far, they all have one of our either consul or head of the departments in their board.
Not all of them.
Almost all of them.
But not all of them.
And chairs, in fact.
Since we mentioned names, I just want to make sure that it's out there. So there's more than just this company. Okay, any other questions to him directly?
Well, I think that speaks to the organization.
I know, that's why I'm pointing it out.
Yeah. Thank you.
Let me ask you a couple of questions. Direct public support, is that fundraising? What is direct public support? $150,000?
Sure. It's individuals, and it's also our special events.
Okay, so fundraising, pretty
Correct.
much.
Yes.
So 293,000 last year, am I correct?
Correct.
So far, okay. And then fundraising income, so that's different from the direct public support? I mean, you have it broken down to fundraising income, 139,000, then you have direct public support of 293,000. So total revenue of 435. This is from 17 June to 18 June.
So the direct public support is through our annual giving campaign. People who want to make pledges on a monthly basis or annual basis. The first section that you had mentioned is our fundraising. So that's separate. We hold about 3 special events a year that generate that type of funds.
Okay. And next, guest transportation. I see it almost every year. It's a big number for monthly basis.
Yeah.
What is that? Who's the guest?
You got it. So we do have a shelter that we operate. And so we provide transportation for our family members to get to school, to get to work, to get to job interviews. So that's a crucial part. And that's probably one of the biggest barriers for families that are experiencing homelessness is not being able to get to work on time because they have no transportation. So we offer that as a component of our program for all families, whether they're in our shelter or in our rapid rehousing programs.
Is this like your car or you guys
We have
taxi
a
or
15-seater vehicle.
15-seater vehicle, okay. Like versus pay for Uber, you have your own car, so
Right.
liabilities, insurance, and so on and so forth, okay. And rapid rehousing, I see it this year, I don't see it the year before.
Right. So we had rapid rehousing begin in November of 2017, and we've been operating that ever since. Our calendar year runs through July through June, so it's kind of off by about 5 or 6 months.
Okay.
So that might be the impact because our calendars don't operate at the same time.
Sure, sure. And lastly, I see fundraising expense, and based on just basic numbers, that's like 20% of your funds go towards fundraising expense. That's a large percentage for you to give away just to have the fundraising. So that's something, it's waste of money. Try to put a cap on that. I don't know how you can control that.
Right, and a portion of that is because I oversee the fundraising, so a portion of my salary has been charged towards fundraising expense because I lead the fundraising operations.
I see. Okay, thank you. Anything else? We're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Since we don't have Dora Hope here, you guys, can we discuss
Introduce that other third one.
right,
That's the second one.
Compressor Community Health Center, Inc.?
Chair Garibian, members of the committee, I will read you the project description of the Comprehensive Community Health Center's proposal with their project titled Connection to Care. It's a program that is requesting $54,346 to hire personnel and purchase equipment to connect low-income families and individuals residing in Glendale to access community-driven, patient-centered, affordable, and comprehensive healthcare services and resources. They're striving to serve 1,000 individuals annually by accomplishing the following. They want to expand outreach and healthcare enrollment, provide medical, dental, and vision screenings. They want to hold 2 health and wellness events and conduct health education sessions. The project is targeting uninsured and underinsured individuals who do not access a regular, accessible, and affordable source of health care.
Okay. Anyone wants any comments, even though nobody's here, but you can, for
Maybe
the
you might
record.
enter that into the record that there's nobody here.
Yeah, can we just say that they chose not to show for interview, but if you guys have any comments to make for this, since you read the application?
Well,
Anybody
since
else?
we're supposed to interview and there's no one to interview, maybe we could just move along.
Okay, are we moving on? Armenia?
I just have a lot of questions on these sorts of operations. When I looked at the financials, they have a very robust financial background because they get money from a lot of different sources. This isn't a typical nonprofit. This is actually an operation that benefits from a lot of healthcare funds beyond CDBG type of funds. So in my opinion, this is just my personal opinion, when we get down to deciding amounts, since we have so little to give, this would be one that I would not consider for any funding at this time, so that we can try and spread what we do have to nonprofits that don't have access to the types of funding that this kind of organization does. That's just my general reaction and opinion, if that's what you're looking for.
No. No.
Mr. Ramirez, any comments or no?
Just what I said earlier.
Okay,
I support you.
No, unfortunately, they're a new organization that they came in from this last round, but unfortunately, they're not here. We can't really understand and get to know them better and understand their scope of work and what they're going to do and how. So I concur with Mr. Armenian that maybe we just don't consider them at this point. Move on.
So, Azaria, any comments or? Yeah, just
Let's not
over-
say, don't consider, let's say, not fund,
Not
because
fund,
we just
right.
finished considering them.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely. You're right.
No, just
You're right.
as I just had a lot of questions, a lot of highlights and a lot of red markers and all that, because
lot of stuff.
a lot of stuff I wasn't clear, but are they helping to get insurance or are they, so I wasn't clear also on it. I do have a lot of questions, so hopefully when we see them next time around, like, they can answer our questions. Okay, let's go next.
Well considered.
I don't see the executive director from Door of Hope here yet. They're running a bit behind.
Okay, and then what else do we have beyond that? That's it?
And then we've got deliberations and
Right,
staff.
because
and committee comments.
YWCA pulled theirs, right?
For deliberation, you can start putting those 5 columns in and.
I already did.
That's what she did at her break.
She's on it.
She read your mind. She also populated the numbers already. So.
And you guys, everybody start on your own scratch pad as close as you can if you haven't.
Don't forget to fill in.
You can get a head start on the numbers. You wouldn't have an extra blank one with you, do you?
I can get you.
I did
Just
so
use
many
the back,
scratch-
use the back.
Yeah, I'll take that.
I have it.
Chair Garibian, members of the committee, Door of Hope is here.
Right.
Perfect timing.
They don't catch their breath.
Take your time.
Yeah, come on up.
To the mic, please, and state your name.
Megan Katurgian, Executive Director.
Regina Dupree, Program Manager.
Genesis Torres, Children's Coordinator and Youth.
Hello, welcome. Introduce the Dora Hope and your program and why you're here.
All right, well, thanks for having me. This is my first year of doing this, so you'll have to coach me along. But Door of Hope is a transitional housing organization for families experiencing homelessness. And our location in Glendale is for women and children experiencing homelessness because they have fled domestic violence. There we house 13 families at any given time, and we provide shelter for, on average, a year. Once they move into their own permanent housing, we provide an additional year of supportive services case management. And during their time with us, we provide weekly case management, weekly therapy, weekly life skills classes, and an after-school program for the children. And this year, we're also starting a youth program for the teenagers.
What's the funds for?
The funds are for our after-school and teen mentoring programs.
So can you walk us through that part a little bit more in
Yeah,
detail?
of course. Our after-school program that we currently provide is Monday through Friday. We do school pickups if they're local, and the program goes until 5:30. Genesis is the coordinator of that program. We provide after-school homework assistance, enrichment activities for the youth. They also have access to a tutor in the evenings through a partner called School on Wheels. This year we are adding to that mental health resources for the children, play-based therapy, group activities, things like that. And then we're also adding a teen program, which will also be homework assistant, enrichment activities, just in a more age-appropriate way for older children. In addition to that, we have a summer camp, a week-long summer camp during the summer, and then there will be a retreat date to be determined. Last year it was during the summer. This coming year it might be in May.
Okay, any questions? Zero minutes.
Well, let's see.
Yep. So something we've been asking all the organizations, because we don't have enough money to go around as usual, and more applications this year. If you only get partial funding, how does that impact your ability to execute on your proposal and your program?
So we are mostly privately funded, and whatever we can't cover through dedicated grants for our programs, we cover through general operating support, and that would be our intention if we don't get the full funds.
Anybody else?
Do you have any metrics? I mean, you've been doing this program for a while, right? Any metrics in terms of what sort of impact your program's been making?
Absolutely.
kids?
So for the youth program specifically, last year 78% of the youth in our after-school program improved their educational outcomes. 88% of the children across our organization improved their social outcomes. Those are measured every day, and if you want to know more about that, then Genesis can tell you how they do that with the kids. Across the organization, last year 86% of the parents increased their income, 92% increased their savings. 92% of our families are still housed at the 1-year mark once they move into permanent housing. And 5 years or more, our long-term success rate is 83% of the families have never experienced homelessness again.
It's great to hear. Good metrics. No further questions.
A couple of questions. First of all, welcome.
Thank you.
Could you elaborate a little bit more on leveraging the funds? You said you have self-sufficient, you have some other funds that's coming through. Is there more detail on that, where it comes from?
Yeah, I can. So the CDBG grant would be the only specific grant for the youth and after-school programs in Glendale specifically. We have applied for other grants for our Pasadena locations, foundations that are specific to Pasadena, but we run an identical program in those 2 locations. And Genesis is the one that oversees both of those programs. So when we have applied to the foundations that we've applied to, we've named, this grant as a potential extra funder. And then we do have individual funders, donors, who love kids, and that's where they want to dedicate their resources. And so we have, little pockets of funding here and there, for example, for an individual donor to cover a field trip. We have applied for a van capital grant through a foundation, the Gunther Foundation, because if we expand to a teen program, 1 van isn't enough for all of the kids across 3 different sites. So those are some of the ways that we are trying to leverage funds through different means.
Well, for the benefit of the public, maybe you could expand on the number of unduplicated children you serve and the ages and the rationale for the program.
So can you say a little bit more about what you're wanting to know about the rationale, the need?
Yeah, why it's important for these particular children.
Yeah, I'm going to let Regina answer that question, and then I can fill in any gaps.
So it's very important for...
Come to the mic.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So it's super important for our children because they're just coming out of trauma, specifically some of the behaviors that we see with kids in domestic violence. Sorry, just give me a moment.
Take your time.
We just see so many of the kids. I do better in just telling some stories. We have one particular mom who came to us. She didn't have her kids with her because DCFS had taken her kids. And so we decided to take her chance and let her come into the program without her kids. And it took 4 months for her to be reunited with her kids. But she came in and it took those 4 months. But her kids have so many problems. We're seeing sexualized behaviors and just a lot, and it's really overwhelming. And so we are just seeing such need for services. And so thankfully, our children's staff are able to really put in the time and, put in the effort to really get the services in place to really, help those kids and really do the things that are needed for those kids. So.
And in your outcomes, I think you addressed that in your metrics, your outcomes on the children. I just had it in front of us. The percentages.
So you're wanting to know a little bit more about the promised outcomes around the educational growth?
The children demonstrated, says here, 80%, 78%, 88%, all these kinds of percentages. So maybe just repeat them.
Okay, so, I can repeat them. Okay. So the promised outcomes that we put in the grant are based on past outcomes. Yeah. So last year, in measuring the improvement through the after-school program and ancillary services. Again, 78% of the children improved their grades, educational outcomes. 88% of the children overall improved their social outcomes. And that stacks up to the previous year. The previous year was 75% improved their educational outcomes. I don't have the outcome off the top of my head for the social outcomes from the year before, but it's pretty consistent improvement that we see.
Well, you're working with traumatized children, so these percentages are just incredible, actually.
Yeah,
You figure that.
even if it's 1%, still something that they didn't have. One other question, if I may, sorry. How do you control or manage your staff time within, I understand that you also work with other cities and you have locations. How do you manage your staff's time? Is your staff just Glendale staff, or it's staff that it works all around?
So we have 30 staff total, and at our Glendale site, we have Regina, full-time program manager. We have 2 full-time case managers. We have a therapist. And then Genesis is our children's coordinator over both sites. So she's housed in Glendale. Her office is there, and spends 50% or a little more of her time in Glendale. And then she supervises a children's assistant that is there every day as part of the program.
The other part is what, Pasadena?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
The second?
in Pasadena, correct.
So you have 12 between ages of 5 and 11, is that correct on this? And 6 between ages of 12 and 18. Is that, so this funding you're asking for, 50% of the teen program coordinator and 50% for youth coordinator, and goes down the list with the, and I think they asked that if you don't get all the 40,000 or the amount you're requesting, you have means to do the program and not to stop the program, or you're gonna have to cut in number of kids.
Yeah, well, at risk of you thinking we don't need the money.
Oh, we don't, everybody does.
We do, but yeah, no, we would just keep it going. And we've had a pretty remarkable year. The city of Glendale was incredibly generous with us bridging our gap when we lost HUD funding a couple of years ago, and you all stepped in, and we're so grateful. And we've been on a huge campaign this year to make up the gap with private funds, and we have successfully done so. Because of that, we're on the right path there, and we would go after some dedicated individual donors to make up the gap.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for your
Thank
time.
you. And thank you for the work that you all do. Really appreciate it.
It's not taken lightly.
Okay, I guess the party starts now.
Chair Garibian, just to,
The break time again?
Any time spent with you is a party.
Oh,
The
thank you,
real-
thank you, thank you. Let's dance.
Real work.
Now I know
Now the work, huh?
Go ahead.
oh, Chair Garibian, members of the committee, I just wanted to state that there was time for public comment available, or we had it on the agenda, but I don't see anybody here. We haven't received any cards, so.
We
can
close the
proceed with
public comment,
deliberations.
please.
Ronnie sees people.
Let's close the public comment. Okay, so who wants to go first?
You.
Organize.
Ladies
You
first.
go, you've got it all planned. You've done this a while. Get
Me?
started.
Oh, I just asked for a black
Thank
paper,
you.
so I can
Thank you.
start.
He's always playing poker, so he doesn't show his cards first. Do you notice that?
Uh-huh, yeah. That's allowed.
Last year I wasn't the last. All right, Zanko, you're the master here.
I'm the backdrop.
We all wait for you to give us direction, and then we just
So I don't have all the numbers worked out, but I'll start throwing numbers
I
out
don't
there.
have any numbers.
a current number.
And none of this is going to be easy. I'll just kind of throw out an opening statement to say no one's going to get what they want in terms of full amount, because there just is not enough money to go around. I also am coming from the philosophy that we're going to have to strongly consider not funding some in order to even be able to partially fund others. And that's not a reflection necessarily on the program. It's just a reflection of the reality of not enough funds to go around. Because I've always been of the opinion that if you get below $10,000 in allocation, it starts to become more paperwork than it's worth, in my opinion. Amount of time when they already have limited staff time on most of these organizations, for them to spend so much time, the return is just not enough, in my opinion. They may have a different opinion, but it just seems to me like it wouldn't be worthwhile. So with that preamble, I would say, so I'm also going a little bit by, how much we've given in the past. So the zone at 25. Essentia.
I'm sorry.
I got the finger.
Number 7.
Number 7. Thank you. 25,000?
Yeah, for this. I'm going by the order they came in, sorry.
Okay.
And then Essentia, that's the one exception we've had year to year where, because of the amount has been on a reasonable level, we've kept them whole. So I've gone in at 20 for them, which is the only one with the full amount. I'm really torn on CASPs. I would love to see them expand, and that's generally been the philosophy we've followed. But for now, I'm only keeping them at the level we had them last year, which is 48. And I think let's just make a note. I'm going to come back to that. I'd love to see if we can get them another 12, get them into a 4th school. Glendale Youth Alliance at 45. Fair Housing Center at 10, which is, I think it's consistent.
Housing Rights Center?
Yeah, sorry. Fair Housing Program. Last year was 11,500. ARS at 55. Gift program, All for Health, 10,000. The We Got Skills Home Minute Shot chapter at 10. That Connection to Care Comprehensive Community, that at 0.
12.
Number 12. Family Promises of the Verdugos at 10. I think you can zero out Camp Y because they withdrew, right? That leaves what, still 37?
Yes.
So the Armenian Cultural Association at 10. And that leaves, what do we got, 27?
Yes.
Over or no?
No, you still have left to allocate.
Okay, let's actually put CASPs at additional 12. So that puts them at 60. So that gets them the 4th school. And let's do, what did we do? ARS at 61 last year. Let's put ARS up to 60. And then let's, I think I'd cut back on Youth Alliance. Let's put them up to 50. And then, oh, we didn't do loaves of fishes, sorry. I meant to do something for them. I was wondering what I was missing.
Where is Lawson? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, number 6. Actually, put them at, sorry, I'm gonna reduce it from somewhere else. Put them at 20. And, sorry, reduce Glendale Youth Alliance back down to 55.
Glendale Youth Alliance is currently at 50,000.
Yeah, I'm sorry, 45. Yeah. And then take ARS, what did I have ARS down as?
60,000.
Yeah, take them back down to 55. And then, I guess take 5 out of Essentia for now, just for the sake of argument. Okay. That's my starting point.
You're zeroing out Door of Hope and AGBU?
No, I thought I put Door of Hope in there. Sorry, Door of Hope at 20. Zeroing out AGBU.
So now you're over 20.
Okay. So I guess, where did I just go up? Oh, loaves of fishes, let's take that down to 15. Number 6. And I guess let's take CASP's back down to 48. That leaves 3.
That leaves 2. I think YWCA is out, so you only have 13 and 14.
Yeah, well, I'm zeroing those 2.
Said he's over 3 right now.
I'm over by 3.
Oh,
I
dollar
actually have
amount.
to
I
take it
thought you
out.
said 3 left.
Yeah, no. Let's take Youth Alliance down by 3, just to make it work for now. So as you can see, if I use my philosophy of 10,000 as a bottom, several of those organizations are at 10. There's 2 new organizations in there, which I think are unique in the sense that no one else is doing that sort of program. One is the skills, which is the athletic program. One is the music program. We haven't had that sort of program before, so I'd like to see us try it and
Which one is that
give them
one?
a shot. The Armenian Cultural.
What number?
11.
So 11
11,
and 10 and 11 are the new ones, coming in at half their request. So those are new programs. Like I said, one's the athletic, one's the music program that I'd like to see us give a shot in terms of trying to introduce someone new. I know there's other ones that are new as well, including the AGBU program. But we're already cutting back from our traditional partners that provide and have a track record. So I don't feel like we can try every new program all at once in 1 year. So that's just an opening
Great.
stab at it.
Who's going next? Mr. Gazaria? Let's see.
Number 1, community, 40. Number 2, 10. Number 3, 10. Number 4, 20. Number 5, 30. Number 6, 30. Number 7, 20. Number 8, 30. Number 9, 20. 10, 20. Number 11, 20. Number 12, 0. Number 13, 10. And number 14, 10.
Fourteen is out. Oh, no, sorry. Sorry. That's why I was reading it wrong.
Okay, Ms. Ramirez?
It's my turn already? No?
You say so.
It's your turn. No?
No? Okay. Let's see, I know I'm going to be off. I didn't do an actual calculation, but
You can work with this one.
yeah. Okay, let's start with the ARS 50. Two, that would be 10. Let's see, 20, next. Youth Alliance 45. Sensia 20. Zone 25.
Member Armik Avedisian, Essentia, you put 45. That's GYA, I
I
believe.
apologize. Maybe I was just
I
going
ju-
out of order.
Sorry.
That's my bad.
It's okay, thank you.
Names instead of numbers.
I apologize. Can I get clarification,
Sure.
what you need?
He's
what
gonna
you
start
want?
from beginning
50,
with the names
yeah.
instead of number one.
ARS 50. What's this? Housing Rights Center 10.
Okay.
Catholic Charities 20.
Just a second. 20?
Oh, the lineup is different. From what I'm
Just
going
with the
from
names,
this
yeah.
chart. Sorry. Okay. Let's see. The charities. Okay. Youth Alliance 45. Essentia 20. Zone Salvation Army 25. Door of Hope 20. CASP 48. All for Health 10. Hamas Gain 10.
I'm sorry, which one?
Hamas Gain, the
Number
Armenian
11.
Culture Foundation.
Number,
Okay. Where are we now?
You have 12 left to give.
I have 12 left. How did I do that?
12,000.
Yeah. Okay, let's put these ones, then I'll change them. 10 for Generation Next, then I will correct everything. 10 for Shunt. Go, what is it? Shunt, yeah. And 10 for Verdugo Promise, a Family Promise.
And nothing for Connect to Care?
Zero for Connect, yes.
Over by 18,000.
So
I'm
you're
over
over
by
18.
18,000. Not a problem. We'll fix that.
We'll fix
10,000, I'll take the 10,000 from the Essentia, make that 10 instead of 20. And there is 8 left, right? Okay. Let's make the ARS 45. I want to be generous to everybody. I want to give everyone. So we're over 3,000. Okay, I guess let's make the Door of Hope 17,000. We'll make it even. That will be 9.
Okay.
For some reason, my eyes can't see anymore.
And the lights reflects right inside. All right, Ms. Ramirez,
Okay, I'll start with eliminating
is that round one?
Connect to Care.
Around one?
That's
Sorry.
the round one. There we go. That's the one.
12 and 10. I want to eliminate those two.
Okay.
And then back up there, let's see what works.
Just to clarify, you did say number 10 and number 12?
Number 10 is...
We got skills?
Skills, yes.
And Connect to Care.
And they're the
0.
ones that didn't come, right?
Yes.
Connect
Yes.
Care is.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's go. Armenian Relief, I'll keep them at 40. And Fair Housing at 10. And the Gift at 10. And CASP at 48. And Loaves and Fishes, where's?
Wait, CASP's
CASP, yeah.
is only
Sorry.
asking for.
Oh, you jumped to Essentia.
I did?
Yeah.
Oh, Ascensia, let's see. 20. And then CASP 48, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And Loaves and Fishes, I give them 30. And Youth Employment, let's see, what number is that one? Oh, are we at zone?
Yes.
Yeah.
20. And then where are we at? The mentoring program?
GYA.
Glendale Youth Alliance, Youth Employment Program.
I give them 30. And are we at the Door of Hope?
That's correct.
20. And down to,
Armenian Cultural Association.
let's see. 10. And what do we have left?
We have 2 left. You have 32,000 to give out.
For Loaves and Fishes, is that the one?
The ones that are left that you haven't given an amount is AGBU and Family Promise of the Verdugos.
AGBUs, 10. And what's left?
Family Promise of the Verdugos,
How much is left?
22,000.
How much, 22? 22.
Yeah.
They're only
They're asking for
requesting
18.
What's that?
18,150.
They're asking for 18,150.
18,150.
That's their asking price.
That's what they're asking for.
Yeah,
They're requesting.
1850. Give them 18.
18.
18,150 for price.
So yeah, 4,000.
Added to the music program. It's the AGBU.
Yeah, the AGBU.
AGBU.
11.
Number 11, the Armenian Cultural Association.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Your turn.
So far off. Let's do all for health at 15. Let's do the CASPs at 48. Let's do the zone number 7 at 20. Let's do fair housing at 10. Sorry, I didn't mean to go up and down. Ascensia at 10. Oops.
There are 5 minutes.
It has been extended.
Jump to Glendale Youth Alliance. Let's put that to 35. Number 8. Number 8.
I'm sorry, what was the
35.
amount? 35?
Dora Fope, I'll keep it at 20. Let's put the 14 at 10,000.
Number 14?
Yes. AGB at 15,000. Let's put ARS at 50. Catholic Charities, 25. Put that at 10,000. Put Thomas going 10,000 as well, and I'll bring it down
Don't
from
have enough
somewhere.
money.
I know.
He's
You
going
said
to
you'll pay
donate
the
from
difference.
himself. Budget.
I know that. Bring forward, change the ARS to 45. And drop the Catholic Charities to 22. All right.
Do you propose any funding for comprehensive community health centers?
No, since I have no idea about their program, it was so confusing.
Sorry, which one?
The one they didn't show.
Chair Garibin, members of the commission, just to our committee, just to be clear, for CAS funding, per their proposal, if they're not fully funded, they can't expand to 4 schools. So they'll still serve the 3 schools that they serve, but unless they're fully funded, they wouldn't be able to
Correct.
expand.
Okay. We know that it's,
Okay.
basically, last couple of years, they've been saying 12,000 minimum per school.
I just, as far as we're concerned, that 48,000 is for 3 schools.
It's for the current 3 schools. They were trying to get a 4th school, which is something we've desired, but the funding,
Correct.
we'd have to cut from somewhere.
Okay, just wanted to be sure, because maybe
Unless-
I misunderstood on
Yeah,
the
no, unless the
expansion.
3 school is not 48,000, but it's supposed to be.
Yes, I believe, I'm not
No,
sure
she
what
said
the
that in her
funding is,
answer.
but, okay.
Yeah, she said if we don't get more, if we don't get the full amount, then we can't go to the 4th school.
Yeah, last year we gave them 38.
And they typically have said 15,000 per school, but a minimum of 12,000.
Last year we robbed it.
So column J shows the average recommended funding.
I don't think on this social services we can do any averages. To me, I don't think average works with this. Because it's a social service program, construction, you can play with it, but I don't know, it's up to you guys, but.
Averaging it?
Yeah, I don't think averaging would work on social service programs.
Well, we have to.
Well, over there, it looks pretty good, though.
You can't see.
Yeah, that light's in.
Actually,
Iris, do you want to just highlight the average column?
Yeah,
Just to
exactly.
make it easier?
Exactly.
It's okay, no, I'll just.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, the highlight is fine, yellow is good, great.
Just move here. It's my eyes, it's not anything else.
I'll bold it too.
Oh, bold, even better.
Oh, wow.
So much clearer. See all that sugar?
Can you highlight the column D also, please?
Sure. You want to highlight everything?
Thank you. Can you bring them together?
And then can you find another $40,000?
Can you bring J close to D by any chance?
So does
Sorry?
ONIC have more money to give?
I'll move this over.
Bring J, yeah, as close as you can to.
More money. It's too close.
Too close. There we go. Thank you.
Well, at minimum, I would propose the excess amount over 10,000 at Hamaskai and go back up to ARS because we've really cut them down. We've been cutting them down over the years, and they really do a lot of work in the community would be one suggestion I have. That's just shifting a few dollars, but nonetheless.
Sorry, one more time. What was your?
The Armenian Cultural Association says 12,800, and we've cut ARS back significantly to 45. My recommendation would be leave Cultural Association at 10,000 and move the 2,800 up to ARS. So at least you get them closer to the 50, because in the past we have, like last year, we funded them at 61. I mean, we're going down another 15,000.
Well, we've got so many new agents.
Last year, yeah.
Now
last
we're
year
cutting
we had-
from them.
No, I know, but that's why I'm suggesting we don't go over 10 for something that's untested. We give the Cultural Association 10,000, try the program out, and we keep, those that we're trying to get those that have proven programs a little bit higher. What I'm trying to get to is like at least closer to the levels we had them at last year. So like fair housing, we gave them 11,500 last year, so 10,000 is pretty close. Gift, last year we gave them 15,000, so again, 11,000 is pretty close. Essentia is the one we're going down, but then again, their whole proposal is 20,000, so that's still 3/4 of what they wanted, which is pretty good.
How about CAST with their 48?
Oh, yeah, that's another thing. CASP, we have to do 48 on CASP, otherwise now we're going backwards, right?
Yeah, right.
So actually, I would take the 2,800 and move it to CASPs.
Yeah.
I think we have to do that
Yeah,
to keep.
let's keep CASP at the 48.
So change,
Automatic,
manually change the number 11 to 10.
Number 11.
And change number
Cash.
5 to
Add
46, 47,
48.
no, 47.4.
47.4?
Isn't it 2,800?
Yeah.
47.2.
47.
Yeah, 47.2, that's correct. I'm going to add to that, I don't think, as you say, we don't want to keep anyone below 10, so we should change the AGBU from 9 to 10.
I would still make an argument. I mean, AGBU has a very generous endowment fund, generally speaking. It is not an organization that is wanting for funds. I mean, it's a good program, But, when I look at all these other organizations, I don't see as, as solid a financial foundation as I do.
I don't
with
think they're
AGB.
tapping into that funds. Of their-
Nonetheless, they have pretty robust funding, even if you look at it on a regional basis.
And we only have them at 9,000.
My recommendation move that 9 to 10 is that $1,000 and change the.
It's done already.
What's that?
It's done already.
What? And change the. Where was it? I lost the number. Change the Dora fob to 18.4. It's number 9, I think. 18.4.
I'm sorry, change it to which number?
18.4.
I would, again, if you remember from the Q&A, the gift program said that they had other sources of funding, that the program would not stop if they got zero.
Federal funding.
Yeah. So I'd recommend bringing them down 10 and moving 5 to others.
No, they're 11 now.
They're 11.
Oh, well, then 10. I'd still recommend moving them down to 10.
Yeah. That's fine.
They're asking 25, right?
Yeah, they're not in a dire, but most of other organizations, they're in a dire need. That's going to kill their program or reduce it significantly. They're not. The gift program is not.
I think the Salvation Army said they lost funding, if I'm not mistaken.
For this project only.
Yeah, so maybe that's where I would move the gift, the $1,000 off of gift and move it into Salvation. We have them, they got 25 last year. Bring them closer to getting what they got last year.
They're number 7. So it's 22 right now. With that 1,000 from the thing, put 23.
But let's remember they're spending about 3,000 equipment, which is computers.
Yeah, but that's
computers.
That's assuming the 50,000. We're not giving them 50,000.
So,
but what about where are we with housing? Family Promise, 11,600.
I think Essentia, they're asking 20, we're giving them 15. I would drop that to 12.
Essentia, just keep it at 10.
Or 10 even. I was gonna,
And
drop
where-
the Essentia to 10.
Where are you moving it?
And we can move the 5 to other places that they would need probably a little bit more funding. I would give.
I would first of all complete the 48,000 for the casts,
Yeah, that's complete. Right.
and then whatever left from there, we can just,
I would say the one you just dropped by Health for All by 10. Since I would put that at least half of it, so they're asking 25, so we'll put it back to 12 or 13.
Yeah, but like I said, they have other sources of funding. Their program,
Well, I mean,
they
a
didn't
lot of
say.
them do. I mean, Salvation Army has more money than they do.
no, it's
We
true.
can't-
Salvation Army, it's
can't go
it's a
based
core
on that.
basis.
Yeah.
All Health, I think All Health, there, as they mentioned, and I asked this bluntly, that they don't need these funds. It's useful. They
Who
could
doesn't?
always use it. Everybody
Yeah,
loves it.
they all want it.
But yes, but it's not a dire situation that if they don't have it, they
They
can't
get federal
proceed.
funding.
They cannot continue. They have the federal fundings and everything else. The other organizations, some of them, if they don't get the funding, the program either dies or it goes to so minimum that probably it's not even worth doing it. So that's what we need to consider too, is just not giving them the whatever numbers, if they can't use it, it's pointless, it's gonna come back in,
Can we do the, are we keeping the we got skills at 10? Is that, or are we still discussing that?
yeah,
Number 10.
that's the minimum. That's the minimum, let's keep them at
If we take that, if I took away that remaining, then I'll put it back on the ARS. So, what was this, 3,000 I moved from there, we put 800 there, so change the ARS to 47. Just fill in the other numbers.
Yeah, can we just see that?
Go ahead and type 10,000.
You want to put everything?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Fill the numbers.
zero.
You have 2,200 left.
2,200 extra. I would give it to Family Promise.
Family Promise?
Mm-hmm. They asked for 18.
No, I mean, from
That's it.
18, they got 11 already.
I understand.
I would put it where the 48% and the 46%ers are. Where the 41%er are.
Put it on
I mean, Cali Charities, we can give it to Cali Charities.
Okay. Yeah.
Give it to Cali Charities, 23, make that,
But you know, we also just gave them a lot of capital funds. I know it's different, but it's still money.
Sounds good to me, though.
I want to give everybody a million, I'm going to go play the lotto.
Can we add some cents to the numbers? I know
Do you
Steph
want
likes
us to
it.
try and round it out? Is there a way to round it out? Would you prefer that? No, I mean, like, instead of the 400s and the...
No, it's, oh, well, yeah, I mean, there's two of them, right? 600, oh, no, it's
640.
There's
four of them, four of them.
That gives you, what, 1,000 and...
That's youth allowance, 36.
Four
So
of
let's,
Take from Cali Charities, give it to youth allowance, so make that round. So 30, 25,
25 for Catholic Charities?
uh-huh, and make 37 over there.
I think there's more need at Youth Alliance, at Catholic Charities than at Youth Alliance.
It was just 400 bucks.
Oh, still.
yeah,
They
You
need
know how
it
many
too.
loaves of bread that'll buy?
it's true. No, it's true. Youth Alliance also gets a lot of funding
Well, they
directly
get-
from the
they
city
get
also,
reimbursed,
and, and other sources, which it's a great program again, but then again,
I would say take from 14, the 600, make that 11,000, line 14. And number 9, make it 19,000.
Add it to number 9?
Yes, 19,000.
all right.
Sorry, which one, number 9 is, which
just
one? Door of
rounded
Hope?
up, yeah, I
That's
just-
Door of Hope?
Number 9 is Door of Hope, yes.
Door of Hope, yeah.
Yes,
We just rounded the number.
I like that.
Should I put this column
No,
closer?
I was just looking at the percentages. It's fine.
Well, the percent of need should be considered, too.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just looking for my information purposes, not decision purposes. Yeah, those percent don't mean anything because the project could be 10, 20,000 project and
Right.
60% is huge, so. Okay, any comments, suggestions, motions, anything, anyone?
You know what? I like it. I think I can live with this. I'll make the motion to
Anyone?
accept the last row as
L.
recommended. L,
Column
what is it?
L.
Column L.
Would you like me to read it out?
I'm
Yes.
sorry?
Would you like me to read it out?
Yeah.
Sure. We want,
Yeah, be a record. Let's read it.
Community Outreach Program, Armenian Relief Society of Western USA, Inc., 47,000. Fair Housing Program, Housing Rights Center, 10,000. Gift Program, All for Health, Health for All, 10,000. Homeless Outreach Case Management, Essentia, 10,000. Intervention Prevention Clinical Group Counseling, CASPS, 48,000. Loaves and Fishes Program, Catholic Charities of Los Angeles, Inc., 25,000. The Zone, the Salvation Army, 23,000. Youth Employment Program, Glendale Youth Alliance, 37,000. After School and Teen Mentoring Program for Women and Children, Door of Hope, 19,000. We Got Skills, HomeNet Men Chapter, 10,000. Intergenerational Experiences, Armenian Cultural Association, Hamas Kayan, 10,000. Connect to Care Comprehensive Community Health Centers, Inc., 0. Generation Next, Armenian General Benevolent Union, AGBU, 10,000. Housing Support for Homeless Families, Family Promise of the Verdugos, 11,000. Camp Y, YWCA of Glendale, 0.
that is my motion.
Any seconds on that?
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Committee members Armenian,
Yes.
Gazarian,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Avedisian,
Yes.
Chair Garibian.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Yay.
What's next?
Chair Garibian, members of the committee, again, if the entitlement does come in at a higher amount than anticipated, we're estimating between $7,000 or $8,000 in addition to what we put there in the $270,000 range. We seek direction from the committee on how to distribute those funds if they become available.
Question?
Go ahead. Any
So-
comments? Go ahead.
I understood correctly, it's you're potentially hoping that we may get something around $6,000, $7,000, or $8,000. That's like the best case scenario, correct? If there is no other comments, I'll make a motion.
Can we, can we talk about it?
Discussion.
Go for it. No, but I mean, you have an idea. What's your idea? Talk about your idea. Without a motion.
Someone's mic is off.
My idea would be if it's at only $7,000-8,000, I would, if it's under $10,000, I would put that directly to youth allowance and allow the staff to direct it to that direction and move forward.
I would give it to the two-family promise, and that would bring them close to what they need. And then there's a little bit left for Door of Hope. Or are they, yeah, that would
Door
bring
of
them up
Hope.
to 20-something,
They're 19, they were,
20?
I would seek to give it to CASPs to try and encourage them to come up with the difference to get them to 12, to get them into the fourth school. If they were to respond and say, we can't do that, like we can't make that stretch, and we can't get into the fourth school with less than 12, and we can't raise the difference, then I would put the other part of it into ARS.
oh, we're all over the place.
Rosario, yours, idea, suggestion?
I would put it towards chapter, shunt chapter, number 10.
To get them closer.
Yeah.
What was that about the robust funding?
Well, my recommendation would have been all the new ones, of course, Dora Hope is not new, but last year didn't get funding, equally divide between Dora Hope all the way down to 14.
Sorry.
$7,000-8,000. We're gonna be counting the
Everyone
pennies.
gets $1,000.
Oh.
Everyone gets $1,000.
Yeah.
Give and take.
Wait, you're saying everyone, or is?
No, I said from Dora Hope and the new ones, whoever applied beside number
So
12.
number 9.
9, 10, 11, 13,
13,
14.
everyone gets
So
a
Doro
thousand.
Hall,
Everyone gets
Prashant,
1,500
Almas
or
Guy,
depends how much, let's say.
AGBU, and Verdugos.
It's 5 agencies, so if it's 1,500 each, that's 7,500, right?
Oh, so you're saying divided amongst the
But
new
12 is
new
gone.
New
I see what
agencies.
you're
But
saying.
we're not using 12, right?
No, whatever the dollar, we don't know the dollar amount.
No,
so-
but you were leaving, you said 12, 13?
No, 9, 10,
No.
11, and then 13, 14.
Okay. and-
Basically divided
Leaving
amongst,
out 12.
amongst the new agencies.
Among the new agencies,
that
except,
you're funding.
Yeah.
well, we're funding, except Dora Hope, that is not new, but last year they didn't get any funding. So I'll put them in that category also.
I would agree with that.
You okay with that?
And Verdugo didn't ask last year either.
Anybody, well, we see everybody else got paid last year.
So just to clarify and make sure we all understood the same thing, Chair Garibian, the motion or the proposal is to split the additional funds between all the agencies who were not previously funded that have submitted a proposal this year that you've currently funded.
Correct.
That is correct.
That you've currently.
That we can name
That we
the
cur-
agencies if
currently
need to be.
funded.
Right, that we funded this year, yes.
Yeah, so just to spell it out, it would be,
Yeah, Dora Hope.
so Dora Hope is technically not a new.
Not new, but last year they didn't, on top of it,
So
they gave
I-
the money back, so.
Instead of putting it that way so that there's no ambiguity, I would just name them.
Right, so Dora Hope, Shant, Hamas Gain, AGBU, and Promise of Verdugos. Those 5 agencies, I would say split them equally between those 5 agencies.
Yeah,
If it's
the addition-
7,500.
Any additional funds be
any
split
addi-
between those 5 agencies that were named.
You're okay with it?
Yeah, up to 7,500. If anything higher than that, then.
Well, if it's over, what is it, I'm gonna say
Well,
Over 10.
over 10?
Over 10, yeah.
Over 10, I guess we'll just go,
Over 10,
10.
then we'll come back to the committee.
Okay, so up to $10,000 funding split up between the agencies that were named. Anything over $10,000 will come back to the committee for recommendation.
And on the capital, we said, what was the limit?
25.
25.
20.
You want me to repeat it as a motion? Or
You don't have to, you could just introduce the
Okay,
motion
I
as stated.
introduce it in motion as stated.
Let me get a
Second.
point of clarification, that if it's $10,000 or over, then this
If it's
proposal
up
is-
to 10,000, we
If
would
it's-
divide it.
and
If it's over 10,000, if it's 10,000 and $1, then we got to come back.
Okay.
How about 15, because there's 5 of them.
I'm sure they can figure a few dollars and
So-
cents.
There's a motion, and it sounds like there's a second.
Right.
There's a second.
Okay, roll call.
Committee members Armenian,
Yes.
Kazarian,
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Abbott,
Yes.
Chair Gurley.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
we're done? No. We're adjourned at 5:35.
Well, no, not adjourned yet.
No, not yet.
Oh, we have agenda items.
Oh, agenda items, I thought we were done.
Next on the agenda will be all applications. We don't have any
Oh,
comments.
yeah.
Item 5 would be committee staff comments.
I have some comments, in particular with all these weaknesses.
Oh.
And there's that seems to me like there's a confusion between financial audits and financial statements. And in the directions, I picked up that it says financial audits or statements. And I think that's where we're not getting the audits. And I think we need the audits. Is that correct? Do we need the audit?
Chair Garibian, Committee Member Ramirez, and staff, if the agency is funded under 25,000, you don't need an audited financial statement. You just need a financial compilation or a financial statement. If it's over 25,000, you need it to be audited, an audited financial statement. If the agency, such as GYA or Ascensia, who get over $750,000 in federal funds per year, they automatically have to have a single audit done.
Okay.
So I hope that clarifies the difference.
Yeah, that's, I think that for some of our
applicants that was kind of confusing because we asked for it. And then then it came up in the minutes. And one of the submittals, and I think it was the Armenian Union Benevolent, they have a policy, and I think it's excellent. And they say the names of the persons who were present for discussion and votes relating to the transaction, which would be an action motion, the contents of the discussion, including any alternatives to the proposed transaction, and a record of any votes taken in connection with the proceedings are required in the minutes. And I think that we are getting these minutes and resolutions, which are not minutes. And then we're getting excerpts of minutes. And so we don't really even know if, in fact, and then there was an email vote. And I think that we should, when we ask for minutes, and I think as a corporate officer, when they ask for minutes, and that's the law, then we should get minutes. And we should just maybe explain to people what we mean by minutes so that they're clear what they're supposed to provide us.
We will definitely clarify that with the agency.
And then, of course, the same old discussion that's there, and I guess it doesn't make that much difference because nobody raised it, but we do not need the Social Security numbers or the names of the employees that we're receiving. And so I think that staff should be very, very careful that
On the tax returns.
that stuff is not disseminated to the committee.
Committee Member Ramirez, we actually made a point to stress that at the technical support meeting. We noticed it in the proposal weaknesses, and we actually placed it in the weaknesses. If you notice, some of the agencies had that, and we asked them to gray it out. And I think now that we've had that first go around and they know that they need to gray it out, we're hopeful that next year the proposals come in a bit more prepped and ready to go.
But they don't need to gray it out. They only need the 941 form. That's all they need. They don't need all that other backup information. And then if you get it, after they provide you the redacted one, pull out the original one. Don't give it to us.
We will do that.
Okay. And it's in several, which it's too late now.
That is accurate.
Yeah.
Anybody else comments? I have a long one, so you guys better start speaking.
I do. I want to express appreciation to staff for all the work that you put into this. It takes a lot of due diligence, and you had a lot of extra work this year for two things, not just the processing part of it, but the actual trying to achieve our objective, working together to attract new applicants. I know that's not always easy, so I appreciate the effort, and I appreciate that we actually made some headway this year. We've been talking about it for several funding cycles. We actually made some progress this year, so I appreciate that. Appreciate the extra paperwork that it takes to go through more applications, but you got it done in the same amount of time, so I know that takes extra effort. And the comprehensive nature of all the packages, so really appreciate all the work that you put into it and the teamwork we have with you. So, and I also appreciate all the deliberations with my fellow committee members, even though we don't agree 100% on everything. That's part of the democratic process. Hopefully we've come out with a good outcome for any of the organizations, recipient organizations that may be listening or that may listen to this in the future. We appreciate your understanding that we can't meet all the needs. We tried to meet as much of it as we can, stretching as many dollars as we can across a spectrum of all the organizations are worthwhile organizations, and they do important work. The work that they do makes a qualitative difference in the quality of life in our city. It's the reason why people want to live in Glendale is because of the efforts of organizations like all these applicants, because they care about people who are in less fortunate circumstances than many of us. So it's important to continue caring and doing that kind of work because by lifting everyone, trying to lift everyone up makes a difference for all of us. So appreciate everyone's work.
I too, I want to, first of all, thank the staff. They really do work hard and they put extra time. And I can vouch on that, that Monday, at President's Day, that everyone was at home relaxing or whatnot. I sent an email hoping to get an answer on Tuesday morning or Tuesday, sometimes in Tuesday. However, I get an email like within minutes back from Maggie, and she was at the office and working and responding to emails and getting the information or what I had asked for or was needing. So I really thank you guys, thank you the staff working so hard, and I want to emphasize thanking our nonprofits, our organizations, their staff. They're doing an awesome job. It's heartbreaking every year that we sit here, at least to me. I feel personally, I feel bad, I feel sad in a way, and also feel happy that in a small way we're able to help them, so they can help the other organizations, the public, our community members, whatever ways they can. So I appreciate their hard work and their doing for our community. And of course, it's always great to see our committee members and working together and getting some good work done. And thank you very much.
Good. I'm just going to copy. Thank you, the staff. Thank you all the hard works. And I appreciate all my fellow workers for the result of the funding. And thank you, the attorney.
And our staff over here was excellent. We had them running back and forth today.
Yeah.
I'd like to echo that with Maggie and Armenia. I know they spent a lot of hours on reviewing these proposals, preparing the weaknesses and the strengths, and making sure that the agencies did have the right documentation for the committee to review. So we appreciate you recognizing the efforts, and I personally want to thank them both for all the hours of work that goes into preparing this, and of course you guys for the hard work that you do today. So thank you.
So I guess I'm left. She started.
Oh, she started.
So yes, absolutely thank you for not only the hard work you guys put this year, you put additional 48 hours. That we know, that's clear now. But that's the other department put that on you guys. But no, joke aside, thank you so much, Iris. Obviously, all of you guys and everybody else who's not here in your team. So thank you for you guys. As far as my colleagues, very happy to work with this team. They're very delightful to work with. That's pretty much I can put it on, and I'm honored to be among this group of fine ladies and gentlemen. And as far as agencies, it is tough. I wish we had more money. That's the main problem. Obviously, the wish of our council did come true to add new agencies. We did fund the new ones as well, so hopefully it would definitely going to go towards the better cause. And we never know next year what's going to happen. The more fundings we get, the more agencies we can fund. Hopefully we'll have less money going to other places, and we'll have more funds available for newer agencies. But nevertheless, thank you so much for everyone, and thank you for the staff and the colleagues. And are we done with this?
I had one question.
Oh, question.
Do you have a schedule as to when this goes to council?
That would be my staff comments next, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. I would like to, and thank you very much for all the kind words. I know Armin and I really do appreciate it, and we love what we do, and we appreciate that you appreciate the work that goes into this. To give you an update of what is upcoming, in November, we took the committee out to the site visits, and we really enjoyed that, and I'm glad that the committee members got to see all the agencies and the sites and how the work is unfolding. So we do appreciate your time and effort in putting time aside from your day to visit those agencies. That is a very important part of the CDBG program. In January, Armina and I had gone to Washington, D.C. at the National Community Development Association Winter Conference, and we met with the HUD chair, the staff over there, and we gave back as much positive feedback as we could regarding the importance of CDBG dollars in our community. We also talked to Kamala Harris's office and Adam Schiff's office, and Susan Collins of Maine is the chair of that committee. So we really appreciated the fact that that committee was able to sit with us, and they gave us a good 20, 30 minutes of their time, and we gave them the input of how we operate here in Glendale. January 31st, our committee members had attended the YWCA ribbon cutting ceremony. That was a very successful event. We appreciate you attending that event as well. Even with the thunder, lightning, and rain that we experienced, we still were able to cut the ribbon under all of that, under those conditions. Iris has put up the community meeting that is upcoming in March. We will be presenting your recommendations to the public on Thursday, March 28th at Pacific Park Community Center at 7 p.m. And we invite the community to come out and give their comments on the recommendations that were made today. We are looking at a we are looking at a May 7th City Council Housing Authority meeting date set for 3 p.m. So to answer your question, Committee Member Armenian, it should be on May 7th. We're hoping to get the funding, the final entitlement amounts before April 15th. That is what HUD had notified us of.
Before April
15th tax day. So if we do get the entitlement at that time, we will reach out to the committee if we have to come back in those 2 weeks to make final deliberations.
Before council.
If we have to come back, if the
So
the
right now
numbers
it
are
is
high.
on council agenda for May 7th?
Well, we are going to put it on council
Okay.
agenda for May 7th, yes.
Okay.
And last but not least, staff has prepared an RFP to hire a consultant to complete, this is a HUD required consolidated plan, which is due every 5 years. It really sets the tone of the whole program for CDBG, housing, and homeless services, what the program priorities are. Also included in this is an analysis of impediments to fair housing. This document is currently being reviewed by our legal department and will be solicited to qualified consultants. We're anticipating March. So in March, we look forward to hiring a consultant to get started on our consolidated plan. And to answer your question about next year's funding for CDBG, HUD right now is reviewing, currently we have 3.3 million approved, and we're going to get 3.3 million in 3.3 billion is approved in fiscal year 18, 3.3 billion in fiscal year 19, and they're being very aggressive with 3.8 billion for 2020. So we're looking forward to this because the census is at that time. We're going to look at our population because the formula is, it's relevant because the formula is based on population, poverty, and those are the statistics that they look at. So if we have 3.8 billion to work with, we are really hopeful that we get more money next year. So we'll look forward to that, and we'll let you know as soon as we get more information on that from HUD. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, now I can't talk. So we should be thankful for what we get. Not what we don't get.
Do we want to put a date on calendar just in case there's a need to meet before council while we're here?
I would put a date. We could. My concern is what if they don't come back with the entitlement amount? Last year it was very
Well, we can always
late.
change it. It's always easier to block dates out in advance than.
May 7th, you say is the meeting?
We also have to look at shadow availability.
Whoever's here, just kick them out. You have power. That's what I hear. I heard you're the power in city government.
Just quickly, I want to add, I think we have a workshop for nonprofits that it's organized on March 8th at the Glendale Library. So if any of our nonprofits are watching us, definitely be there at 8 a.m. at Glendale Central Library at March 8th.
Isn't that the mayor's?
Yes.
The mayor's not,
Yeah, right.
And,
It's a summit.
summit.
And you're supposed to be at that, right?
Yeah, city manager's office invited me to be on a panel. Other people are going to be on the panel, but to just talk about CDBG a little bit. Also, kind of the
Wrong
application
person.
process.
They don't know. That's- All right. Anything else?
That will be it for me.
Oh, anyone else?
You need this signed, right?
You need each of the sheets that we signed? Okay.
Right, let's
All
close the
right.
meeting.
Okay, so we close the meeting at 5:52 p.m.
Where's that piece of paper?